Good morning. Welcome to the inaugural Next Mission Summit, hosted by Harvard University's Human Flourishing Program and the Heroes Wellness Collective, an Operation Recovery initiative. In 1943, Winston Churchill stood on this very stage. He warned the world that we were at a crossroads, what he deemed, as only Churchill could, a hinge of fate. It was a moment in which the US, the UK, Canada, France, and our allies had a choice to make. And thankfully for all of us, they made the hard but right choice. Hard but right. Today, we too are at another crossroads, another hinge of fate. Those gathered here today have dedicated themselves to science, research, veterans, community, and the belief that together we can change the trajectory of veteran suicide and help those who are suffering believe in themselves again, believe that after post-traumatic stress, there can be post-traumatic growth. The road ahead remains hard, but it is necessary. It is right. The inaugural Next Mission Summit is the largest gathering of veterans and healthcare providers in Harvard's long history. That is quite an achievement, and one all here in person or watching online should be very proud of. Throughout the day, we will hear from leading healthcare providers, top academic researchers from a broad spectrum of fields, and veterans themselves, who have come to share their own lived experiences. We will conclude the summit with an advanced exclusive to Harvard screening of Sheepdog, a new movie that will be in theaters this fall about one veteran's journey from post-traumatic stress to post-traumatic growth. Thank you all for joining us. Before we would begin, we would like to recognize the active duty, veterans, spouses, caregivers, and Gold Star family members in attendance with us today. Would you please stand? I know most of you are. Thank you. You are the reason that we are here today. And the community we are forging together is a shared bond. Today is dedicated to all of you. As a gentle reminder, a few housekeeping items. Please put your phones on silent. Today's conversations may be intense. If you need to take a moment to yourself, feel free to get up, go outside. We have recharging rooms throughout the main foyer for use. We also have therapy dogs on site, so don't hesitate to find them and have a little snuggle. We will take a few breaks throughout the day, so please engage with our speakers. And finally, for those of you who use social media, feel free to ask questions, share photos, reach out via the hashtag NextMissionSummit. Finally, please note that eating or drinking here in Sounders is not allowed. We did want to also recognize the table here on the stage, which is in military tradition, our POW MIA table. Each part of the table has been carefully designed to remember those who are not with us, but we hope will one day come home. The table is smaller than others. The white tablecloth draped over the table represents the purity of their response to our country's call to arms. The empty chair depicts an unknown face, representing no specific soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, but all who are not with us. The round table shows that our concern for them is never ending. The Bible represents faith in a higher power and the pledge to our community, to our country, founded as one nation under God. The black napkin stands for the emptiness these warriors have left in the hearts of their families and friends. A purple medal can be pinned to the napkin. The single red rose reminds us of their families and loved ones. The red ribbon represents the love of our country, which inspired them to answer our nation's call. The yellow candle and its ribbon symbolize the everlasting hope for a joyous reunion with those yet accounted for. The slices of lemon on the bread plate remind us of their bitter fate. The salt upon the bread plate represents the tears of our families. The inverted wine glass reminds us that our distinguished comrades cannot be with us today to drink a toast or join in the festivities. There is more information about the table out in the foyer. We welcome you to review it and visit. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Ian Patterson, a retired Army Special Operations veteran and the Executive Director of today's co-host Operation Recovery, to open the Next Mission Summit.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Patterson, and as the Executive Director of Operation Recovery, the nonprofit behind Heroes Wellness Collective, it's an honor to welcome you here to the Next Mission Summit. Before we begin, I want to thank each of you for joining us and for your dedication to supporting those who serve. Every aspect of today's event is possible thanks to generous donations and to unwavering support from individuals and organizations alike. We're especially grateful to Harvard University and the team here at Sanders Theater, as well as the cast and creators behind the film Sheepdog, for helping us bring these important conversations to life. To our speakers, panelists, and special guests, thank you for being here today. Your insights and experiences will guide us towards meaningful solutions. Operation Recovery launched Heroes Wellness Collective to improve veteran and first responder well-being. We saw thousands of organizations already doing incredible work, but often in isolation. Our goal became clear: to create a trusted network that connects resources, making support easier to find. Today's summit embodies a vision of collaboration, innovation, and unity. Let's use this day to engage actively, build lasting connections, and ensure no one walks this journey alone. Once again, thank you for being a part of this mission. I also wanted to send a special thank you to Jess McCarty of our team. Without Jess and Dr. Wortham here at Harvard, this would not be possible. So I'm going to pass it back over to Amy, who's going to be our MC for the day.
I'm going to try to do this without glasses, so excuse me. Ian and the entire team at Operation Recovery, just to reiterate what Ian said, especially John Collette and Jess McCarty, thank you for making today possible. And our enduring gratitude to Harvard for hosting this event, in particular Dr. Jennifer Wortham, whose critical work on post-traumatic growth was the impetus for this summit. Thank you. We're honored to begin the summit with Dr. John Santiago, the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs for the state of Massachusetts. As a veteran himself, who is still serving in the Army Reserve, his fierce advocacy on behalf of Massachusetts veterans has expanded veteran access to mental health services, as well as reimbursement for those services when outside the VA system across the state. Please welcome Dr. John Santiago.
Good morning, everyone. General, good morning, sir. As was mentioned, my name is John Santiago. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm privileged to serve as the first cabinet-level secretary of the Office of Veteran Services for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It really is an honor to be here with each and every one of you to embark on a mission on what I would call one of the most pressing issues of our time, and that is addressing, empathizing, advocating for all things mental health, for a community that desperately needs it, our service members, our veterans, and their families. I want to begin first by thanking the Human Flourishing Program and the Heroes Wellness Collection for bringing us together and making this historic summit possible. Folks, this is the largest gathering of veterans, researchers, and healthcare professionals Harvard has ever seen. And what that tells me is that this moment matters. And I can't think of a more important time than right now. I know so because I happen to wear a few hats that's given me some insight. Now, by no means am I an expert, but I'd like to think that my work as a physician, my military experience, and my roles as a public servant have not only inspired me to do this work, but continue to humble me every single day with the challenges we face. And if I'm honest with all of you, those experiences have also intimidated me. It might surprise you to hear that I almost didn't take this job. Not because I wasn't interested, but because I thought the challenge was too big, that success would be elusive. After all, I was doing well. I was serving as an elected official in Boston. I was still practicing medicine. I had just become a new dad. So why would I want to build this new government agency and turn around what had been a complete failure in the early days of COVID-19? Because that was the task. For those of you who are unaware, prior to my appointment, there are 2 veteran homes in Massachusetts that provide long-term care. One is based in Chelsea, which is not far from here, and the other one's in Holyoke, Massachusetts in Western Mass. And sadly, over 100 veterans lost their lives at both homes in one of the largest nursing home COVID tragedies around the country. Worse, when the investigations were complete, it proved to be a glaring example of what goes wrong when government lacks leadership and accountability. So why did I decide to take this on? Why risk so much? Well, because like many of you, whether it was an experience you had or a person you met, something inspired you to believe in something bigger than yourself. And for me, I happened to be on deployment when I began discussing the job with Governor Healy. And I found myself unable to extract this future possibility with my work in real time, where I was providing medical care to soldiers. I couldn't escape the fact that our community needed help. And if I could play my little role in serving, maybe, just maybe, I could have a positive impact in the lives of some veterans. So long story short, I took the job. For the past 2 years, we've undertaken a mission to honorably serve those who served us. And we've done so by providing a vision, offering resources, and acting with urgency. And while we have a lot more to do, I'm proud of the progress we've made. We've been able to transform both of these veteran homes in Chelsea and Holyoke. Think about this. Several years ago, these organizations were operated in dilapidated buildings, were unlicensed facilities with unlicensed staff. There was a lot to be desired. In fact, they were still using paper medical charts. Not only have we built a brand new building, state-of-the-art one in Chelsea, but we secured $500 million to build a new one in Holyoke that's under construction and ahead of schedule. Both veteran homes are now licensed by the Department of Public Health, operated by administrators licensed through their job, which was never the case before. They now have electronic medical records, and I can promise you that the quality care is being offered is to the standard, and that our vision to make these homes the best long-term care facilities for veterans in the nation is fast becoming a reality. And in the midst of all this transformation, we did even more. We passed the HERO Act, the state's most comprehensive piece of veterans legislation in history. We invested $20 million to address veterans' homelessness and have so far provided permanent housing to over 100 veterans while adding hundreds of units in the construction pipeline. We were able to do this because we believe that leadership begins with listening and that authentic engagement leads to trust. In fact, I can remember my very first visit as secretary. I don't know if you'll remember this, General. I was at Home Base, nonprofit in Boston, doing amazing work with our veteran community. And we talked about the need to rebuild trust through engagement. And that's precisely what we did. We actually built an entire office dedicated to outreach and engagement. And not just because it feels good or folks want to be heard, which are all true, but because it actually matters. Almost every study on veteran services that I've read, no matter the subject, no matter if it's a city, state, or federal benefit or program, the gap is always engagement. Truth be told, that services are often good, programs can be life-changing, but if nobody knows they exist, well, then nobody knows, and it becomes a lost opportunity. And that's why I'm honored to join you here today on an issue that I feel so passionate about. Because although my work as an ER physician often interfaces with issues like mental health and substance use, this current job has added an extra dimension. Let me just say that I've seen my fair share of sadness and tragedy. For 10 years, I've worked in one of the toughest emergency departments in America, seeing the very worst of our society. all of its injustices, violence, and death. And in the military, I've taken care of devastating battlefield injuries. And despite these experiences, even learning how to manage my own emotions, when I became secretary, I wasn't prepared for the number of calls I'd get from families, spouses, parents, who were calling me to express their own sadness at the loss of their cherished service member or veteran, often due to suicide. And it really hit me. I think I naturally assumed that spending more time in an office and a bureaucracy would somehow separate me from the front lines. But I came to realize that I don't ever really want to leave the front lines, because that's where I learn, that's where I get my inspiration from, and that's where I can just be human. So as the calls kept coming, we knew we had to do more. One of the first things we did was put together a group to study the issue of veteran suicide, which confirmed what we already know, that veterans are more likely to commit suicide, that things like substance use, PTSD, and other mental health issues are often associated with it, and that firearms play a disproportionate role. We ended up investing $2 million in multiple organizations working in this space. We also received a grant from the federal government to develop a suicide mortality review board focused on veterans. And while these are steps forward, there's still so much more to do. But I'm a forever optimist. And you all being here today gives me even more hope. I mean, just look around this room. This is what commitment looks like. Veterans, researchers, clinicians, first responders, leaders across every sector. Different backgrounds, different expertise, but we all have one shared purpose: to improve the lives of those who serve. Because as we all know, service doesn't end when the uniform comes off. We know the challenges: PTSD, TBI, substance use, suicide, and we know the numbers. But behind every number is a name, a veteran, a family, a story. And for me, it's those stories that, although tragic, they can inspire. They also challenge me and give me urgency, and I know many of you feel the same way. So as we continue to take on these complex issues, we know they demand new solutions, new partnership, and new ways of thinking. That's what this summit is about: breaking down silos, rethinking approaches, and building a system that actually works for those who have given so much. Because for too long, veteran mental health care has been treated as a one-size-fits-all system, and that simply doesn't work. We need more access to innovative treatments, from new clinical therapies to research on psychedelics. We need to actually invest in a workforce and not cut it. We need a greater focus on prevention, not just reacting to crises, but identifying risks early. And over the past 2 years, this is what we've tried to accomplish at the Massachusetts Executive Office of Veteran Services. I'm proud of the work we've been able to accomplish in a short time, but the truth is, we can't do this alone, nor do we want to, because this work requires each and every single one of us. So to the researchers here today, your findings are so critical, and we know more than ever how much we need you to reach those front lines. To the clinicians, your work changes lives. Believe me, I know how challenging the healthcare system can be right now, but we need you more than ever. To the veterans and service members, you are not just the recipients of care, you are the experts in what works. Your voices must shape the future. And to the policymakers, our commitment must match action with our words. So folks, the work ahead won't be easy, but I firmly believe in this room right now, we have the people, the ideas, and the momentum to transform veteran care for the future. So I'll leave you with this. A few months ago, I met a veteran who told me something I won't forget. He said, "I don't think I needed help until I did." And that's the reality for so many. That's why we got to be proactive. That's why we have to lead with listening and build trust through engagement. And that's why I'm honored to be here today to reimagine healthcare, break down barriers, find new ways forward. Because if we get this right, we don't just improve services, we save lives. We give veterans and their families the dignity, care, and support they've earned. And that's the mission worth fighting for. So thank you again for the opportunity to join you this morning, share a couple of words. I'm grateful for all that you do, and I look forward to today's conversations. Thank you.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts is very lucky to have Dr. Santiago, so thank you. It is now my honor to introduce one of today's finest military leaders, Lieutenant General George W. Smith, Jr. General Smith recently retired from the U.S. Marine Corps after 38 years of service. Over the course of his career, from multiple deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, to overseeing the shaping of new Marine officers at the basic school in Quantico, to serving as the senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense, to commanding the Marine Corps' largest warfighting force, General Smith demonstrated throughout his career that our military men and women come first, that they are our most powerful weapon, our biggest asset. Of note to this audience, he's a proud graduate of Harvard Business School's Advanced Management Program. Please welcome my husband, Lieutenant General George Smith.
Far too often, we know more about a young man or woman after they have taken their own lives than we did when they were living amongst us. That was an unfortunate common refrain during my last 2 years of active service as the commanding general of 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, the largest warfighting command in the United States Marine Corps, spread throughout Southern California and Arizona and comprised of nearly 50,000 Marines and sailors. During those 2 years, I personally received what we called a 30-day brief after every suicide within the command. And after ensuring commands had the time and space to support the service member's family, initiate an investigation, conduct memorial services, and better understand what led to that tragic death, I gathered together the entire chain of command of the dead Marine or sailor, from commanding generals to regimental and group commanders, to battalion and squadron commanders, plus the senior enlisted leaders at each echelon, as well as chaplains, medical officers, command behavioral health specialists, and substance abuse control officers. And together with key members of my team, we would review in significant detail the life and service history of the Marine or sailor, with a particular focus on the events leading up to the tragedy. Now, as you might imagine, there was quite a bit of uneasiness within subordinate commands when they were scheduled to participate in these. No doubt, there was a sense that these briefs were somehow intended to conduct some form of Monday morning quarterbacking or to assign blame to individual commanders and leaders. So it took a few iterations of these briefs and some significant cross-pollination between commanders who had previously participated before there was widespread understanding and acceptance that my intent was to learn and disseminate those lessons throughout the entire force in an effort to prevent a future tragedy. 1 Marine Expeditionary Force prides itself on being the premier combined arms warfighting force. As such, we took a combined arms or cross-collaborative approach to get left of boom, to use Iraq and Afghanistan vernacular, in saving lives and preserving our most precious resource. What did we learn? In a small number of cases, there were few, if any, indicators that a Marine or sailor was struggling. Or if they were simply masterful in masking that fact. But more often than not, we discovered what I describe as flickering lights leading up to a suicide. Lights which in isolation would not necessarily draw the attention of immediate leaders or those in the chain of command. These flickering lights often represented relationship issues, a pattern of substance abuse, impending or recently adjudicated legal issues, some leading to separation from the service, documented substandard performance that could adversely impact promotion or re-enlistment opportunities, or recent transfer between commands and a jarring separation from fellow battle buddies and familiar support structures. But what did eventually become clear was that in many cases, these flickering lights combined to form a bright, flashing, cautionary light, a strobe light, if you will, visible only after tragedy. If only we could have connected those lights while that young man or woman was with us. If only it didn't take our post-suicide briefs to see the light. Connecting these lights required a targeted education and prevention plan, focused at all leadership levels within one Marine Expeditionary Force, but particularly with those junior leaders who were closest to those who may be struggling. Leaders who could make that shoulder-to-shoulder, kneecap-to-kneecap connection, who could build a level of trust, and who were educated about the resources available to support their fellow Marines, rather than allowing a Marine to simply internalize their problems. This plan was born from the painful experience each member of our team felt when we lost a Marine or sailor and reviewed what more could we have done. To be truly effective, however, the plan required that we penetrate the various echelons of command, all the way down to the individual Marine and sailor. Doing so, we empowered each member of one Marine Expeditionary Force to engage and break through the protective shell of a struggling young Marine. Then we were able to link high-performing individuals of comparable rank and experience with those known to be struggling. This proved singularly effective. The power of positive association, the definition of having a battle buddy. Were our efforts successful in saving lives? We will never know. But what we do know is that we witnessed growth and increased understanding of mental health within the command, from our generals to our lance corporals. The program remains in place today and has since expanded to the Marine Corps' other major commands. But sadly, as we see from the statistics, suicide and prevention efforts remain a challenge within our active force. And I would offer that those flickering lights that we discovered in one Marine Expeditionary Force dim even further, become even harder to detect when a service member transitions into the veteran community. Engaging our veterans who join our communities across this great land requires the same focused effort, the same determination and structure, and is what has brought us all here today. The assembled experts we'll hear from today at this inaugural Next Mission Summit are truly impressive, and together epitomize that combined arms approach that will be needed to be truly effective in this ongoing battle. But even as today's speakers provide us with additional tools for our toolkits, the fact remains that the most important outcome of today's summit, in my humble opinion, is that all gathered here today and those joining virtually are absolutely clear-eyed as to their own responsibilities as leaders in advancing veteran well-being and resiliency. To be unwavering leaders within our respective organizations, in our communities, in our homes. Leaders willing to devote their most precious commodity, their time, to veterans in need. Leaders who listen, really listen, to fully understand the challenges of those we are seeking to serve. Leaders who empower subordinates to address and elevate issues through continued education. Leaders with a bias for action, who take the extra step, travel the extra mile, who make that extra call. So when we all depart here later today, let us commit to being leaders in this all-important and truly noble effort. And while this effort involves the entire joint force, allow me a moment to be parochial by highlighting the Marine Corps' motto, Semper Fidelis, always faithful, a motto we would be well served to epitomize in our service to our veterans who have sacrificed so much and in turn asked for so little. Finally, as today is St. Patrick's Day, I'd like to close with the most famous of Irish blessings, a prayer for all participating here today, and most especially for those service members and veterans who may be struggling. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Thank you.
Thank you, General Smith. The Home Base organization has become a great Boston institution, which is saying a lot. A joint venture between the Boston Red Sox and Mass General, the organization has grown to supporting veterans and research in Boston to cities across the country. Focused on traumatic brain injury and treatments, Home Base has helped thousands of veterans over the past decade. Our next guest, retired Brigadier General Jack Hammond, is the Executive Director of Home Base. General Hammond has led the growth of the organization to include the establishment of Home Base's Center for Excellence for the Invisible Wounds. I'd like to welcome General Jack Hammond to the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. I want to add my thanks to Ian, Jess, Dr. Wortham, Operation Recovery, the Heroes Wellness Collective, and of course, Harvard University for hosting this wonderful event. For any of you that had an opportunity to walk around Sanders and Memorial Hall, if you have a chance, take a moment and read some of the names. Harvard has kind of a lost tradition of serving in the military, and by that, a lot of people don't recognize Harvard as one of the #1, first of all, the highest number of Medal of Honor recipients in private schools. The service academies obviously have a much greater number. But they have their own rich legacy, and I just want to share one with you as a fun fact as you sit here today. We're all familiar with Paul Revere and his role in the American Revolution, but not many people know his grandson, Paul Revere, joined the Harvard Regiment, and Harvard fielded an entire regiment called the 20th Massachusetts Infantry during the Civil War. And he had been wounded in Antietam and a couple other battles, but on that faithful battle at Gettysburg that turned the tide of the war and saved the Union, he was commanding the Harvard Regiment, and he was severely wounded and actually died on the 4th of July, defending the freedom that his grandfather helped secure. And so there's a legacy here at Harvard of serving as well as serving those who serve. And I would like to share the work that Homebase does and talk about how we can look at reimagining what's possible in treating veteran care. On a personal note, speaking here at Harvard today has brought me back full circle to my own journey. Not because I was born a half-mile away at Mount Auburn Hospital, but because it was just down the street from here at the intersection of JFK Street and Memorial Drive that I had an experience that nearly broke up my family and destroyed my career. After 24 months of back-to-back deployments, starting on September 11, 2001, with Homeland Security operations on September 11th, following up by Afghanistan in 2002, and then the invasion of Iraq in 2003, I came home a different person. Iraq had been particularly difficult for me, especially my time in Fallujah. I didn't fully understand why, nor could I make any sense of what was happening to me, but I knew something wasn't right. I spent the next 2 years adrift, at home, work, and in nearly every aspect of my life. My wife, Colleen, a former Army captain turned nurse, saw it when I couldn't. She urged me to get the help, but like most veterans, I always deflected her concerns. I had the trifecta of a bad transition. I had lost my sense of purpose. My new assignment was a big letdown after commanding 3 battalions and the last 2 in combat. I was disconnected from my family. Colleen would later say, "You were home, but you really weren't home." And I needed clinical assistance, but didn't realize the fact or accept that fact. But I was oblivious to all of these, and like many other veterans, I just tried to push through these challenges. This is a mindset, or one of the mindsets, that we really need to change focus on. In the Army and the Marine Corps, I'm sure, we make a very clear distinction between hurt and injured. If you're hurt, you suck it up, and that's what duct tape and 800 milligram Motrin's for. If you're injured, we medevac you to treatment. The problem is, when it comes to mental health and brain injuries, most of us convince ourselves that we're hurt and we're not injured. And when we mistake the two, we never get the treatment we need, and over time, nothing gets better, and far too often, we lose those warriors. In the spring of 2006, I was selected to attend a National Security Fellowship here at Harvard. An incredible honor and a personal moment of pride for me as a public school UMass grad. Just a week later, we received even more exciting news. My daughter Kayla had been accepted to Harvard as an incoming freshman, and it felt like everything was kind of falling in place for us as a family. We celebrated a memorable weekend here in Cambridge, buying the obligatory Harvard sweatshirts and baseball hats, and walking around this historic campus. As we drove home at the end of the weekend with the top down, enjoying the warm air, we hit bumper-to-bumper traffic on Memorial Drive. The closer we got to the intersection of JFK Street, the more chaotic it became, and throngs of people moving in every direction. In Iraq, being stuck in traffic was one of the most dangerous situations you could face. Our thin-skinned Humvees offered little protection, and a crowded street meant vulnerability. If somebody pulled a gun or a grenade, there was nowhere you could go. As I inched towards JFK Street, my body reacted before my mind could process what was happening. And that force that had saved me in Iraq had kicked in full force. My pulse quickened, my breath shallowed, and every fiber of my body was screaming to get out of there. But I tried to keep my composure and maintain my presence in front of my family. Just as I reached the intersection, a young guy stepped off the curb in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes, leaned on the horn, and yelled at him in true Boston fashion. Out of the corner of my eye, however, I saw something fly out of his hand. I heard my wife scream, and then I lost it. Thankfully, my wife had my right arm pinned down on the stick shift lever so I couldn't get out of the car. And after spewing a demonic exchange with him, I caught myself and then drove home, Nobody spoke for the entire ride. When we did get home, Colleen didn't mince words. She looked at me and said, "For the past 2 years, I've been asking you to get help. Now you can either do that or you can move out. And I strongly recommend you go stay on the base tonight," which I did. So I did, and the next day, I reluctantly made an appointment with the mental health team. I didn't want to go. I resented the idea. But sitting in those sessions, unpacking what I'd been carrying around was really helpful for me. If I hadn't reached out, I truly believe my life would have taken a completely different trajectory. Years later, when things were going well, Colleen and I talked about that day, and she said, "I bet you still think you were right to blow up that day." And I shrugged sheepishly and said, "Yes." And I followed up by saying, regardless of any of the PTS stuff, the guy hit you in the head with an apple. What guy wouldn't have gone after him? And then she said something that stayed with me ever since. She said, "Let's go with your fantasy version, where you jumped out of the car, came to my rescue, punched him out. What do you think happened next? What do you think Harvard would have done when you beat up a student in front of 200 people at an intersection? What do you think the Army would have done? They both would have kicked you out." And then she said, "More importantly, the kids saw something in you that day that they had never seen before, rage. You weren't going to just rough him up. If you'd gotten out of the car, you would have ended him. And where would we all be today if that had happened?" And so I think about that a lot as I meet the thousands of young men and women that come to home base. Looking back on this, I consider myself to be one of the fortunate veterans. I was able to get the care I needed when I needed it. I had a loving family and a community of support, and I was eventually able to regain that sense of purpose that I needed. But what I worry about is those younger soldiers, 18, 19, 20, that did that first enlistment and had 2 combat deployments and then came home, and they didn't have that foundational family of support. They didn't have that new sense of purpose. They didn't have that connection, and they didn't have access to care when they needed it. I plan to begin my morning's remarks with a simple question. Why are we here today? What do we hope to take away from these important discussions in this powerful documentary? For me, the answer is clear. I hope we leave more committed than ever to preventing other warriors from experiencing what I did just a few blocks from here back in 2006. I want to stop veterans from getting trapped in that same darkness that took my personal security detail leader, Sergeant First Class Greg Jasinskis, who put a gun in his mouth. Or Colonel Brett Conaway, who served as my operations officer in Iraq, who lost his fight back here and stepped in front of a commuter train. And I want to stop the 20 to 40 veterans who die by suicide every single day. We've all heard that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But for the past 24 years, that's exactly what's been happening with respect to veteran mental health and brain injury care. Nearly $5 trillion have been invested in the VA since 2000, and their annual budget has skyrocketed from $40 billion to nearly $400 billion annually. For more than a decade, the VA has implemented a strategy aimed at reducing suicide rates among veterans through clinically based interventions and public health initiatives. But we have not moved the needle in stemming the tide of these needless deaths. VA Secretary Doug Collins has described the Department of Veterans Affairs as a punching bag due to widespread criticism from veterans and lawmakers. In response, he has proposed significant reforms, including workforce reductions to improve efficiency and accountability. The VA is the largest integrated healthcare system in the country, yet it has been crippled by mismanagement, crumbling infrastructure, falsified records, and a bloated bureaucracy, all while serving a shrinking veteran population that has diminished from 26 million to 18 million over the past 20 years, and the trajectory will take us down to 12 million in about another 15, 20 years. But the greatest failure, which is a national disgrace, is that since 2000, we've lost between 140 and 200,000 veterans to suicide. I met with Secretary Collins 2 weeks ago and had a very candid talk. We discussed the sobering fact that only 1/3 of veterans rely on the VA health system for their health care. And of this already small group, 70% of them use a combination of VA care and community-driven care. The stark reality is that 2/3 of our veterans receive the majority of their care outside of the VA. Even more troubling is that more than half of the veterans that die by suicide every day are part of that group that have no connection to the VA. So as we talked about this with Secretary Collins, how can you affect that unless you engage the private sector? How will you ever change that number? And they use 17, it could be 17 to 30, according to some folks at Duke. Whatever that number is, it's just reprehensible. But how can you do that if 60% of the people aren't in your system if you don't engage people outside of your system? The VA's public health approach to suicide prevention combines clinically based intervention, community-driven strategies to address veteran suicide. The strategy also emphasizes lethal means safety by promoting firearm safety, as well as the upstream risk of financial strain, housing insecurity, and unemployment. While some of these efforts show promise, they do little to support the majority of veterans disconnected from the VA. We cannot and should not accept the status quo, especially when lives are at stake. To his credit, Secretary Collins agreed that the VA's past strategy has not worked, and he acknowledged that something new is needed. He said, in fact, if we are losing 17 veterans a day at the end of my 4 years as secretary, I want to be able to say, I tried everything I could to fix it. He ended by saying, I am open to change. And so that is very promising because that is not the reception I've received in the past. I proposed to Secretary Collins that the $500 million spent annually on VA suicide prevention awareness campaigns of commercials and ads could be far better spent investing in building a comprehensive private sector solution that expands access to innovation and evidence-based care while collaborating with the VA. The slow-moving evolutionary change attempted by the VA is not working. We need to reimagine what's possible through revolutionary change and develop solutions and connect veterans to mental health care when and where they need it. While I'm hopeful that Secretary Collins is committed to change and open to this proposal, I remain cautiously optimistic. We all know that the VA has an enormous job, and it just became more difficult with the recent cut of 80,000 people. While they work to fix themselves, we cannot wait. Those of us in the private sector, academic medicine, and the nonprofit world must press forward. So how do we tackle this challenge? A few years ago, I was in a small meeting with President Bush and a group of veteran nonprofit leaders, and he asked a great question. He said, how do we define a successful veteran transition? My answer wasn't based on theory, it came from my personal experience, hundreds of conversations with veterans, and years of work at home base. Now, a decade later, my answer hasn't changed a bit. I remain convinced that there are 3 critical elements to a successful transition. The first, healing the wounds. Veterans must address their physical and mental health injuries. Without this foundation, everything else is at risk. The second, rebuilding community. Our veterans need to replace the brotherhood and sisterhood that they lost when they left the military. Isolation is dangerous, connection is life-saving. And third, they need to find a new mission. They must discover a new purpose in life, something that gives them a reason to get up every day and a place to belong. A meaningful work, a job, a volunteer position, anything that gets them out of the house and connected to people in a meaningful way. At home base, we're well positioned to address the first of these 3 elements. And in a moment, I'll describe some of the work we're doing, and later today, you'll hear from 6 amazing colleagues that work with me and at work at Mass General Hospital. It's clear that we need to significantly improve our transition program from military to civilian life. The DoD owns the Transition Assistance Program, and frankly, it's broken. It should be handed over with funding to the nonprofit sector. If the Transition Assistance Program in place today, the challenge with the Transition Assistance Program that we have in place today, it leaves our veterans totally unprepared to reconnect in civilian life and build a new community and find that next purpose. This topic is worthy of an entirely new day here, an entirely new conversation, so I'm not going to prolong that, but I will tell you that is a critical element to saving veterans, is affecting a positive transition from when they leave a base to when they come back to that local community, connecting them to care, connecting them to resources to find work, and more importantly, connecting them to a community. So what can we do on the clinical side? And that's home bases, that's our vantage point, that's our sweet spot. The short answer is that we as a nation must do better by engaging the private sector with this problem, since that's where a majority of the veterans receive their care. And that is where our greatest clinical resources and research resources are available. For more than a decade, I have had the great honor to work alongside some of the smartest people in the nation to develop solutions for these invisible wounds. When I first began my work at MGH, I met with Dr. Jerry Rosenbaum, the chief of psychiatry, and he shared something that resonated deeply with me. He said, when it comes to mental health and brain injury care, we as a nation are operating at an AM radio level of medicine in a digital medical world. Here at MGH, we may have the best AM radio in the country, but it's still an AM radio. Well, I'm proud to say that over the past 12 years, our extraordinary team at home base has launched a series of game-changing treatment programs that have moved us from AM to FM, and today we're on the verge of making a next leap forward. Later today, you'll hear from 6 of my colleagues from home base and MGH as they discuss how we'll take that next step, leaving behind FM and finally entering the digital medical world. Home base, as you heard a moment ago, is a partnership between the Red Sox and Mass General and the Harvard medical system. And that is an interesting bipolar relationship. When I first got there, working with owners of the Red Sox and the leadership at Harvard, it was just diametrically opposed. Every night, the Red Sox had this count: how many pitches, how many hits, how many home runs, how many beers sold, how many hot dogs sold, how many seats, butts in seats. They want instant gratification for everything they do. On the other side of my board, I've got the Mass General leadership, focused on a 30-year war against cancer. At meetings when I first got there, they'd say, how many people did you guys save today? And we'd have to explain it. And over time, it took a while for the cultural knowledge to pass on, and they got it. But I would tell you this, they are the most philanthropic sports franchise. It was their idea to create this program after back-to-back World Series visits to the White House, followed by visits to Walter Reed. And after they saw the state of affairs in 2008, during the surge in Iraq and the highest number of catastrophically injured people, they were moved to action. And they've invested over $30 million to support wounded and injured veteran care. So we began as a small outpatient clinic with 200 to 300 patients a year and an operating budget of around $3 million. And the Red Sox and Mass General made up most of that the first 3 years. Today, we've grown to the nation's first private sector national center of excellence. We now care for more than 40,000, we've cared for more than 40,000 veterans from all 50 states and 13 countries. All of this care is provided at no cost, and that includes flights, lodging, and meals. Home base has grown significantly and cares for more than 4,000 people every year through programs that range from building community connectivity to intensive clinical care. We now have 3 primary lines of effort. The first and always will be our regional program here in Massachusetts for New England veterans. We offer a virtual care program that successfully guarantees that every Massachusetts veteran, regardless of where they live, will have access to first-class mental health care at no cost. They also have access to all of our national programs as well, so this is a gem for folks that live here in Massachusetts. In addition, partnering with the Benson Henry Institute for Mind-Body Medicine and the Red Sox sports medicine team, we built a series of wellness-based programs: fitness, nutrition, and mind-body medicine. And then finally, we have a bunch of community-based series called Adventure Series events where we run we probably have about 1,500 people a year join us for community integrated programs, whether it's skiing up at Loon Mountain or duck boat rides around the city. It connects military members with other people with shared experiences. In some cases, that's all they need. That's our lightest touch program. We also have national intensive programs. More than a decade ago, we created a 14-day intensive clinical program that compresses 2 years of treatment into 2 weeks. And what that enabled us to do was to open the access aperture of care to any veteran living anywhere in the world, and I mean literally anywhere in the world. We routinely fly people in from across the country, from Japan, Guam, Europe. If there's a US veteran anywhere in the world and they need our care, at absolutely no cost, they are flown to Boston to participate in these 14-day programs. As we structured this program, we built pretty much like the military. The centerpiece of our ground forces are a squad, 10 to 12 people. So our cohort groups are 12 people. Every 2 weeks, we fly 2 cohort groups or 24 veterans in from anywhere in the world. And what's interesting is over time, we've developed specialty groups because, frankly, we found a need, we found a better way to do things. And today, because of a great work we've been doing with U.S. Special Operations Command, 12 of our 41 cohort groups are all Special Operations team members, mostly from active duty. We also do 3 cohort groups specifically for surviving military families of suicide in partnership with a national organization called TAPS, which is Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. They have a subset of people, parents and spouses primarily, who either witnessed a suicide or walked in on the remains. They are by far some of the most injured people we care for. They literally have nowhere else to go. There is no other clinical program especially for them in the country. More recently, we've added 3 cohort groups for all women veterans. And then after some work we did last year with U.S. Special Operations Command, we identified a need for former Special Operations team members that were women. And these include pilots from Task Force 160, the Night Stalkers, female Rangers, et cetera. They have their own unique challenges. And then in the last year, we added 2 new ones. One was Spanish-speaking cohorts, and we found that we had a number of veterans that came from Puerto Rico that obviously knew English when they were in the military, but when they returned back to the island, they returned back to speaking Spanish. And when you come to a clinical program, they could still speak English, but it got a little technical, so we have Spanish-speaking cohorts. And then we've added Native American cohorts. For those who don't know this, Native Americans constitute the highest ethnic participation in the military, bar none, and they have the worst access to care. Based on some work we were doing in Arizona, part of our capability-based program I'll talk about in a second, we identified a huge gap in care. Navajo Nation is roughly the size of New England minus Maine, and they have 3 small community hospitals to take care of everybody. And you basically would drive 3 to 4 hours to get to Winchester Hospital. The resources were not deep there. Specialty care is not deep there. 4 out of 10 homes don't have running water or electricity, so telehealth isn't a great option. So we have a big partnership now with Native Americans. Finally, the third element we focus on is capacity building. We now have partnership programs across Florida in Naples, Fort Myers, Tampa, and Pensacola, where we work with community hospital systems to build capability within their system to treat veterans and then develop funding mechanisms to ensure none of the veterans ever had to pay. So we train them, we certify them in trauma therapy, we pay the salary for the doctors for the day, and they deliver care to veterans at no cost. That is a highly scalable model that we've had great success with, and building upon that, we now have a program in Arizona at the request of Governor Ducey, where we've opened up our wellness-based program at Arizona State University, and we'll soon be launching a partnership with the Honor Health System in Phoenix. And in tandem with that, we met with leaders in Houston who had the same request, and this May we'll be opening a partnership with Medinger Hospital, which is one of the top mental health hospitals in the nation, and we'll be building out that Texas program where 20% of all Texas veterans live in the Houston area this year. So that will continue to develop. We also have international partnerships. About a month ago, we had about 50 Israeli medical providers come to home base to learn about what we do. And just this past week, Dr. Joe Bonvy, who'll be speaking with you later, just returned from the Ukraine yesterday with a team from home base that was working with them to build a needs assessment and find out how we can assist them. And in about 2 weeks, we'll have about 15, 20 Ukrainian medical professionals spending 2 weeks with us at home base. We also have partnerships with the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada. Home base currently has 26 innovation and research projects underway, and you will learn more about some of these today from our team. But as we look towards the future and our transition to the digital medical world, we have shifted our focus to a health span approach and an exposure-based model of care. We will now examine a range of negative exposures like repetitive blast injury, concussive injury, mental health and moral trauma, toxic exposures, and the impact of their cognitive function, mental well-being, sleep dysfunction, pain management, and a number of chronic illnesses and injuries that result from these exposures. Based on a parallel study from Harvard on NFL concussions, it was identified that NFL players with repetitive concussive injuries have a shortened lifespan by about a decade and a shortened health span by about the same margin, and an increased rate of a number of metabolic and cardiac issues, hypertension, diabetes, and even cancer as a result of those injuries. We know through our preliminary look that the outlook for some of our folks with these same type of injuries is probably going to be worse because, as you know, football players don't get blown up, football players don't get sent to toxic environments, football players don't witness the death of friends and others in that trauma. So all of these things is probably going to paint a worse picture, so that is now our focus. This research will pave the way for us to deliver a precision medical model by leveraging machine learning and AI to connect the dots between exposures and injuries, and then build a decision support tool for our clinicians to provide them a link to the best care option for our patients. The challenges we face are simply too vast, though, for one organization to tackle on its own. And frankly, that is why the VA has struggled. For the past 20 years, they've tried to do it alone, and we're hopeful that they will look to these civilian partnerships. Many years ago, I learned that a vision without resources is just a hallucination. At home base, we know that our most valuable resource is our team. And our second most valuable resource is a broad range of strategic partnerships. By collaborating with others, we can accomplish far more than any of us could do on our own. Through partnerships with the Wounded Warrior Project and academic medical centers at UCLA, Emory, and Rush, we established the Warrior Care Network that now runs these same 2-week programs across the country. We then built upon this with new partnerships with the Fisher House, the Navy SEAL Foundation, U.S. Special Operations Command, and many other organizations. And each of these partners allowed us to leverage synergies and grow beyond our individual capabilities. As you listen to today's lineup of remarkable speakers, you'll hear about groundbreaking approaches to tackling the epidemic of veteran suicide and the mental health crisis our veterans face. By harnessing the collective expertise and forging strong partnerships, we can develop innovative solutions, lasting solutions to these very, very complex problems. Together, we can reshape the future of veteran mental health care and reimagine what's possible. Reducing suicide among our veterans is our greatest challenge, and addressing it requires a multifaceted approach built around 3 key strategies. Number 1, ensuring access to mental health care when and where our veterans need it. Number 2, reducing access to lethal means such as firearms and toxic substances. 70% of all veteran suicides involve a gun. And that's going to be the tricky one. And I think that one is going to have to come from within the veteran community, peer-to-peer, just like that great campaign in the 80s that said, "Friends don't let friends drive drunk." Veterans shouldn't allow other veterans to maintain guns when they know they're not great. Safeguard them, just lock them up, voluntarily let me hold on to that for you, let me hold your ammo, let me hold the firing pin. Somehow we've got to slow the flash to bang between somebody has a suicidal ideation to when they actually literally pull the trigger. It's about a 10-minute window, and if we can disrupt that, we can save lives. And then finally, one of the most important areas, promoting social connectiveness. People don't do well when they're alone. And the more we can pull people out of the shadows and into the light and connect them with other veterans, other groups, other community members, the more lives we can save. While the VA navigates its transition, grappling with a rapidly shrinking and geographically dispersed veteran population, an unsustainable budget, and millions of square feet of fallow, unusable office space, we cannot wait. We must continue our critical work to develop new and effective solutions that provide veterans and their families with the care they need and richly deserve. This transformation is not about dismantling the VA. It's about preserving what works and then partnering for what they're missing and the private sector can add value. The status quo for veterans care was somebody else's solution to a previous problem, and this one was built in the 1990s. That veteran population, which was an aging, Vietnam, Korea, World War II population is not with us anymore. The needs are no longer the same. The healthcare system's no longer the same. As we assess the future and the current state of veteran healthcare, one thing is clear. This is not the time for evolutionary change. This is the time for revolutionary change. This is an inflection point where we can partner with the VA to transform the way we as a nation, using all of the nation, not all of government, to solve these problems. We must not adapt for the future, we must create it. Thank you all for your attention to this very, very important matter today.
Ten years ago, it would have been unheard of to hear from senior military leaders about this subject. That is how far we have come over the past decade, and how much further, though, we still have to go. It's a privilege now to introduce our next keynote, Dr. Jennifer Wortham. Dr. Wortham is not only our co-host today on behalf of Harvard, but her work on post-traumatic stress and moral injury has led to the inclusion of the umbrella moral problems as a focus of clinical attention in the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Grounded in her work on ACEs and stress, this recognition of moral injury will provide expanded access to treatments for thousands of veterans across our nation and their families. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Dr. Jennifer Wortham.
Well, welcome to Harvard on this very lovely St. Patrick's Day. I hope you all got wet and blessed. Having grown up Catholic, I felt like I should do the genuflection because of the rain. So anyway, all right, well, welcome to Harvard. And so I am representing the Human Flourishing Program. And one of the things the Human Flourishing Program is doing actively today is a global flourishing study across 22 countries, over 200,000 participants. It's a largest study of its kind. It's a 5-year process where it's called a longitudinal study. And it pretty much represents everybody in the world. And so we're looking at all kinds of dimensions of flourishing. And my topic of interest and research is actually even being reflected in the study. The first year results, we saw a lot of childhood adversity impacting long-term health outcomes. So it's pervasive, it's an issue, and I'm glad to be able to speak to you about it today. Okay, so I like to start off with this title, ACE in the Whole. ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. And in your packet today, there's a card, and it looks like this. It's got a little child on it, and it says ACEs Aware. So I'd like for you to draw that out, because that's a big part of my presentation today. Okay, so if you take a moment and find that. Okay, so what is an ACE, and why should you care? So ACE is about childhood trauma. And you're saying, well, we're here to talk about veterans. These people have retired, they've done their service. Why should we be talking about childhood trauma? Well, childhood trauma is a leading indicator for suicide and self-harm. And so I'm here today to talk about that because it's not something that you hear a lot. And I haven't been able to find any studies that have been done in the military or veterans on ACEs. And so we're gonna hopefully correct that soon. So ACEs are, there's 10 items that we use commonly in research and in clinical practice to look at what is ACEs. So it's any type of adversity that happens before the age of 18. There is what we call a dose-response relationship. So that means the higher number of ACEs that you have, the poorer health outcomes you have across your life, okay? And that includes mental health and physical health. And what happened is in the late 90s, Kaiser Permanente was seeing some interesting trends in their mental health patients, and they did a big study. They pulled about 20,000 patient records, And then they executed what we call this ACEs survey. They developed it, the CDC, and the results were stunning. It was overwhelming evidence. They compared it to everybody's health records, and they found that if you had a certain level of ACE scores, it impacted not only your mental health, alcoholism, drug abuse, all types of mental health disorders, but also you had much higher rates of cardiovascular events, diabetes, and cancer as well. And so if you are a veteran or anybody who would like to kind of take this survey today, there should also be a pen in your bag, and you can check off the boxes. If you want to talk to me afterwards, I'm happy to talk to you if you have questions about it, but it really covers anything from emotional abuse and bullying, physical abuse or violence, sexual abuse, emotional neglect, housing or food insecurity, a parent that's separated or divorced, domestic violence, a parent imprisoned, and a household member with a mental health disorder or a problem with drugs and alcohol. And we used to think that that was primarily because of genetics, that people, oh, you have a genetic predisposition to alcohol. That's not why. That's part of the reason, but that's not why. Okay, so what is going on when you experience a trauma? You have a stress response. And if you're a child living in a dysfunctional environment and you're being routinely bullied or abused, or if there's domestic violence going on in your home, you're going to be stressed. And what the research has found, many research studies, longitudinal, very strong studies, have looked at what's happening. And as a child, if your stress response goes on, and most of us have heard of the fight or flight syndrome, when you're stressed, when you feel when your life is at threat or somebody else's life is being threatened, your body reacts. And as a child, your brain is developing. And when you have high levels of stress, it impacts the brain development. It has severe impacts on the brain. And so we call this toxic stress. And if there's a mediator, like if there's a buffer zone or the child is just stressed for a very short time and there's a parent they can go to or somebody they can talk to, it tends to mitigate or reduce the stress, and it has a less impact. But that's often not the case when you're experiencing dysfunction in your environments. And so toxic stress is, and I can't read that far away, but it impacts the what we call the HPA axis, which is the stress response system. It dysregulates that. So in other words, the stress stays on all the time, and what's happening is your body is circulating cortisol and adrenaline and all these hormones, and it damages the brain, and it's permanent. So it reduces the volume of the brain, it impacts the prefrontal cortex, it has impacts on the amygdala. It changes the way that the neurons connect to one another, so your ability to manage your serotonin and dopamine or express those things are changed. It even changes the gene expression, so we call that epigenetics. Okay? So when you're exposed to high levels of stress in childhood, this sets you up for your entire life to have I call a stress intolerance. That means your ability to tolerate stress goes way down. And so you get stressed more easily, you get triggered more easily. Okay, so what happens? Many studies have shown that a dose-response relationship, which is the higher number of ACEs, impacts your health. So just as an example, an individual with an ACE score of 6 or more has a 4,600% increase in the likelihood of later using intravenous drugs. Okay? An individual with an ACE score of 4 or more is 460% more likely to be depressed and 1,220% increase in attempted suicide. 4 or more ACEs. So if you can check off 4 or more of these boxes, okay, that starts to increase your risk. It's pretty significant, okay? And there's many other disorders that are related to stress. So anxiety, PTSD, as we know. But if you had a childhood experience, your vulnerability in service is going to be much higher. You're going to be at much higher risk than the rest of the population. Okay? So here's an example of a few other indicators. We see drug use. You can see if you have 6 or more, if you look at these little lines, if you look at these little lines over here, that means that it's a much higher percentage. Okay? So drug use, depressed effect, suicide attempt, heavy drinking. Do we have drinking problems with people with veterans? How about active service members? Okay, so this is what's going on with people with ACEs. Very significant. Okay, another very alarming study, what toxic stress does to the brain. This is a study that was done on patients with psychosis that had a history of trauma and ACEs. So if you can see here is a normal brain, and this is what it looks like if you had toxic stress. The brain has changed, okay? And so this is a really great study that was done. I'm trying to remember who did it. Mayo, Corey, very significant findings. Okay, so here's what's going on. So first of all, we do have a genetic vulnerabilities to mental health. And some folks will say, well, it's genetics. It doesn't matter, it's just genetics. But it actually does matter, because what we've seen in studies is that if you have ACEs, even if you have protective genes, there's some genes that can protect you, if you have high enough ACEs, the ACEs will compromise those genes. So you still are at risk, okay? So what happens is you have some genetic vulnerability, you have the trauma, then it alters the brain, which impacts many, many things throughout your childhood and into high school. So this is why when we struggle, people are getting into fights, they're getting depressed, they're having some mental health problems, and people are thinking, oh, it's an adjustment disorder, or they just don't know how to get along, or they're not. No, it's actually their brain has changed, and so they're predisposed and they're struggling, and nobody's figured it out. And so then they can also start having psychotic-like experience, and this is like at the extreme. This is for people that are at the extreme end. And then when you have psychotic-like experiences, you're then more vulnerable to more trauma. Because if you're not able to get a job, or you're living in a compromised environment, we call it the strain theory. So you're more likely to have more trauma. Okay, and it's just a continuous cycle. Now, all the damage is not done in childhood, but if you have a higher stress response, once you're deployed, if you don't understand what's going on and you get triggers, you're not knowing that's why your body's getting so overstressed or overtaxed. Well, now you're getting more stress, and that's continuing to add to the damage that's being done to the brain. It doesn't stop in childhood. So it's compounded, and it starts to accelerate as we age. Okay, so what does stress do? Well, any of us know if we're having a really stressed day, these are some things that start to happen. Memory problems, get foggy, inability to concentrate, poor judgment, anxious or racing thoughts, constant worrying, seeing only the negative. Can anybody relate to any of this? This is what happens. If you have ACEs, this is your life on steroids. This is like it every day. My ACE score is 7. So this is my life every day. I have to practice strategies to manage my stress, because even when I'm supposedly at peace, my brain is turned on. It can't turn off. This is what it's like living with stress. And we think about stress, oh yeah, I'm having a stressed out day. If you're managing this all the time, and this is going on inside your body, and you're getting all these different things coming at you all the time, at some point it can become too much. It's just like, how do you cope? How do you manage? And if you don't know or understand that this is why, and you get taught strategies on how to mitigate it, it becomes overwhelming. Okay, so what happens as an adult? PTSD, anger, moral injury, anxiety, depression, irritability, instability, self-destructive, emotional instability, anger, insomnia, lots of insomnia, substance use. This is all the stuff that happens. Marital problems. Does anybody have any marital problems? So numbing. So people respond to stress in different ways. Okay, but these are all things that happen for adults that have really been untreated. And even if you've been treated, you can still have some of these challenges. Okay. So this is from the same psychotic study, but I really like this slide because it talks about stress vulnerability. So when we look at stress vulnerability, if you have high levels of stress and you're starting to have more symptoms, your threshold's going down. So your ability to withstand stress just goes down and keeps decreasing and decreasing and decreasing over time. Okay. So ACEs are common. About 64% of the population has at least one ACE. Okay, 17% has 4 or more ACEs. What do we think is the rate in the military? Anybody want to hazard a guess? This is a classroom, so I'm going to engage with you now. Anybody want to hazard a guess? Throw out a number. What's the percentage in the military of ACEs? 60%. How much? 60? You nailed it. Now, I'm going to say I don't have data to prove it. It's anecdotal. I haven't seen any studies published because they don't measure it. There's been a few people who have done some pilot programs. I haven't seen it measures. I haven't been able to find any measures. And so I've had lots of discussions. And when I talk with people in the military, 50, 60% is what they say. I can't prove it right now. Hopefully someday I will. But 4 or more ACEs, and it's actually even higher numbers of ACEs than 4. Okay, it's like 5 or 6 ACEs. And this is among enlisted personnel. And this was one, I'm not going to mention the branch, but it's one specific branch, but I'm sure there's others as well. And just from a small pilot that was done in one base, that was the number that came up. So when we think about ACEs, it's a serious issue, and there's not really right now any solid research. There's not programs to train people like, well, you have ACEs, here's what to expect. Okay, so I'll tell you a little story because I have a few minutes. I think you guys have to flag me off when it's time. But my brother, my family member, I grew up in a kind of a family of poverty, and both my brothers were molested by our parish priest when they were young boys, and we didn't find out till they were in their 20s. And so along with all the other stuff they were dealing with, they were both abused. And my brother Patrick, he, in his public stories, so it's been published, he really struggled with gangs in high school and drugs and alcohol. But he got into the military, he got into the Marines, and it was the proudest day of his entire life. And I have pictures of him marching off with his beautiful uniform. And about a year later, he was generally discharged because of his problems with alcohol. And part of the challenge wasn't necessarily he was going to be an alcoholic his entire life, but it had to do with the fact that he was in a base and his job was to sweep the floors. Now this kid was brilliant. He was really brilliant. He could have gone to college had he not had ACEs and lost his father and been abused and all these things. But he just felt like his life wasn't worthwhile, so he started drinking again. And he got washed out. And he struggled his entire life. He's been able to maintain a job now for 20 years as a phlebotomist, but he's in rehab today as we speak. He called me about 2 weeks ago saying he was in trouble and he needed help. And I've been talking to him about my research and trying to help him with his overall sense of self, because he just feels so bad. And he once said, I feel like such a loser. I'm such a loser dad. And he's really struggled. And I'm like, no, this is your brain. You need to understand it's not you. And it didn't believe me. Well, this rehab that he's in now, Miracles of Miracles, they are a trauma-informed rehab center. And he called me, he said, this is the best place I've ever been. And they have this book, and they're talking about neuroplasticity and all the stuff that goes on with ACEs and all these things. And he goes, I don't feel like such a loser anymore. And I started to cry, which I'm gonna do now. But anyway, so if we can catch these guys early and we can educate them, doesn't mean that you can't go in the military, because the other thing is about ACEs, I'm here, I'm 7, and I'm here at Harvard now. We also have superpowers. There's things that we're really, really good at. And so if you can find those things and harness that strength, and if you can harness the good parts of these poor kids that were abused, nothing that they did on their own, then they got in trouble because they're angry or agitated, or they have prefrontal cortex damage that makes them more irritable and makes it harder for them to regulate their emotions. If you can teach them the right skills and let them know that this is what's going on, so they can marry what's going on with them now to why they're acting the way they are and how they can fix it, you'll have a much better outcome and hopefully less suicide. Okay? So about moral injury, it's a big topic now. So I led research a couple years ago to say, moral injury is not just about victims and perpetrators, it's also about perpetrators and witnesses, it's about victims as well. And many rape victims experience moral injury because they have a lot of shame and a lot of blame, and they think that they did something themselves. And so we convened a task force here at Harvard for 2 years. We researched it, and we came up with an expanded definition. And so then we said, this needs to be in the DSM because we need to gather data, because there's not a lot of good data. There's a few studies out there that people do on special populations, but we don't have wide data. And so as of December, the APA accepted our proposal, and it's now an official, what we call Z code. They put it under it's moral problems. It's part of religious and spiritual problems. So now you can actually code as of today. It's going to be published in the September version, which they update every year of the TR. And, but this is what moral problems is, and it comes right from our definition of moral injury. So it says religious, the category is actually about moral or religious or spiritual problems, and a moral problem includes experiences that disrupt one's understanding of right and wrong or sense of goodness of oneself, others, or institutions. Okay, and so again, moral injury, we hear about it. Oh, I went in service and I saw something I didn't agree with, and that bothered me, and ultimately had moral injury. It's typically something that triggered them, that they're reflecting on from when they're childhood, and they're not able to resolve it because maybe they saw this horrible thing happen to their mother or sister or happen to them. And now they've been indoctrinated, they come into the military and they think, well, I'm gonna save lives, I'm gonna do good things, and then they see something bad, and it just completely shatters their illusions of themselves and the military, and it causes this dissonance. And when you add that to people who have a compromised amygdala and prefrontal cortex, all these other problems, it just starts to swim in their brains, and it just creates this toxic soup. So they have a hard time resolving it. So ACEs is been associated. There's some studies that have been associated with moral injury, just a couple of them, but I'm hoping there'll be more. There was a Canadian study, and they found that a higher percentage of people with moral injury had ACEs, childhood trauma, and the same with PTSD. And then there was also a study on first responders. So I did a 3-hour presentation in about 15 minutes. I hope that made sense for all of you, and really great having you guys today. There are some things that you can do to heal this problem. And for me, the best thing is exercise. I've been in auto therapy since I was, in my teens. And once you resolve all the conflict, that doesn't fix the neurological problems you have with hyperactivity and the brain and some of the things you're doing. You have to find other ways to address that. And unfortunately, most in the mental health profession, it's not a real holistic approach. So they'll treat you one way, but they won't tell you that if you change your diet and exercise, you'll get better sleep and you'll be able to control your anxiety. It's not about pills. There's no pills that really will help. And so it's about lifestyle. And so you have to exercise, get good sleep, proper nutrition, and there's a whole host of other things that help improve outcomes, having to do with building resilience. Mindfulness practices are really good, except individuals with trauma, meditation is counterindicated. And many of the programs for suicide prevention are using meditation and mindfulness. It has to be trauma-informed meditation and mindfulness. If you sit with a still mind, if you try to still your mind and you have a hyperactive brain and you're trying to calm it, it doesn't work. You can't do it. So there's specific techniques for people with ACEs that you can use for mindfulness and meditation. Most people don't know about that. What else? Let's see. Nature walks, very helpful. Hobbies, really great. Any creative expression, it gauges part of your brain, it releases dopamine, it really helps to soothe some of those problems. Religious service attendance, that's been very helpful for me, a place to be peaceful, and focusing on individual social skills. So when we talk about isolation, people aren't isolated necessarily because they don't have somebody to talk to. It's because they don't want to go talk to people. And they're still struggling so much with what's going on inside. They've been betrayed by people they don't trust, and so it's difficult. So we have to get that resolved and then get them with what we call peers. So peers are people with lived experience who've been through it, who can actually talk to them, who understand. So that's another important part. It's not necessarily bringing in other people who are doing really great that can't relate to you. That's not going to help. It's the people that have been where you're at, that have gone through recovery. That's the people that can help you. And then focusing on being proactive, of course. And then another big part is forgiveness. And so there's a program that we've done a ton amount of research on at Harvard. It was developed by a professor at Everett Worthington at Virginia Commonwealth University, and it's called The Path to Reach Forgiveness. And it's about letting go, and it's a process for helping you let go. And when I wrote a book about my family's experience with clergy abuse, and somebody read it and said, well, how can I don't understand how you could forgive the church. It's one of the most horrible things that could ever happen. And I said, there's no other choice. And when we did, 2 years ago, we got a World Day passed at the United Nations to prevent child abuse and child sexual abuse and bring healing to survivors. And many in the industry wanted the word justice in the title, and I didn't put it in there, I put healing in. And I got a lot of flack for that. But there's no justice for a stolen childhood. There's no justice. And many people that have been abused by a parent or somebody, there's just no justice. We're gonna put them in prison and the family's gonna starve. And so we need to do prevention. But at some point you have to let it go and you have to heal. So that's my talk today, and very glad to be here. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And hopefully I'll get to meet some of you at the break. And how much time do we have? Are we done? Am I out of time? Yep, I'm out of time. Okay, no time for questions, but you can ask me questions at the break. I'm happy to answer, and very grateful to have you all here today. Thank you. Thanks.
It was Dr. Wortham's research on moral injury that led Operation Recovery and the Human Flourishing Program to partner for today's effort. So thank you for all of this work. It's the term started kind of bouncing around after the Afghanistan evacuation, which many of our veterans led in, helped, and couldn't quite put their finger on what was going on in their minds after the evacuation. And Operation Recovery really took the charge and called it moral injury, which coincides with Dr. Wortham's work, so thank you. Our next speaker, Captain Joseph Bonvoy, brings his years of military experience, specifically as one of the US Navy's leading psychologists, to the home base organization. And just a note, we are joint today. We have Air Force, Marine Corps, Army, and Navy represented. I don't think any Space Force, but we'll give them a pass for today. As Senior Director of Clinical Services, Dr. Bonvoy oversees the medical integration coordination of home bases programming. Dr. Bonvoy.
So the first order, see if I can use the clicker. Let me see. See if the slides are up. Well, first and foremost, it's a true honor to gather with you today in this setting. Such a rich history, helping advance the conversation on veteran health and well-being. Secretary Santiago, General Smith, General Hammond, Mr. Patterson, Dr. Wortham, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your leadership. It's a great day. Now, there is a saying that history gives answers only to those who know how to ask questions. So in that vein, for this group of thought disruptors gathered here today, how do we equip the mind and the body of our veterans to flourish in the next chapter of their lives? As some say, while the battlefield changes, the mission continues for our veterans. Because we're all in this room talking about challenges that have stubbornly persisted over time, new ways of thinking about the problem will most likely be needed. Secretary Santiago, General Hammond said as much. So, some questions. Do you believe that innovation is making something new? Or is it about changing the existing order of things? And we know in our dynamic world that change is not optional. So are we who are gathered here today driving change, or are we reacting to it? And if we know that the future is not going to be found by reproducing the past, and that innovation rarely proceeds in a straight line, then what gets in the way of people thinking beyond what they can see? I think these are critical questions to ask, not just to identify the what to do, but more so how to do it, how to implement a successful strategy. The what oftentimes caters to the action biased, while I believe the how, systems-based leadership. Now, I love this 5 Stages of No by General C.Q. Brown. It shows that there is a perspective process to seeing beyond what we know and embracing the new now, and in this case, the next mission. So here's a for instance for the clinicians in the room. How many of you use Zoom, FaceTime, WhatsApp for clinical care prior to COVID? And if you actually wanted to do it, you brought it up to your supervisors or your leadership, what would they have said? Hell no. So now we're at stage 5, and telehealth is woven into the normal business practices, right? So the question I have is, when we think of veteran problem sets, are institutional or legacy processes impeding progress for you in the veteran space? Okay. For those in the room who are familiar with SOF, that's Special Operations Forces, then you're familiar with the first soft truth. According to SOCOM, that's Special Operations Command, individuals, not equipment, are the decisive factor in mission success. These are highly skilled personnel operating cohesively as a team who possess the ability to achieve objectives regardless of the resources at hand, or in simpler terms, even the most advanced equipment cannot substitute for the absence of capable individuals. Capable individuals, people. The SOF community's strength is inseparable from its fragility. As clinicians, as researchers, as scientists, we all bear an awesome responsibility to safeguard these men and women who, as George Orwell said, stand ready to do violence on our behalf while our families sleep peacefully in their beds. Being the world's premier SOF force is extraordinary. It is not ordinary. So there is a heavy lift involved to preserve it, just as there is there with any meaningful pursuit in life. In a dynamic world of uncertainty, what keeps our SOF community at the top is a lethal agility. SOF adjusts its tools, its tactics, its procedures to meet the emerging threats, which means a fixed or a passive posture on our part threatens the quality of our contribution to an evolving, multi-generational force preservation effort. Our GWAT operators, that's our Global War and Terrorism operators, are now more regularly joining the veterans' ranks, and a new generation of operator is replacing them. In short, what got us a seat at the table should not keep us there. We need to be honest brokers, thought leaders who make adjustments to keep our force capable and agile while preserving and extending the good health of our veterans who have already stood the watch. Taking a page from Albert Einstein, we need to aspire to not become a person of success, but rather a person of value when it comes to our veterans. There is a division of labor here in this room that demands humility. We are all guardians of those people who protect and have protected our families and our freedom. The nation has a stake in keeping the balance between SOF's strength and its fragility in our favor. This is a priority challenge, and the modern warrior's challenge reflects a unique physical, psychological, and moral demands faced by today's service members and veterans. Modern warfare presents a complex blend of traditional and asymmetric threats that challenge not only survival on the battlefield, but also long-term health, resiliency, and identity. The very nature of combat is to change and to evolve past the enemy. The signature mechanism of injury during the GWAT was the IED, the improvised explosive device. The IED was a cruel discriminator from previous conflicts that significantly aggravated the repeated combat exposures of our SOF operators in Afghanistan and Iraq. Last night, I returned from Ukraine, where I witnessed firsthand how the relentless drone attacks are complicating the human toll. Let me be clear. The challenges we face today will sadly be more complex in the future for the warriors who protect us. Getting things right today matters. We know from the data how persistent exposure to unpredictable violence and hostility can negatively impact the mind and the body. When paired with the moral ambiguity of combat, where lines between combatants and civilians get blurred and complex rules of engagement exist, there tends to follow internal conflict and fodder for moral injury that can torment one's soul. This is why mind, body, mission need to intersect and integrate. My colleagues, Dr. Sophia Mata and Dr. Kayla Tanev, will dive deeper into the topic of spirituality and moral injury later today. 3 points. Point 1, the mind. To manage the psychological load of protracted conflict requires rewiring and resilience building. Combat stress rewires the brain, but healing can rewire it too. I'm encouraged by the emerging research and condensed protocols that increase access to care, brain plasticity research, reconsolidation therapy, and I am hopeful by the innovative efforts within the virtual, neuromodulation, and psychedelic domains. The take-home point, the same adaptability that keeps warfighters alive in combat can fuel post-traumatic growth in their post-service lives. Point 2, the body. Performance and physical recovery play an important role in mental health. We just heard this from Dr. Wortham. The soft operator requires physical agency for optimal health, which makes tackling chronic pain, optimizing sleep, bolstering self-regulation, and proper nutrition so important. I'm encouraged by the research into neuroinflammation, the gut-brain connection, and efforts to leverage biotechnology. The take-home point, treat the body like an operator treats its gear. Optimize it, maintain it, upgrade it for long-term mission success. Point 3, the mission. Purpose behind trauma starts with rebuilding identity and meaning. Transitioning from warfighter to warrior with purpose requires effort, and it takes a village. Transitioning from warfighter to warrior with purpose requires effort and takes a village. Community, mentorship, and continued service all have a role in perspective shifting one's mission and ridding veterans of a silent killer, isolation. Connection is critical. Take-home point, the mission doesn't end with transition, it evolves. The modern warrior's challenge is not just about survival, it's about maximizing their years of peak physical, cognitive, and emotional functioning. And to help our service members flourish, we need a collaborative, culturally competent model of warrior care that integrates innovative, evidence-based therapies with cutting-edge science, human connection, to create capacity for post-traumatic growth. The next mission needs to shift from short-term recovery to long-term optimization. And the bottom line up front, I believe a health span approach that General Hammond talked about is essential. A little bit of a history lesson to go back and understand my point. While I was in uniform, there were 3 paradigm shifts in military medicine. And one of them came in 2010. Prior to 2010, and keep in mind we went to war in the global war on terrorism in 2001. So prior to 2010, the PCP, specialist referral-based model of care, dominated military health. You know what this is. This is your primary care manager refers you to a specialist, and at some point in time, you see the specialist. Feedback gets back to your primary care manager with potentially subsequent referrals happening to refine the diagnosis or address the related issue, and so on and so forth until you get resolution. But when your force is at war and you have a high up tempo, that doesn't work very well, and it didn't, reliably so. So in 2010, when the National Center of Excellence, NICO, came online and introduced a new interdisciplinary model of care, it was a big thing. Now active duty personnel could be seen iteratively by a multidisciplinary staff over a designated amount of time that replaced specialist silos with cross-functional teams for a more efficient, comprehensive assessment. The creation of NICO in 2010 by military medicine was a necessity in response to the ID threat. This innovative model of care gave way to 13 intrepid spirits around the country for active duty and was a catalyst for related research in advancing the VA towards its current 5-site TBI, intensive evaluation and treatment program concept. Now that sounds like a lot, but it's not. So in 2018, when Naval Special Warfare came up to Boston to establish a collaboration with Home Base, it was because it needed more capacity. Now today, the wait list for some of the Comprehensive Brain Health and Trauma program is between 12 and 15 months long. And if you build it, they will come, and we need to keep building. In 2010, NICO changed this model of care, the model of TBI care. Today, 2025, post-GWAT, we are armed with 2 decades of hard lessons learned about how the brain injuries can trigger underlying dysfunctions that extend well beyond the brain and how a complex mixture of exposures can interplay. As Dr. Ross Savant, one of our founders here at Home Base and the principal investigator for the NFL and concussion, stated, there is a growing recognition that many systems interact to produce multi-level dysfunction after TBI, with a series of nuanced comorbidities. Given this complexity, we must maintain a broad perspective but a vigilant focus when considering the health span of our military personnel. The take-home point is that once again, there is a paradigm shift happening in brain health evaluation and how we approach treatment. The paradigm shift occurring within soft brain health evaluation has replaced TBI at the forefront of the diagnostic gateway with an exposures-based model. You heard General Hammond speak of that. TBI isn't simply a complex condition often underdiagnosed and misunderstood. It is one among many multifactorial exposures, including environmental toxins, chronic stress, and so on, that must be considered within a complex, interrelated system. Brain injuries can trigger underlying dysfunctions that extend well beyond the brain, affecting the endocrine system, our sleep architecture, and other life-altering issues. Now, when we recognize that our operators have experienced multiple exposures beyond and related to TBI, it becomes clear that the definition of life-altering issues, when looked through a complex comorbidity lens, may create concern for cardiovascular conditions, autoimmune disorders, heightened cancer risk, neurodegenerative diseases, all that can threaten the operator's long-term well-being. This underscores the critical need for broader access to integrated, multidisciplinary evaluations to properly assess and educate our operators on their health span. Health span is years of life free from chronic disease. To avoid biological age outpacing chronological age of our operators, we need an integrated evaluation that addresses exposures that threaten their well-being, along with an accompaniment of targeted interventions. The next mission has started. How we rethink resilience, treatment, post-traumatic growth. This will define the future of the force. We must move beyond just treating trauma to engineering resilience. This is the Home Base Health Span Roadmap. The objective is to close the delta between lifespan and health span. And to do that, we need to be deliberate, we need to be agile, and we need to be comprehensive. On the top are exposures, on the bottom are interventions, and you have a holistic approach to the person. Operator health span evaluation has a broad perspective and a vigilant focus, just like Dr. Safat said. At Home Base, in response to pressing needs to address the unknown consequences of the toxic exposures threat outlined in the PAC Act, that's the Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxic Exposure Act, we've added cancer screening through the Mass General Cancer Early Detection and Diagnostic Clinic. That's a big thanks to Dr. Alicia Sequest. With the support of Dr. Antonio Salagowski, Home Base is collaborating with NEST, this is the neurocardiac effects of stress and trauma, on a soft cardiovascular evaluation. Home Base has also joined forces with our SOCOM partners on advanced neuromodulation protocols and are spearheading a psychedelic-assisted therapy clinic with regional partners, amongst other endeavors. This is a rising tide lifts all ships approach where collaboration makes a difference. The Home Base Health Span Roadmap can also be reconceptualized as an epigenetic clock. Dr. Wortham talked about what epigenesis is. And this clock accounts for the allostatic load our operators face and the necessity of a health span approach to mitigate age acceleration. The objective is to slow down the clock, extending the health span of our operators. HealthSpan is a collaborative, comprehensive force preservation strategy that extends throughout the lifespan of each and every military member and their family. The family is a critical point and part to be involved throughout the process. This essential healthcare imperative today is to not only live longer, but age well. Dr. Dan Danshavar will talk about this later today. This is a complex problem to solve. We can't be the smartest people in our own thought silos, and we can't rely on yesterday's thinking. Contemporary soft health span presents a significant challenge that necessitates strategic military-civilian partnerships with the nation's leading academic medical centers and benevolence organizations to meet the demand. Again, a strategic rising tide lifts all boats approach. It's a little bit biased from a Navy guy. And as we convene today, let this be a tactical pause to reassess the state of our guardianship for those who serve and who have served. Thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for what you do in service of the first soft truth.
Thank you, Dr. Von Voigt. That was incredible. We're going to take a brief 15-minute break. In addition to coffee and refreshments in the main foyer, we also have our therapy dogs from First Responder Therapy, so please give them a visit. And remember to help us spread the word about Good morning and welcome back. This is the Next Mission Summit, hosted by Harvard's Human Flourishing Program and the Heroes Wellness Collective, an Operation Recovery Initiative. As a reminder, this is being live streamed online, and we have a full afternoon, a lunch break coming up, and this evening, an exclusive pre-screening of the new film, Sheepdog. Also, as a reminder, we do have a wall of remembrance outside in the main foyer. You're welcome to write a note on one of the Post-it notes available, stick it to the wall. We'll be looking at those all day to remember those who can't be with us today or somebody who's been a leader in your life. So please leave a note, leave a few. And I was happy to see, walking through the main foyer, everyone having a good time with our therapy dogs. They're really cute. Our next speaker this morning is Dr. Dan Safar. His groundbreaking work on concussions and brain injury has been nationally recognized. He's the author of more than 80 papers on brain health, and as part of both the home base and Mass General team, he is also on the faculty of Harvard's Medical School. I'm not going to say where I went to school. It is a great honor to welcome Dr. Dan Safar.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. This morning, you had the opportunity to hear the word health span, talked about it quite a bit. General Hammond started out earlier today talking about the what with health span. And you just heard a great talk from Dr. Von Voigt about the why health span in particular is so important when it comes to operators. I'll be talking a little bit about the nuts and bolts of the how, along with my colleagues, Dr. Mata and Dr. Tanev, a little later this afternoon. So I don't have any disclosures that are particularly relevant to this talk. I get some money from the NFL Players Association. But we just heard about how SOF personnel are incredibly unique. They experience some of the most extreme exposures that are possible, the extreme limits of human endurance and performance. And these unique exposures result in unique sequelae that warrant an integrated approach. And what we're trying to do is to better link all those different ideas together to identify which exposure factors are related to maladaptive health patterns later, so that we can better understand how that affects people's chronic disease burden and their risk of problems later in life, including impairments in health span, which, as you heard, are years spent free from chronic disease, injury, and burden. So let's talk briefly then about what exactly is going on in response to these types of exposures from a neurologic standpoint. So this is a cartoon of a brain cell, and going back to, for those of you that aren't in the medical space, the high school biology, we have an electrical signal that's converted into a chemical signal to convert information and transmit it from cell to cell. Now, after an injury, there's a disruption to that cell. The cell is stretched in such a way that it can't control the signals and the way that they're being processed. What that means then is you have this massive efflux of potassium from the cell and influx of calcium into the cell, and that causes unregulated firing of the cells. Now, when you think about the brain cells are, your brain is about 7% of your body's total weight, but it's responsible for over 20% of the energy utilization in your body. And that's under normal circumstances. Per gram, your brain is using more energy than even your muscles when you're working out your hardest. That's when things are going normally. Now, in this system where there's an injury, where there's this unregulated firing of the brain cells, there's an energy crisis because your brain cells are using even more energy than they usually need. And they can't get the nutrients they need to sustain that level of higher burden. Now, in the vast majority of cases, this process resolves and goes back to normal. But we're going to talk about what can go awry. So when you're trying to track what's going on with brain cells, when we're trying to understand how to determine who's at risk of having problems later in life, there are a bunch of different biomarkers in our blood and in our CSF and in other ways that might indicate that the neurons are not working the way they're supposed to be working. There's neuroinflammatory markers, there's cell death markers, there's markers of different damage to different parts of the cells. But when we look at these biomarkers, we find in general, they don't work too well in terms of identifying who's got a problem and who doesn't. And I list some of the reasons here for why biomarkers don't work so well, but I think the biggest and most important reason is this last one, where we're calling injuries to brain tissues things that result in symptoms immediately after the injury. And when we look for biomarkers, when we look at markers of cell damage, cell injury, a lot of times they are elevated after impacts that aren't causing symptoms, after impacts that aren't causing things that we would consider injuries. And I'd like to take a hiatus away from the military space into the sports space for a second. So over the last 20 years, we've utilized a number of different technologies to track in real time helmet sensor information from athletes to better understand the impacts they're receiving to the head. And based on these helmet sensor data, we can track, for example, an average offensive lineman and say, for that lineman, if that lineman gets a concussion, we can go back and look at their previous history and see that on average, for every concussion that person experienced, if that concussion is this green helmet here, they experience on average 341 head impacts that are equal or greater force than the head impact that resulted in the concussion. And the reason that our biomarkers, I think, haven't been working so well, the reason that our indicators of neurologic injury haven't been working so well is because they're picking up all those dark blue helmets. They're picking up all those head impacts, regardless of whether they're resulting in symptoms, regardless of whether or not we're currently treating them as injuries. And so in part, what I think we need to do is reframe how we're thinking about these impacts and injuries to better understand the long-term effects associated with them. So we published a paper in the British Journal of Sports Medicine earlier this year where we looked at reframing the terminology related to impacts and injuries. And when discussing impacts, there's this term called subconcussive impacts. And that's like a really fraught term, because when you think of subconcussive, you think that they're less than the impacts that cause the concussions. But I just showed you, 341 of them are of equal or greater force. We propose we should be calling them non-concussive impacts. There are concussive impacts, and there are these other impacts, some of which may be causing injuries and some of which may not be. And so when we're talking about injuries, rather than using a catch-all term like subconcussive to describe both the impacts and the injuries, we need a new term. We need to borrow terms from neurology where there's this idea of for example, for stroke. You can have a stroke that doesn't result in any symptoms, but after many of these, I scan your brain and I can see evidence of all these strokes that have occurred over time. And that increases your risk of vascular dementia, increases your risk of problems later in life, increases your risk of having impairments in health span. Those strokes are called subclinical strokes. We need to be talking about brain injury in the same way as subclinical traumatic brain injuries. And these are the things that our biomarkers are likely picking up. So what can happen then after accumulation of these subclinical traumatic brain injuries? So this is another cartoon. I'm going to blow up the top left portion. And this is another image of a brain cell. Now, the brain cell has this beautiful and complex cytoarchitecture. You think about your neurons, they can be some of the biggest cells in your body, extending from your brain down to the bottom of your spinal cord. What supports that complex cytoarchitecture are these scaffolds of microtubules, one of which is blown up here. The microtubules, if you think of them, like I said, as the scaffolding, they support that structure, and what supports the scaffold are depicted in purple here as a tau. That tau it's like the nails that support the scaffold. Now, in a number of different neurodegenerative processes, these nails can run into issues. So I'll blow up this portion here. In a number of neurodegenerative processes, those tau proteins can have a phosphate group attached to them that causes them to bend in shape. Basically, the nail's getting kinked. And that'd be a problem for the scaffold if you had one nail bent, but the problem is that those bent nails can induce their neighbors, the normal nails, also to bend, to fall out of the microtubule structure and to aggregate together, and that's called a tauopathy. When that happens to a cell, that's evidence of a diseased or dying cell. And that again would be a problem for that cell, except those cells, which are called neurofibrillary tangles, if they're in a petri dish next to normal brain cells, they can cause their brain cells to also have this process happen. And that's how tauopathies progress, the most prominent of which is Alzheimer's disease. So what we see then in response to repeated head impacts in epidemiologic studies and in vitro studies is higher rates of neurodegenerative disease, of tauopathy after repeated hits to the head, specifically those subclinical traumatic brain injuries. So we know then that repeated brain injuries at this point can cause some tau pathology. But the question is, to what extent can they manifest in clinical symptoms? But it's not just the brain injuries causing tau pathology. We also know that there's neuroinflammation that happens as a result of brain injuries that can lead to clinical symptoms. We are increasingly understanding interface astrogliosis, another process, neuropathologic process, that links brain injuries to clinical symptoms. But what we also, there we are. We also know then that these other neuropathologic processes, neuroinflammation, might increase the risk of those nails getting bent in the brain cells too. So it's all linked together. Now, Dr. Bonvie, I think, outlined this very well. When we're talking about the way that early life experiences and military exposures can lead to cognitive changes, the old model, the pre-NICO model, was that you have some cognitive impairment and you go and see a neurologist. You have some pituitary changes and you go and see an endocrinologist. Hypertension, cardiologist. Disordered sleep takes you to pulmonary medicine, and chronic pain takes you to an orthopod. And all of these different specialists, even if they're the best and brightest specialists, they live in a silo. They're doing their own work in their own domain. But we increasingly realize that this is an outdated model, that pituitary dysfunction can change your brain function, that hypertension can change your brain function, disordered sleep can affect it, as can chronic pain. We also know that cognitive changes can result in changes to your heart, to your gut, to your kidneys, to your lungs, to your body, to your pain. All of these processes are linked together. And unfortunately, it becomes a very complicated process that requires an integrated approach. And then on top of that, we add problems associated with your entire lifespan. Socioeconomic status changes, changes in substance use, other personal network and saliency, all of these influence your clinical manifestation of symptoms. So what do we do then? We're already finding linkages between the changes that you'd expect to be related to brain impacts and other problems and other exposures with other health outcomes. We're finding that our SOF personnel have 3.6 times higher rates of sleep apnea, 1.8 times higher rates of thyroid dysfunction, and 2.9 times higher rates of hypertension. So how might this affect the neuroaxis? Well, heart health is brain health. So this is the brain of an operator who came and saw us at home base. And I'd like to blow up one portion here. So what you see here is that little white spot on this type of image, called a flare image. It represents increased neuroinflammation around a blood vessel. When you think about the blood vessels in the brain, there are the blood vessels that are so small you can't see them on MRI, that are so small, in fact, that the red blood cells have to line up single file to go through them. So you can't see the changes in those blood vessels, but you can see the effects the changes of those blood vessels have on the surrounding brain tissue, and that's what we're seeing here. What we're seeing here is damage to one of those blood vessels, and this is in a 42-year-old gentleman. I wouldn't expect to see these kinds of changes. So what could be causing that? Well, if you think about brain tissue, it has the consistency, it moves like Jell-O. And after a head impact, if you were to impact a bowl of Jell-O, it would jiggle and then it would settle down, and if you looked at it afterward, you wouldn't be able to tell that it sustained an impact. But the blood vessels in the brain have a different consistency. Think about them as like uncooked spaghetti. If you were to put that stiff, uncooked spaghetti inside your bowl of Jell-O and hit it, the Jell-O would move and the spaghetti would move, but they'd move differently. They'd respond to the impact differently, and you might, after it all settled down, see small cracks in the Jell-O around where those blood vessels are. That's what's happening after repeated brain injuries in our operators, in individuals who are exposed to blast injuries, in individuals who are exposed to hard landings and hard openings as a result of jumps. This is happening repetitively, and this is causing subclinical traumatic brain injuries that we need to understand the long-term effects of. And the problem is, for this operator, I wouldn't expect any symptoms associated with that level of white matter change, that level of blood vessel change. But it can progress. So this is another individual who you can see now there's more of these white spots that have coalesced. And you can see then that it can actually progress even further than that. And if you look, in fact, it's a little hard to see in the image here, but the folds around the brain, the folds between the brain tissue, those sulci have widened and spread. And that's because the brain tissue itself has become so diseased that it's died and been cleared by the immune system. That's why the ventricles are so large, and that's why the folds in the brain are so large. That's what we're trying to prevent by making sure that we're treating things early. So we have all of these processes that link brain injuries to clinical symptoms. But for the most part, the pathology, the neuroinflammation, at this point, we don't have interventions that can help them. And that's where a health span mediated approach is critical, because there are a whole host of other things that we can change. We can look at factors like age, sex, and race, like genetics, but also their relationship to cardiovascular disease, to pain, to disordered sleep, to diet, to cognitive reserve, substance use, exercise, socioeconomic status, stress, and social network. When I see a patient clinically, these are things I can intervene on that can adjust the linkage between repeated brain injuries and clinical symptoms, because these all are interconnected and going back and forth. And so that's what we do, because change ultimately is not universal. So this is Paul Rudd, age 52, and this is Wilford Brimley, age 52. If we can take someone who's on a path from a brain health standpoint to have Wilford Brimley brain and make them a Paul Rudd brain, then we fundamentally affected and improved their life and improved their health span. So thank you very much. I think we have time for some questions then. All right, well, thank you guys.
If you do want to ask a question but don't want to ask it publicly, you're welcome to write it down on one of the Post-it notes outside and pass it to either me or one of the speakers, and we will get it answered for you. Our next speaker is internationally recognized as leader in spiritual psychology. Dr. Harold Koenig helped develop the spiritual readiness training for the U.S. Armed Forces Chaplaincy Corps, and recently supported similar efforts with our Ukrainian partners. Dr. Koenig and Dr. Wortham recently published their findings on moral injuries in the New York Times in an article entitled, "When Your Moral Compass is Compromised." A recipient of numerous awards and recognitions, author of over 300 books and papers. Professor of Psychiatry at Duke University Medical Center and Associate Professor of Medicine, please welcome Dr. Koenig.
Okay, well, hello everyone. I'm excited to talk about this somewhat controversial subject. You know, you don't talk about religion and politics in public, and so, but we'll talk about spirituality. Okay, let's see, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, there we go. So this is the topic I'm going to talk about. Spiritual readiness as a resilience factor in prevention and treatment of long-term moral injury. So virtually all religious belief systems agree on and teach similar absolute moral and ethical values. Christianity, Islam, Confucianism, basically the moral values are all the same. Holding firmly to such values may actually worsen moral injury among those who transgress those values. However, religions also provide solutions to the problems of moral injury that have been shown to be effective for thousands of years. When you just think about, the Jewish people who went into the Promised Land and the war that they went through, they killed everything. They didn't just kill, men. They killed women, children, babies, animals, everything. And of course, they had consequences to doing that. And the Jewish people developed rituals for dealing with that moral injury that resulted from those actions. And that's been true for other religions as well. Islam, very similar. Christianity, to some degree. So spiritual and religious beliefs can ultimately lead to better mental, social, behavioral, and physical health, despite the initial arousal of negative moral injury symptoms. This underscores the importance of being spiritually ready. So spiritual readiness has a variety of definitions. In the Navy, it's the spiritual strength necessary to accomplish the mission with honor, including the mission of successfully reintegrating back into family life and society after military service, including more broadly the mission of competent and compassionate healthcare for healthcare professionals, including the mission of just living life successfully in an honorable way. So here's kind of a proposed model of how it all works. So you've got religious involvement up there, And then you've got the non-religious sources of spiritual readiness. And many of the religious involvement kinds of things influence some of the non-religious sources of spiritual readiness, as well as being directly related. And then this influences what we call human flourishing. I'm sure you've heard that term before. Tyler Vanderweel here at Harvard wrote an article in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences where he described it as having 6 dimensions: happiness and life satisfaction, meaning and purpose, virtue and character, close social relationships, mental and physical health, and financial and material stability, or contentment with whatever one's financial and material stability might be, thereby protecting from moral injury and helping individuals to then successfully train, deploy, and reintegrate after the service. So human flourishing, this is kind of the target that we're after. It's actually not the target, but I'll talk about that later. There's something in between here that this happens to be a natural consequence of. So research supporting the causal pathways from spiritual readiness to human flourishing to a lower risk of long-term moral injury. So you've got many people experience moral injury. You feel guilt and shame after you do something wrong, but it passes. But other people get stuck there. They get stuck with continuously feeling guilt and shame and self-condemnation. Many factors related here: personality, genetics, epigenetics, environment, interactions with genes, developmental experiences, ACEs, all of these things interact for moral injury to persist. But there is research suggesting that that religious and spiritual activities enhance all aspects of human flourishing that I described above. And I'm going to quickly go over that. Now, if you have $200 you'd like to spend, you can get the evidence in this book. This book has the latest evidence, 2024, literally thousands of studies. All of the studies are listed. These are all quantitative, peer-reviewed academic publications. The appendix is 500 to 600 pages long, listing all of the best studies that look at these linkages. Here's just a very quick review, mainly based on the second edition of the handbook, published about 13 years ago. So well-being, which was number one, right, among the human flourishing dimensions, well-being and happiness. Well, of the 326 quantitative studies that have been published, close to 80% find that religious people are happier. They're more satisfied with their life. These are quantitative, peer-reviewed academic publications. And remember that science has long not liked religion at all, and oftentimes doesn't publish articles on the topic. But these studies are good enough to get into those journals anyway. And of those 80%, 8 out of 10, show that religious people are happier. And only less than 1% show that they're less than happy. Less than 1%. 3 studies of those 326. Hope and optimism. Hope, 73%, optimism over 80%. Here's a study we did in active veterans and active duty military, I believe. Yeah, both. About 400, 500. And there's a very nice linear relationship between hope and religiosity. So as religiosity goes up, hope goes up. Dimension number 2 is mental and physical health. Let's look at mental health quickly. Depression. We all know what depression is and how devastating it is on people's ability to function. So there were 444, and again, this is a systematic review of everything out there prior to 2010. Whether you believe in religion or not, you could do this review. You're going to get exactly this, because it was done systematically and rigorously. So about 2/3, especially of the best studies, show that religious people are less likely to become depressed, stay depressed, and they're more likely to recover from religiously integrated interventions that take people's religious resources into account. And 6% of the studies show more depression among the more religious. Here's a study among 23-year-olds, about the age of individuals in the military, maybe, a little bit older, but not much. 10,000 young people followed for a period of up to 6 years, compared those who never went to religious services with those who went once a week or more. And you can see there's about almost a 1/3 reduction in risk of developing depression over time among those who are attending services once a week or more. Again, the impact of community, but not just community. Community here, social factors, explain only about 15% of this effect. 15%. That means 85% of it's coming from somewhere else. Suicide. We talked a little bit about suicide earlier. 141 studies, 75% show that religious people have fewer suicidal thoughts, less likely to make suicide attempts, less likely to commit suicide. I'll show you some more recent studies. This is a random sample of over 20,000 adults in the United States, a random sample. And they were followed for 18 years. And they looked at the rate of completed suicide. And the rate among those attending religious services twice a month or more was 94% lower compared to those who attended services less than twice a month or more. This is the Nurses' Health Study out of Harvard, 90,000 women, all nurses, followed for 14 years. Rate of suicide among nurses who never attended religious services is about 7 times higher compared to those who attended once a week or more. That was in JAMA Psychiatry. Another in JAMA Psychiatry, again out of Harvard, looking at deaths of despair among women. These are the nurses, looking at suicide, alcohol, and drug abuse, deaths from those 3 causes. And again, you have a 70% reduction in risk among those attending religious services weekly or more. And there's a P for trend in the data. So what that means is that it suggests that there is a dose effects response, dose effect, which is suggestive of a causal relationship. So you can get about 90% to saying that this is a causal relationship. Religious involvement reduces deaths of despair based on the methodology that Vanderweel did in this study. Among men, 50% reduction in risk of dying from a death of despair. Again, JAMA Psychiatry. JAMA Psychiatry is the top psychiatry journal, biological psychiatry journal in the world. It used to be called the Archives of General Psychiatry. Alcohol use, abuse, and dependence, 80 to 90% of studies show less alcohol use, abuse, and dependence. Here's a study of veterans, over 3,000 veterans, national sample out of the National Health and Resilience in Veterans Study, published in Journal of Affective Disorders. You see that lifetime PTSD here is more than 50% lower, lifetime major depressive disorder, 50% lower, lifetime alcohol use disorder, about 1/3 lower, current PTSD, 70% lower, and current alcohol use, 72% lower. Among those scoring in the upper half of the 5-item Duke University Religion Index, which assesses not just religious attendance, but also prayer and scripture study, as well as one's connection with God, the quality of that connection. Illicit drug use, very similar to alcohol use, 80-90% less likely to use drugs. Again, religious people have an alternative coping behavior that works. Physical health. The body keeps the score. You know, some of these changes we've been talking about, they show that from teenage years on, one's attitudes and behaviors have a cumulative effect on the physical body. And really, they show that, you know, coronary arteries begin to narrow in people's early 20s based on their behaviors. And so religious involvement does the same thing. It has a cumulative effect on the physical body because of the changes in attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors. And studies show, and you can, you know, spend that $200 and get yourself a copy of the handbook. And, you know, there's a chapter on every one of these showing that religious involvement is related to less heart disease, lower blood pressure, lower rates of stroke, less cognitive decline with aging. They experience less physical disability with aging, better cognitive function with aging. I know you've heard of the nurses' study of cognitive function where you know, the MRI scans show they've got plaques and tau bodies and everything. They have no symptoms. They can't figure really out why is it that these nuns, these sisters, have all these brain changes and they don't have the symptoms. And there's quite a lot of research showing that I wish I could show it to you, just don't have time, that cognitive dysfunction and physical disability with aging, with normal aging, is slowed with religious involvement. Better immune functioning, less systemic inflammation, that IL-6 and those pro-inflammatory cytokines are lower among those who are more religiously involved. Better endocrine functions, lower stress hormones, cortisol levels are lower, epinephrine, norepinephrine. Those levels of those stress hormones, those are what are shrinking the brain based on those scans you saw earlier. Lower levels of death rates from cancer. Do you know we all inherit a cancer suppressor gene? Everybody has one. So if a cancer comes up, we've got a gene that is active in getting rid of that cancer gene. Religious people have more active cancer suppressor genes because it's related, religious involvement is related to lower inflammation, inflammation is related to lower levels of activity of the cancer suppressor gene. So through inflammation, that's how religion affects activity of that cancer suppressor gene. There's a whole series of studies, including studies coming out of Harvard, showing that death rates from cancer are significantly lower among those attending religious services, independent of dozens of other predictors. Greater longevity. Religious people, on average, if you're white, live on average 7 years longer if they're attending religious services weekly or more. And remember, only 15% of that effect is due to social support. If you're African Americans, it's 14 years longer. That means the average African American in the United States will live to an age of 66 if they do not attend religious services. If they're attending weekly or more, it's an average age of 80 on average in the United States. Okay. So religious involvement is related. Now we're on to number 3 here. It's related to greater meaning and purpose in life. Greater meaning and purpose. We know how important that is, right? If you're in the military. And if you get out of the military, you know, you got to have meaning and purpose too in order to survive out there. Almost every study shows that religious people have more meaning and purpose. That doesn't mean that people who are not religious don't have meaning and purpose. It just means that those who are more religious have more of it. This is looking at virtue and character, dimension number 4. More likely to be forgiving, more likely to be altruistic, more likely to volunteer, more likely to be grateful, less likely to be involved in delinquency and crime. Again, that's not surprising, but, you know, it's documented. Social support. Religious people have more social contacts, and they're more likely to persist in providing support than are secular sources of social support. Because, you know, it's the social exchange that causes, you know, people to support one another. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. But when you're not scratching my back anymore, you know, I'm gonna not scratch your back because you're not scratching my back. But religious people have an extra motivation. Their belief tells them to love your neighbor as yourself, whether they're nice to you or not, even if they're your enemy, is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so they have an extra motivation to provide support. Family and marital stability, that's part of the social support. Close to 90% of studies show that marital satisfaction is greater. Less spousal abuse. There's more likely to have two parents in the home. This is critical to have two parents in the home. You don't have two parents, you have one parent desperately trying to support, 3 or 4 kids. I mean, the research is clear that it just doesn't work very well that way. This is another study out of Harvard, 14-year follow-up of 66,000 initially married women. So married women, all nurses, they were just followed for 14 years. They looked at the risk of divorce or separation. It's 40 to 50% lower among those attending weekly or more than weekly. And then the final dimension is financial and material stability. So if a young person is raised in a religious home, they're going to do better in school. If they're religious themselves, this has been shown repeatedly. We did a review for 10 years between 2010 and 2000. We found 11 studies. Every single study, 100%, found that religious students had higher grade point averages, were more likely to graduate from high school, more likely to go to college. And so that's going to reflect in terms of their financial stability later on. Because they'll get better job if you got a college education. Not always, but sometimes. And on the job satisfaction is greater among those who are more religious. But based on a series of studies, that's in the recent edition of the handbook, chapter 32. So in conclusion, religious and spiritual involvement may initially increase risk of moral injury due to the lower threshold for moral transgressions, due to the fact that many religious people have high expectations of themselves. Because religious traditions have developed ways of dealing with such transgressions, adherents may ultimately be better off and protected from the long-term effects of moral injury. In the Catholic tradition, people go to confession. Priest sits in there and he says, what'd you do wrong? And then you confess everything. And he says, go out and do something good. And then you start feeling better after that. I mean, it works. Spiritual readiness is related to every aspect of human flourishing. Every aspect. Happiness, life satisfaction, better mental health, better physical health, more meaning and purpose, better social connections, and greater financial stability, despite the fact that religion is much more common among the poor. Because, of course, as Karl Marx said, it's the opiate of the masses, right? Of the poor. Okay, spiritual readiness acting through human flourishing protects active duty and former service members from experiencing moral injury over the long term. Okay, I'm just about out of time here. So for the resources, we have a newsletter. Go to our website, sign up for it. I summarize the latest research every month and all sorts of information there. Here's our website. A lot of free stuff there you can download, including interventions, religiously, spiritually interventions for people with depression and anxiety based on randomized controlled trials that we've done. In Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. So we have them across all 5 traditions, across 3 different forms of Islam as well. Okay, and if any of you are interested in learning more, other than what I can say in 20 minutes, come and listen to, 8 hours of, talking about human flourishing and pathways to it, and 8 interventions to achieve it on June the 7th. And then we have our 5-day research workshop at Duke every year. We're in our, 21st year this year. 5 days, Durham, North Carolina. Learn everything you can possibly know about the connections between religion and health. Learn how to do research. And we have very little research in the military. Very, very little active duty. We have quite a bit of research among veterans, but not much in active duty. So 5 days we have people from Yale University. We have theologians come talk. We have chaplains, military VA chaplains. And the NIH actually has someone who comes down and spends the whole week with us and advises people on how to write grants to get funding from National Institutes of Health. Okay, I think that's about it. I don't think I have time for questions, right? Or time? Yes, she's saying, yes. Any questions? Controversial questions, come on. I know you've got some. I know you're not just sucking all this in, accepting it without question. Yes?
If individuals have enough faith in an organization, do you think that would mirror spirituality with religion?
Oh, that's a good question. I think having faith in an organization, and it's an organization that operates like a religious organization and emphasizes, loving your neighbor and loving something beyond yourself and not cheating and not smoking and not drinking. And you could apply all of those. Yes, it would have the same effect. It's just that there's no social organization known to mankind that accomplishes all of that. Because humans are just self-centered. We have powerful emotions we have trouble controlling. The pleasures of life, the animal nature that we're all, Richard Dawkins, the atheist, world-renowned atheist, said, we have a gene, the selfish gene. And everything virtually we do is self-centered. We actually can't help it. Everything, even altruism, is self-centered. He describes a fish that protects these little fish as an example of this. So there's a bunch of little fish, and there's this big fish that keeps all the predators away. And occasionally, that big fish will eat one of those little fish. But he does it so infrequently that they don't notice it. But it's still very self-centered. Anyway, next.
Hi, I have a question that I've been thinking about. So much about spirituality and religion is about abstinence. So if you think of the 10 Commandments, I think 7 out of 10 are about what you can't do. You can't do this, you can't do that. And as we're talking about flourishing, it seems I have a hard time grappling with how not doing things leads to spiritual growth or flourishing.
Okay, that's a great question, because what I forgot, remember towards the beginning of this talk, I had that diagram. Do you remember that diagram that had human flourishing there, and it had religion and non-religious and spiritual readiness? I said there was something in the middle, that human flourishing was a natural consequence of something else that was in the middle, that this religion, non-religious source of spiritual readiness, they were acting through. Do you know what that is? It's called holiness. Holiness. In other words, abiding by all of the do-nots that the scriptures of virtually all religious traditions say you are not to do. And in my opinion, why are there so many do-nots? And how does that lead to human flourishing? Because God loves us, and He has established laws that if you transgress those laws, they're going to hurt you. If you don't forgive people, you're going to carry a burden of unforgiveness. If you're not humble, you're going to develop pride, and pride leads to fall, and nobody likes a proud person. Other things, love your neighbor, be kind to other people, be grateful, show appreciation. These are the pathways to holiness, and it just so happens that human flourishing results on its own. It's just natural. When you're forgiving, when you're kind, when you're loving, when you love God and you feel God loves you, when you're not proud, when you're appreciative of everything that happens in your life, to other people and express it, when you have strong morals and good character, you're going to be happier. You're going to have less mental health problems. You're going to be physically healthier. You're going to have more meaning and purpose in life. You're going to have certainly more social connections. And you just might have a little more financial stability. And if you don't, you'll be happier with whatever you got. So that's my answer. Who's next? Okay. Thank you very much.
What Dr. Koenig was just speaking about is also in the New York Times article that we just cited, when your moral compass is compromised, and goes to the heart of what we're discussing overall today on moral injury. Our next speaker, Dr. Sophia Mehta, has worked within the system, both at the Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs. Her unique perspective has allowed her to hone in possible determinants regarding post-traumatic stress, brain injury, and pain. Dr. Mehta is here today representing both the Harvard Medical School and home base to share her research on warriors healing. Please welcome Dr. Sophia Mehta.
Hi, it's great to be here, and can you hear me? Great, it's wonderful to be here and to have, this won't stay up. Awesome, thank you. So it's quite humbling to be in Sanders Theater and to think of the history of Charles Sanders. So he was a Harvard alumni, and he left a significant bequest to build this memorial hall that is in honor of Harvard alumni who fought for the Union in the Civil War. So it's very humbling, and I'm grateful to be here and to follow in such wonderful footsteps, including Lieutenant General Smith, Secretary Santiago, Captain Bonvie, and I'm really grateful to be able to talk about warriors healing and spirituality and combat PTSD. So I want to start by talking about some events that happened during the First World War. I'm referring, of course, to the first recorded World War, the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE. This is the first large-scale recorded battle between Egypt with Ramesses the Great and the Hittites, Muwatalli II in modern-era Syria. The Battle of Kadesh is sometimes called the First World War, as it featured one of the largest chariot battles in history. It's one of the earliest recorded military engagements detailed primarily from the Egyptian standpoint. There's a lot on this, and they have translated it as well. There is some from the Hittites as well. This is from a period when pharaohs were seen as divine rulers. They embodied gods such as Amun-Ra and ruling by divine right. Battle was framed as a sacred duty, and Ramses II was depicted as a warrior who was blessed by the gods. If you think about this, this is 3,300 years ago. So this is a very old concept of the intersection between spirituality and combat. Spirituality reinforced the soldier's courage and resilience in war. And there are parallels to modern combat, the divine within warfare and moral injury. Ramses the Great also named his 4 primary military divisions after major Egyptian gods: Amun, Ra, Ptah, and Sutek. These divine names were not just symbolic, but meant to invoke divine favor and deep connection. One of the history's largest chariot battles, involving thousands upon thousands of charioteers between both Egypt and the Hittites. Egyptian sources claim victory, but they were the ones that wrote it down. It was more likely a draw based on what we know these days. Their rule, however, was justified through divine right, and military conquests were framed as sacred missions. War inscriptions and temple reliefs depict Ramses II single-handedly defeating the enemy, reinforcing his divine warrior status. And if you look how much larger he is from the rest of those in battle. This concept of leaders being divinely sanctioned in warfare is echoed throughout history and modern combat narratives. Turning to Peter Paul Rubens, we have Achilles slaying Hector. And if you notice, there are putti and also divine elements within the picture. The Trojan War happened between 12th and 11th century BC. There's a part of myth and history that's involved. We do know that some of it actually truly happened, but we know that there's an invocation of Greek gods, including Athena, Zeus, and the fight for Troy. And you notice Achilles' rage and grief and moral injury can parallel some of modern moral injury and combat PTSD. The Iliad, which comes from several centuries later in 8th century BC, is an epic of war, fate, and the gods. Moral injury and PTSD is a theme. You notice that Achilles was haunted by grief, by vengeance, and the gods' will. His struggle mirrors what can be seen in today's service members and veterans who are suffering from PTSD. General Hammond talked about the legacy of Harvard and revolutionary change. If you fast forward to the Revolutionary War, John Trumbull served in the American Revolutionary War, and he was an officer of the Continental Army, and later became the painter of the Revolution. He served as an aide-in-camp to General George Washington, and here we see his depiction of General Joseph Warren's death on June 17th, 1775. General Warren was a physician, a patriot leader, and a major general in the Massachusetts militia during the Revolutionary War. And he was educated at Harvard College, class of 1759. Sorry, this is pretty emotional. Just like thinking about being here and talking about this here with you is really just awesome. General Warren was a physician, and he chose to fight as a private soldier despite his rank. And what we see here is his succumbing to the injuries from the British troops. What we see portrayed here highlights the theme of sacrifice, heroism, and the human cost of war. If you turn to the Warren family medical legacy, his brother, Dr. John Warren, was a surgeon in the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War, and he founded Harvard Medical School in 1782. His brother, Dr. John Warren, his son, General Warren's nephew, Dr. John Collins Warren, was the co-founder of Massachusetts General Hospital in 1811. Of note, just several weeks after this battle, General Washington established the Chaplain Corps, and it was just a mere weeks after this event on Bunkers Hill. On July 29th, 1775, His quotes at the time about chaplaincy in the Corps: "We need chaplains. Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports." We turn to a fateful Christmas night, December 25th, 1776. Washington's daring Christmas night crossing was a surprise attack on Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. Washington used the strategic use of this holiday for tactical advantage. This turning point in the success of the attack provided morale boosting to the Continental Army. Emanuel Lezi's iconic painting symbolizes the resilience in its iconic form, although they were probably a lot colder than what this portrays. So on this fateful night, General Washington led approximately 2,500 Continental Army troops across the icy Delaware River. This bold maneuver aimed to surprise the Hessian mercenaries stationed in Trenton, who were allied with British forces. This surprise attack resulted in a significant victory and revitalized the morale, providing a pivotal moment within the revolutionary call to action and to freedom. Fast forward to current modern day, thinking of what has happened in America since 9/11 and the war at home base, what we're trying to accomplish through addressing all of these invisible and visible wounds is a result of this war on terror. I was actually in New York on 9/11. I saw it happen in real time. And speaking to some things that I've witnessed and how it's impacted me, it's good to be here and to be a part of this discussion. Shortly after arriving at home base, I actually met a lieutenant commander with MARSOC, and he was a chaplain, and we discussed the preservation of force and family, the focus on spiritual fitness through comprehensive operational stress control models. This model looks at different levels of spiritual fitness to include being fit, resilient, mentally prepared, stressed, with beginning signs of stress impacting health and readiness, to depleted and strained. Challenges in traditional PTSD treatments have led to an increased acceptance of spiritual healing techniques, but these are not new. If you think of what I've just talked about throughout the millennia, this is foundational. Spirituality can be thought of as describing the way that individuals express meaning and purpose, connectedness to self, others, nature, and the sacred. It's often useful to think of, there's a psychedelic framework called CERT, which is spirituality, existentialism, religion, and theology. So if you think of spirituality, that might be your own personal inward beliefs, whereas religiosity or religion oftentimes means a connection with others and actually attending religious services. There is some evidence that there is a difference between those who practice spirituality and those that attend services regularly, like Dr. Koenig said. Last year, after discussion with this MARSOC chaplain, this sparked an exploration in me on spirituality and combat PTSD. Home base, as you've heard, has integrated resiliency training, yoga, mindfulness, and acupuncture. With this, I decided to lead a scoping review looking at the interconnectivity between warriors' healing and the spirituality that they have, and the impact of all of this on combat PTSD. This is the first time that I'm actually presenting this data, so I'm very happy to be presenting some of the preliminary findings of this review that's in process. So I'm systematically looking at the quantitative data, like Dr. Koenig, that examines this interconnectivity between spirituality, PTSD and healing, exploring faith, moral injury, post-traumatic growth, and mental health outcomes, while also looking at the social determinants of health and adverse childhood experiences, and recognizing how these broader life experiences impact PTSD recovery, both positive and negative, because we do know that some people have their own challenges related to their spiritual or religious beliefs from childhood. So how do we prompt growth in those who might be suffering from things that happened to them as a child? And so really figuring out, well, what is this bidirectional impact, and how can we promote change within this? So turning to the preliminary findings, we found 59 studies from 2004 to 2024 that met the inclusion criteria. There were 2 studies based on what Captain Bonvie was saying, of unmanned aerial vehicles or drones and the impact on their own moral injury and the development of PTSD and spirituality within that through the Air Force. 73% were cross-sectional studies, which suggest a predominance of observational research. 10% were cohort studies, and 8.5% were randomized controlled interventions. I will note that 1/4 of all of these 59 studies were authored or co-authored by Dr. Koenig. The research primarily focused on US veterans with a limited global representation from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Canada, Croatia, Iran, Mexico, and Sri Lanka. The key takeaway is that while evidence supports spirituality's role in PTSD recovery, more interventional studies are needed to assess the clinical applications and treatment efficacy. So turning to the commonly used measures that we found the combat exposure scale, moral injury symptom scale, which was mentioned by Dr. Wortham, scales for PTSD, spirituality, and post-traumatic growth. The combat exposure scale was the most commonly used measure in the review, appearing in 13.5% of the studies. This is primarily used for assessing military trauma by measuring the intensity and frequency of combat-related stressors, and it's particularly useful for understanding direct exposures to violence, which is critical in examining the immediate impact of combat on mental health. Turning to moral injury, I really would love to thank Dr. Wortham for her work with the DSM and getting moral injury as a Z code. It's a first and vital step on evaluating moral injury and potential interventions for specifically moral injury and not PTSD. Because what we do see, people who come through our programs have significant improvement and they're much better, but they still have some symptoms. Is it possible that addressing morally injurious events in their lives could actually lead to improvements in how they're doing? This is a key measure for moral injury, is the moral injury symptom scale, which is featured in only 10% of the studies, but that being said, there's more work to be done. It's particularly effective in capturing the emotional and psychological distress that service members experience when they perceive they have violated their own moral or ethic beliefs, often in combat situations. Turning to PTSD and the spirituality, the PCL and all of its versions were accounted for 64.5% of all PTSD assessments. The PCL-5 was the predominant measure in almost 1/3 of studies, followed by the other PTSD checklist versions. Spirituality-related scales included brief RCOPE and the Belief into Action scale, again, authored by Dr. Koenig, and also the Duke University Religion Index, again, developed by Dr. Koenig. These are both used to measure active religious commitment and a widely used tool in assessing religious involvement as well. One of the most interesting studies that I found, and is really a call to action, is looking at post-traumatic growth, like Dr. Bonavie said, and PTSD symptom severity. If you look, this is an inverted U curve, and this study by Kang and colleagues that came out this past year looks at the symptoms of severe PTSD are associated with less post-traumatic growth. And then also when people get better, there's less post-traumatic growth. So moderate PTSD severity correlates with the highest levels of post-traumatic growth. So if you look and think of how people come into treatment when they're hurt or when they are injured, when they come into home base, oftentimes their PTSD scales are off the chart. But when they leave, they're much more mild. So really the intervention point I'm going to suggest needs to be within our intensive clinical program while they're going through this rapid change of 70 hours of mass therapy to get better. This association suggests an ideal opportunity for an intervention when PTSD symptoms are elevated but not extreme. So what we really need to look at is how do we design interventions targeting spirituality and moral injury during the intensive clinical program, capitalizing on the potential for significant post-traumatic growth while they're in our program. It isn't just about treating mental illness. Positive psychiatry is a relatively new concept in the past 10 years that focuses not on mental illness. So if you think about what we've been talking about, for most of the morning, we've been talking about exposures rather than diagnoses. Some people latch on to symptoms or diagnoses rather than the thought that they could potentially get better. And hope is a really important thing to capture and grab onto. Healing is not just about overcoming trauma. It's about building resilience, wisdom, and well-being. Positive psychiatry shines a light on the strengths within every patient and provider, I would argue, and guiding them to flourishing. Our next mission really is to join together to look at different interventions, whether that's mindful self-compassion or other spiritual interventions, and that we need to measure ACEs. We need to look at moral injury, and we need to look at post-traumatic growth and integrate this within our programs. Together, through this collaboration with leaders in spirituality, moral injury, and flourishing, as well as medicine and mental health, we're continuing to shape the future where healing is holistic, inclusive, and enduring. Thank you. We have time for questions.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. My question is about, I'm studying HBOT therapy, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, and a lot of the people I read say that PTSD, TBI is just brain injury and brain tissue damage. When can we know when to include spirituality as part of healing versus a more clinical modality?
That's a great question. Well, I wouldn't necessarily think of them as mutually exclusive, but I think that really the discussion needs to be what are people's interests as well too. So there are many different pillars, whether that's within SOCOM, with the different types of fitness. Spiritual fitness is just one of them. I think that neuromodulation as well as other interventions, whether that's acupuncture, yoga, healing, are all open for potential interventions with anyone. And it really is based on also asking, because if we don't ask about it, how can we know what someone is thinking or what their challenges are? So really it requires having a discussion with each individual person and to tailor a specific intervention to that person in a personalized way. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
We know that this is Harvard and asking questions can be hard, so please, again, write down any questions that you have on the little Post-it notes, and we're now going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and all of our speakers are going to be on site, so if you didn't want to ask a question in the group setting, please feel free to ask the speakers during the lunch session. We'll meet back here at 13:30 for those in the military, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're now entering the afternoon session of the Next Mission Summit here at Harvard University, sponsored by Harvard's Human Flourishing Program and the Heroes Wellness Collective and Operation Recovery Initiative. Again, today's summit is the largest gathering of veterans and healthcare providers at Harvard. It took us over 400 years to get here, but thanks to our host, Dr. Wortham and Operation Recovery, we, with all of your support, made it happen. We have a full schedule this afternoon, so we're going to keep it moving. And as a reminder, we have this evening's exclusive screening of the not yet released film Sheepdog that we hope you'll stick around for. Again, due to the nature of these discussions, if you need to get up, we do have recharging rooms just outside for reflection. Again, please silence your phones as we begin. To our viewers online, thank you for joining us. Remember to send us comments, questions, and thoughts via social media using the hashtag Next Mission Summit. Our next speaker, Colonel Fred Dumar, is a distinguished veteran of Army Special Forces. During his career, he deployed to Panama, Venezuela, Nigeria, Zambia, Iraq, and Afghanistan, among other global hotspots. In 2003, Colonel Dumar participated in the liberation of Kurdish northern Iraq. Today, he advocates on behalf of veterans across the country, including serving on the board of the Special Forces Charitable Trust, and was an integral part of Operation Dunkirk during the Afghanistan evacuation of 2021. Colonel Dumar.
They saved amateur hour for after lunch, so I'm the first non-general, non-doctor to get to address you guys today. But I am a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, and one of the things that really became apparent to me after a tour in Iraq and spending about 4.5 years of my life in Afghanistan was the need to redefine how we led each other. And it's really important in the veteran community because we have a pretty antiquated version of leadership. And if you mention the word love in many circles of leadership, you'll probably get an adverse reaction. It's because we misunderstand the word, right? If you look up love in a dictionary, you're going to get something that has to do with affection, right? So whenever I would mention it in leadership circles, I get this notion of that I'm going to coddle someone. And I can assure you, I think I rank discipline as one of the first measures of love. So I was not always a nice person, but I was a person that led with love, and I began to see it more and more as I transitioned out as a way to illuminate the path for others. Because we had people that were struggling, and we had a hard time accepting the diagnosis that we were given. We had a hard time accepting the medications that we were being given. So maybe do I have a slide advancer up here somewhere I can advance it? All right, so my story, where does it begin? On a path of healing. So the gentleman on the end of the string with me, his name is Ivan, and you may recognize that venue if you're a local. It's the Boston Marathon. So Ivan, I met in 2007 after he'd been blown off a roof in Iraq. He'd had his right eye blown out. The shrapnel went back behind his left eye, cut his optic nerve. It had deflated his lung, cut his vertebral artery. He was bleeding out through his neck. So his physical wounds were significant. And so I come up on the scene and I'm like, wow, I can really help this guy. I'm an ultramarathoner and there's nothing wrong with me. Until I attached myself to the end of the string. Because the compassion from him was healing me. And so I started to think, you know what? Maybe these invisible wounds that we have, this weight that we are carrying, it's worse than these physical wounds. And I won't compare the two. Ivan and I have run 42 marathons together. We've climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. We've run with the bulls. We've run across the Sahara Desert together. We spent a lot of time pontificating, right? And on these things. And the thing that's grown the most in me over that period of time is how much, not only that we need each other, right, the cliche, the interconnectedness that we need to heal veteran to veteran, that we need to be out there together doing it, but that how many people observing that are healed, right? Because compassion isn't just me to him, him to me. It's all the people that see that. And, it just, I don't know why, I had trouble getting there, but I did. And the more I sit in rooms like this when we talk about veterans' mental health, I went through that same system. And if you're a veteran, you probably have went through similar thing. Somebody wants to tell you that you have PTSD, and I'm like, what? I mean, the stuff like we're loud noises and I want to go hide? No, I do not have that. What do I have? I hear a loud noise, I want to run and find out what it is. And if it's a threat to me or somebody I love, I'm going to neutralize the threat. And trust me, my brain, I've already considered 18 variables of how I can neutralize that threat before you've even thought of it. It's like, what do I have a problem with? Going to sleep. What do I have a problem with? Wanting to kill people that probably don't need to be killing because they're maybe bad, but maybe not that bad. You know, that's what I have a problem with. It's like, I was in from 1986 to 2016. So 30 years of my life split neatly by 9/11. 15 years before, 15 years after. I was like, I have a combat mind. You want to help me get rid of my combat mind? I don't have post-traumatic stress, right? I can't sleep. I want to go, right? High order, nuclear on threats, but I don't need Lexapro. I am not depressed. I don't need gabapentin. Oh, by the way, we had an interesting discussion. Any vet that's been in here that's even went anywhere near a PTSD diagnosis from the VA has probably been pushed gabapentin. Don't take it, it's terrible. And when you tell the VA it makes you a raging lunatic, they will say that, you know, irritability is not listed as one of the side effects of this medicine. But it absolutely is from everybody that's taken it. So, but yeah, the VA has the standard list of medicines that they will push at you. And most, if not all, are unhelpful. In some ways, the opposite of helpful. And so how do we get this combat mind, and what is another way that we mess up the notion of love, right? And I would submit to you, and there have been several people who've talked about spirituality, including Dr. Koenig, who I very much enjoyed. Whether you are a Christian or not, in America, our culture is heavily influenced by the symbol on that slide, right? And in our mind, even if we do not believe in Jesus Christ, God, that symbol is a symbol of perfect love making a perfect sacrifice. So that's built into our culture. It's like, you're thinking to yourself, so what? Well, if you're a guy like me, other folks have been talking about us, right? The special forces guy, SOF personnel. That's how we're wired. To start with, you can't run farther than I can. I'll run 100 miles to prove that you can't. You can't carry more than I can. I'll carry 150 pounds on my back to prove that you can't. You can't run faster, you can't run farther, you can't do more. Because I will sacrifice more. I will be more miserable. I'll go farther, faster, harder. Study more. Jump out of more planes. Hit my head on the ground more often. Dive under the water. What do you want me to do? Stupid human tricks? I got them. But therein lies the barrier to healing. Because what have I never admitted to myself? Because it's the opposite. How do you get through all that shit? It's not muscle power. It's the knowledge that you can do it. Right? It's the brain. How do you run 100 miles? I don't know, tree to tree, step at a time. It's never admitting that you can't. And now all of a sudden, somebody tells you have PTSD. Excuse me, are you saying I'm mentally weak? Are you telling me the same person that did all of these things is now mentally weak? Is that what you're trying to convince me? Right? You would have better chance of convincing me to cut off my foot right now than to do that. So don't tell me that. And so we have a culture that idealizes the perfect sacrifice. And we built a culture of people willing to do exactly that. You want to talk about moral injury? Do I have moral injury from anything I did in combat? I can assure you I do not. You know where my moral injury comes from? Watching an investment of a decade and a half in Afghanistan, friendships, brotherhoods developed and let to twist in the wind. You want to know where my moral injury comes? From abandonment. Abandonment of my friends. So I don't think many people that are looking at the issue have a fundamental understanding of what they're actually talking about or who they are treating. Because I've been out for almost a decade. I don't care what anybody thinks about me at this point. You go to somebody that's still wearing a uniform, I can guarantee you they care. Their ego is still attached. Even if they don't care about being promoted, even if they don't care about benefits or any of that, they still have this belief in their own ability to never fail. And until we can create an environment of compassion and bring them into it, and as much as I hate this word, safe space, I hate it, create a safe space to bring them in and allow them to heal in a non-damaged way. I am not damaged. I have a combat mind. I will always have a combat mind. I have tried many things to get rid of my combat mind. It persists. I had a friend of the Heroes Wellness Collective. I won't name him, in case he doesn't want. But he told me one time, and this goes back to the ACEs story earlier. A normal person that experiences trauma, that doesn't have early childhood trauma is like moss on the lake. It comes into their life and it floats away. He said, but somebody with childhood trauma, they have a weed planted in the lake and the moss just collects on it. So to the ACEs score, when you have that weed planted in the middle of the lake and the moss is collecting, it requires much more intervention to get rid of it. Which brings me to somebody who will follow. I do not know the basis of his talk, but he said he's going to talk about research into psychedelics. And I think that's another place where we've, again, I preface my comments by, I'm not a general nor a doctor, just a dude. And as just a dude, I will tell you that we are missing the boat on helping our veterans with plant medicines. There are many plant medicines out there. I've seen many people helped. People recovered from tremendously hopeless situations, get their brains reset, gain neuroplasticity, and become more in touch with their spirituality and go on to lead great lives after every other intervention failed. So, anecdotally, I'm a believer. Okay, so lessons from healing. So these are pictures of my friend Ivan and I doing the Marathon des Sables, which is, for those of you that would be interested in a Sufferfest, it's 6 days in the Sahara Desert where you carry everything that you're going to eat, sleep, or wear for your 6 days. You do get water and a wool blanket every night to make a tent out of. So during this 5 days across the desert, Ivan and I really had a lot of time to think about some of the lessons learned. And this came after, like I said, a decade and a half of running together. And we started talking about the things that we knew, or we thought we knew. Turns out when you're walking across the sand dune, you have a lot of time to talk about these things. That the wounds that are the most damaging, or can be the most damaging, hide in plain sight. Right? So you can see all these veterans, but you can't really tell which one is still carrying the weight. It's not obvious. It's not like he's carrying around, an 80-pound block. He or she is carrying around an 80-pound block. So creating that place where you illuminate their path with love and you connect to them and you allow them to put the weight down, that's when you can help them heal. Telling them they're depressed, telling them they need medication, relating to them in a way that attacks who they are is unhelpful. And one of the other things, after many, many miles, and somebody else will speak much more eloquently on this than I am, when Mike Sullivan gets up here and talks about Team Red, White, and Blue, is that physical activity, specifically physical activity with your former members of your military organization, people that understand you, is tremendously helpful. And we ignore that, or yeah, okay, great. That's one of those touchy-feely things, but let's get to medications or other verified treatments. We negate some of these things that are extremely helpful to our peril. Because I know in my case, the things that have been the most helpful to me, like connecting with my brother, feeling his compassion for me being able to give him compassion, us exercising together, us addressing, allowing space for other people to enter and use love as a healing modality has been incredibly powerful, incredibly powerful. And for me and for other people that I've met along the way. So while I do not discount any of the treatments that are being studied or advocated for, I think we are ignoring, although we've heard a lot of talk about, or we've heard some talk today about spirituality, which I think is one of the things where we're on the right track. Your connection to each other and to the universe, God, whatever you want to, your spirituality is extremely, extremely important. And those are just lessons from some guy. But I know over my travels with Ivan, through the streets of Pamplona, being chased by bulls, up Mount Kilimanjaro with NFL players, where earlier you heard someone talk about concussion events of NFL players. Had that very same discussion in a gigantic tent on the side of Mount Kilimanjaro with several NFL players. And one of the things that they said that brought me right back to connectedness was, we love this, being in this tent with you guys. So it's just veterans and NFL players, because you miss getting everything ready and planning and getting us all ready to hike for the day. And we miss sitting in this tent like a locker room with you guys. So it's like this beautiful synergy of veterans and former NFL players that just has a wonderful effect. And just for General Hammond, I got that picture in there of when we did heads together with home base. So one of the times we ran marathons, we ran Boston on Monday with home base, and we flew to London, and that Saturday, 5 days later, we ran the London Marathon for Prince Harry's charity, Heads Together. So we were out there trying. And The last photo I'll talk about on that slide, just to give you the impact of another program I thought was hugely beneficial. And our friend Zabiullah from the Afghan commandos was there to witness some of these. So I'm sure Zabiullah could tell you some of the other interesting things that went on. But the Defense Department had a program for a while they called Proper Exit. And they would send wounded service members back to Afghanistan to leave, upright. And so the best story I have is, so Ivan, as you can see in front of me, was blind. He's back he's in Afghanistan. And I wanted to let him and one other service member who had lost both of his legs and his left arm in an IED attack, so he could see and he had a right arm. So I put the kid with the right arm in the side of the side-by-side that had a machine gun, told him he could fire the machine gun, and put Ivan, who had his arms and legs and could drive, couldn't see, behind the driver's, in the driver's seat, and told him, okay, I want you guys to go down range and start shooting targets. So away they went, and the people who had escorted him said, wow, we heard you SF guys were different, but we just didn't know how different. I'm like, why? There's one guy that can see. What can go wrong here? Anyway, so I know that I've taken more time than I probably had, and to keep this on track, I'll leave you with this message. If I could ask anything of you, any call to action I might leave you with is create spaces of love. Actually care about people. Lead with it. Start with it. It will change the entire discussion that we're having on mental health in our veteran population. Peace.
Thank you, Colonel Doomer. This next topic has been much discussed and debated in the public sphere over the last few years: the use of psychedelics in the treatment of post-traumatic stress. Dr. Franklin King is the Director of Training and Education at Mass General's Center for Neuroscience of Psychedelics, and also holds a faculty position here at Harvard Medical School. His clinical and research focus is on the application of psychedelics for the treatment of depression and anxiety. Dr. King.
I mean, Fred, you basically said it. We don't need psychedelics. If we're talking about, the conversation is moving to talking about love, we don't actually need to talk about psychedelics, because it really is sort of a proxy for that. So I'm going to tell you about psychedelics and PTSD in 15 minutes. Everything you need to know. I'm just kidding. But some broad strokes overview. I'm sure most, if not every single person here is well aware of the current of psychedelic research that's happening. So that's what I do. I also work in the psychiatric emergency room, which is where I'm going to go right after this. No disrespect. I have to leave, unfortunately, and miss the rest of the conference. But that's my day job, and the rest of what I do is studying the effects of psychedelics. So I run a clinical trial with psilocybin. We're about to start a study with MDMA. I'm also involved in ketamine research. So when we're talking about psychedelics, different people will define them differently. There's not a universal definition of what a psychedelic is. But psychedelics, first and foremost, elicit a profound change in consciousness, generally more profound than something like alcohol. There's this concept of ego dissolution, which applies more to the classic psychedelics, which I'll talk about in a moment, than MDMA, which is what was researched for PTSD. There's also this feeling of increased connectedness, and often that is experienced as love, either direct love for other human beings or just feeling that one is existing as love or feeling the love in the universe. All of these very deep, profound experiences tend to arise. And last, and I put this last on purpose, is this enriched sensory or phenomenal experience, meaning that the sensorium is heightened. People see things, people tend to see colors much more richly, sometimes actual hallucinations. But this is often not necessarily the therapeutic aspect of psychedelics. It's sort of a sideshow, and I think people often get distracted thinking of psychedelics calling them hallucinogens, showing people kind of responding to stimuli that aren't there, and that's really not an accurate picture of psychedelics. So I think it gets overemphasized because it is the most visible aspect of psychedelics, but these deeper things are more related to the therapeutic effects. And we're interested in them because it would appear that single doses or only a handful of doses or sessions can lead to these durable changes over time, in contrast to drugs that people have to take every day, some of which were mentioned, like gabapentin. So I apologize, it looks like these got a little bit crunched, but there's two main classes of psychedelics. So one of the tryptamines, those are psilocybin, that's what's found in mushrooms, 5-MeO-DMT, which occurs naturally in a certain toad venom, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is in ayahuasca, and then LSD, which is just cut off at the bottom there, but should be there. You're looking at a picture of the LSD molecule. And the tryptamines are related to serotonin more directly than the other class, which are the phenethylamines. Phenethylamines include things like mescaline and MDMA, and there's hundreds of other phenethylamines, and we haven't even begun to study these things. So MDMA is really the only drug in this class, even though there's hundreds, if not thousands, of psychedelic phenethylamines out there that have yet to be studied. So these are the two major classes. What's interesting about researching psychedelics, or just what's interesting about psychedelics as drugs, is that generally when you're doing drug research, you're concerned about physical side effects, medical side effects, things like that. And for most people, not all, but for most people, psychedelics are very safe, even in overdose. All right, and so what you're actually worried about, this slide really got messed up there. Sorry about that. What you're really worried about here with psychedelics is not the medical aspects, but the psychological aspects, okay? And so a lot of things can come up for people that are experienced in their head, but can be quite damaging if not supported correctly. So things like anxiety, panic attacks, dysphoria, paranoia, people can become psychotic. And these can occur across a variety of different modalities. And what we do in the model of psychedelic therapy is we support the individual. This is not a scenario where we're reaching for antipsychotics or Ativan. We work with the person to try to help them make sense of what's going on, or to simply accept it and be curious and be open to what's happening, regardless of whether it's good or bad. So these are not things that we encourage people to go into expecting something great. The best way to go into psychedelics, so we think, is just to be open about whatever may come up, whether it's good or challenging. And in the end, these will lead to insights, so the theory goes. There are some people who probably shouldn't take these, people with bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, primary relatives who have these things. This may increase the risk of something called hallucinogen persisting perceptual disorder, which we saw a lot of back in the 1960s. It's just the clinical term for flashbacks, otherwise called HPPD. So psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. This is essentially the model that's used in most studies. Sometimes it's called psychedelics with psychological support. It's the same thing. You have two people on either side of the patient. They have some kind of mental health degree, so there's a lot of pharma companies that are doing research. They claim it's not therapy, but they have to be licensed mental health practitioners who are doing this. So I don't know what you call it if you're a therapist sitting in a room with a patient talking for 8 hours on psilocybin, if it's not therapy. Present at all times. And like I said, the idea is that you have a number of preparation sessions to help the person make sense of and to interpret their psychedelic experience with openness and curiosity. Following the psychedelic sessions, there are integration sessions where there's more of the same, a sort of meaning-making process. But this is non-directive. This is not where people are imposing, for example, a psychoanalytical framework on the patient's own experience. It's more, what do you think this meant to you? Why was this important to you? How can you build this insight into your life? And so I like to think of psychedelics not as drugs, really, but they're really more adjuncts to a therapeutic process or to something more akin to practice. They're probably, in the way that they're ultimately going to be seen to work, going to be a lot closer to something like a personal meditation practice or exercise. You were mentioning, how do you run 100 miles? We don't start with 100 miles. And I think people who have a lot of experience with psychedelics will say the same thing. You don't just go as deep as you possibly can the first time, as one example. We know that setting is absolutely critical. This makes it so hard to study the supposedly discrete effect of psychedelics, because when you're studying psychedelics, you're not studying the drug effect. You're studying the interaction of the person, what's going on inside their own mind during the entire psychedelic session, what's going on between them and the therapist in the room, what's going on with their interaction with the environment, with the paintings on the wall, all of these things. And so it's very difficult to isolate the drug effect, and yet, as I'll say in a moment, this is what we have to do as part of a clinical trial, and in my opinion is why, the main reason why MDMA has not yet been approved. So, how many people have heard about MDMA being researched for PTSD? There's probably 0 people not raising their hands. This was the first phase 3 clinical trial ever conducted with any psychedelic drug. Published in 2021. In 2023, we saw the second one. And this was using this psychedelic-assisted therapy model that I just described to treat people who had either severe or treatment-resistant PTSD. There was an earlier study that looked only at military veterans and first responders, but for the phase 3 clinical trials, they were looking at all populations who had severe or treatment-resistant PTSD. And this is the trial design. So this thing is not a chromosome here. This is just showing you the different sessions. And I depict this just to illustrate how labor-intensive this stuff actually is and how it's going to be very challenging to put this into a conventional medical clinic. So the orange bands here are the preparation sessions. Those usually last about an hour and a half. The crimson bands, here we are at Harvard, crimson, MDMA, are the MDMA sessions. Those lasted about 8 hours, sometimes longer, up to 10. And then the green bands are the 9 integration sessions. Again, 90 minutes to 2 hours. 2 therapists present for the entire time with all of those sessions. So this is a massive investment of labor up front, assuming that this treatment is actually as good as we think it is. So this is the results of the first phase 3 study. You can see that the blue are the folks, they didn't just get placebo. They got the MDMA-assisted therapy, but placebo-assisted therapy. So they got plenty of psychotherapy, and you can see they did have a little bit of a response. That's a reduction in their PTSD symptoms. The red line, of course, are the folks that got MDMA. And if you look closely, you can see that there's these little red knobs. The first 3 of those are the 3 MDMA sessions. So you can see the PTSD scores dropping pretty significantly. And these were folks who had some pretty severe PTSD. These are pretty impressive results. I'm not showing the second phase 3 clinical trial, but it found very similar results, that MDMA had a very clear separation from placebo with this particular psychotherapy model. These are the 2 studies that went before the FDA last summer. So this was kind of the beginning of the indication that things were not going as planned. This was not the formal rejection. This is the headline from a June Scientific Advisory Committee hearing. So whenever the FDA is going to consider the approval of a new drug, they appoint a committee of people to review the data who are not part of the FDA, and then that committee makes a recommendation whether to approve or reject the application. So this was not the FDA, but this occurred on June 4th of last year. And this panel following, did anybody watch the panel? Did anybody actually watch it? It was an open forum panel, and a lot of, to say dramatic would be a euphemism, but it was quite a circus of critics of these particular clinical trials who had various motivations, I think, in not wanting to see these trials succeed. And unfortunately, at the end of that day, this commission recommended against the approval of MDMA. So that was June 4th, 2024. June 6th, 2024, a Dutch panel that had been doing several months of research on MDMA recommended the exact opposite. They looked at the data and they said, actually, we think that MDMA should be descheduled, it should be decriminalized, and we think that it should be available for PTSD, and we want the Dutch government to start looking at naturalistic use of MDMA for PTSD as part of a study. So not actually setting up a clinical trial, but just observing people using MDMA with therapy for PTSD out in the wilderness, so to speak. Different countries. So in August, this was the final blow for this round, at least, where the FDA itself declined to approve MDMA for PTSD. And I think there was a great deal of disappointment for the field, understandably so. I don't think that this was the right call on the part of the FDA, and there were a lot of problematic issues in the way that they presumably were reasoning about their choice to reject this. But essentially, the battle is far from over, and so what's happening now is there's going to be another clinical trial, And there are a number of other clinical trials that are advancing, not necessarily looking at psychedelic agents for PTSD specifically, but for other conditions that we often see, particularly in military populations, things like anxiety and depression. So what went wrong here? Well, it depends on who you ask. I've alluded to my opinions on some of these issues, but really first and foremost is the bias of our particular regulatory structure. All right, so the Food and Drug Administration is set up by Congress to approve or not allow the use of, in medical scenarios, of drugs, biological products, and medical devices. So they are not set up to evaluate psychotherapy. They can't evaluate psychotherapy. And so what they were looking at in this whole drug application was MDMA, despite the fact that what the clinical trial was not MDMA, it was MDMA with therapy. And so there was a lot of confusion on the FDA's part as to how to actually evaluate, was the therapy effective? Was it confounding the results of the clinical study? And I think this shines a light on some contemporary issues in psychiatry more generally, which is that we're very focused on sort of externally visible effects of drugs rather than actually looking at the subjective experience. And so we're much more focused on the what rather than the how. And so anyone who has talked to someone who's been a part of this study, I've talked to a lot of folks who were part of these clinical trials, it's more than just the reduction in PTSD. It's not just the number that their clinician-administered PTSD rating scale went from 100 down to 30. It's more of the qualitative stuff, how that happened, how they actually felt, and how it made a benefit on their lives that I think is lost in the spreadsheets on just the pure data. Right, so back to what I was saying with the role of psychedelic-assisted therapy. Psychedelic-assisted therapy takes for granted that psychedelics are context amplifiers. There's no such thing as what happens to someone if you just give them a psychedelic. If you give somebody a psychedelic with no therapy versus you give them a psychedelic with therapy, if the room is really nice and warm versus a really sterile room with fluorescent lights and drop ceilings like most hospital clinics, these things actually are not just nice things to have. These make or break whether it's a therapeutic experience or a catastrophic experience. And we don't have a way to actually study this from the standpoint of a randomized controlled trial, which seeks to isolate the effects of a drug and essentially presumes underneath it all that no matter what's going on in your life, with your job, with your family, that the effect of a drug is going to be the same. And this is so very far from the case, of course, in anything involving psychiatric suffering, but especially in psychedelics. So I think this is a real challenge that the field is facing. So what needs to change? What the first line says there is that we need, in my opinion, more interdisciplinary input. Right? So that Dutch commission that I mentioned had a number of physicians from all sorts of different fields, including emergency medicine. They actually see people coming in with the bad stuff from psychedelics. They had lawyers, they had public health administrators. This was a much more interdisciplinary team than the FDA's advisory committee, which was composed of, I think, 14 or 13 psychiatric researchers and one statistician. No psychotherapists. Nobody on the committee even did psychotherapy. So I think we need to sort of bring in different voices. And another call that the Dutch are leading with is the idea of doing naturalistic studies and actually figuring out a way, how can we bring in data that is not coming out of strict randomized controlled trials, right? And maybe even asking consumers and users, people who are actually going out there and doing this, right? We just write this off as anecdotal information. And on the one hand, we do need to recognize that there is a hierarchy of the quality of evidence. And at the same time, as has been alluded to, there are people going out into the field all over the world and engaging with the therapeutic use of psychedelics. And that is not meaningless data. And I think we need to figure out a way to bring that into the way that we understand how psychedelics are ultimately going to play out in the clinic, even if that's not going to be the sole proprietor of these therapies. I mention this just because the Senate just passed the HALT Fentanyl Act yesterday. Regardless of what one's opinions on the drug war are, there's a provision in this that would make the research far less costly and more easy with Schedule I drugs. And I can say as someone doing this research, studying a Schedule I agent is insanely time-consuming and cumbersome, and there are so many different federal agencies that you have to deal with. It makes the research very difficult, which biases the playing field in favor of these big pharmaceutical companies rather than the academic medical centers for doing, I think, pragmatic and innovative forms of trials to study this stuff. And I think on the one hand, I'm certainly very disappointed, like many, that the FDA did not approve MDMA. On the other hand, I don't want to leave the audience with the sense that I think psychedelics are risk-free. I think the psychological risks are substantial. They may be not particularly common, particularly in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing, but they really can leave people with some pretty deep negative experiences, and people can really get opened up and unraveled with these things. So I don't know that we're ready as a society to embrace psychedelic treatments, and this may give us a little bit more time to get a better sense of some of the risks and how this is actually going to play out. Unfortunately, it also means that people are going to continue to suffer and not be able to get treatments, at least here in the United States. So for those that are curious about sort of the more meta, high-level stuff, my group wrote a piece that was published in Nature Mental Health last October, criticizing the FDA decision, articulating some of the vision that we think things need to change in order to take a better look at psychedelics. And then for stuff that's happening totally outside the world of medicine, there are groups that are going down to Mexico and groups that are going to South America. This is a program that aired not too long ago of a number of veterans going down and getting, I think, ibogaine and psilocybin and 5-MeO-DMT. And there's some really powerful stuff in there. And they're not all people that are totally positive on psychedelics. I think it's important to have a multi-dimensional view here. Lastly, this was a study not looking at PTSD specifically. This was a study looking at veterans with traumatic brain injuries using ibogaine, but they did see benefits in depression as well as PTSD scores. Tiny study, but hopefully we'll see more evidence from this group as well. And I'll wrap up. Thanks so much for your time.
Our next speaker, Dr. John Sheeran, has dedicated his life to well-being. As the former director of the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, he oversaw the largest public mental health system in the United States with an annual budget of $3 billion. Dr. Sheeran also spent more than a decade at the VA, to include serving as the chief of mental health for the Miami VA in Florida. He is currently a volunteer clinical professor at UCLA and USC. Dr. John Sheeran.
Hey everybody, real honor to be here. And I'll try to keep it quick because we're a little behind. And reflecting upon the comments of the dude, he kind of said it all, certainly with respect to my message. I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a neurobiologist. I did all my research at the Longwood Medical Area. And after all that experience with treatment, studying the brain, it really is about interpersonal relations, support, kinship, that I think at the end of the day makes the biggest difference and really needs to serve as the platform for everything that we do. When we talk about moral injury, we talk about a disconnection syndrome. So when I think about that string, and I think about the well-being of the military community, I reflect upon something I say a lot, which is that none of us is well until all of us are well. And then we have to weave those strings throughout our community, throughout our society, and in our policy. The first thing I'll say is that, to paraphrase George Washington, the willingness of our next generation to serve our country will depend upon how those who have gone before them are treated when they return. So at some level, what we're talking about really is a national security matter. And I would say that we as a nation need to figure out how we create platforms for individuals who return after serving, not just so they can live a life housed or employed, but that they can flourish. And it's all about those platforms that I really currently work and currently advocate. And I'll tell you about my understanding of really the first reintegration paradigm, which is following the Civil War. President Lincoln created what was called the National Home, which was about 15 large campuses across the nation for individuals who were not assimilating, who were not reintegrating back into the community as civilians. And we've really lost that commitment. There is a property in Los Angeles where I live, the West LA VA. I used to run mental health there. And there's a big, for those of you who might follow it, lawsuit against the VA and the federal government, levied by the ACLU and other public interest lawyers. I serve as the expert witness. We're demanding that in the epicenter of need in LA County, where there are thousands of homeless veterans, that property be reactivated, and that we think as a nation about how to replicate the original vision of our President Lincoln. No disrespect to the VA. I poured a lot of my civilian blood, sweat, and tears into the VA. But really, what I'll say is that we've taken a very treatment-focused approach, a siloed approach, and one that really doesn't incorporate most effectively the actual needs on the ground, not just of the veterans, but also of the providers. And we have well-meaning, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, decision makers about what are the solutions. And then at the end of the day, we try to figure out how to put that puzzle piece of our client ultimately into a larger puzzle, and it doesn't really work. And one of the things I'll say, again, as someone who's done a lot of treatment, provided a lot of treatment, overseen a lot of treatment, the social determinants of health and the spiritual aspects of life are absolutely fundamental as the primary platform. Things like treatment, things like good food, exercise, access to finances are critical tools. But ultimately, it's all about people, place, and purpose in life. We have to be connected to kin, whether it's our family of origin or our friends or a support network. Otherwise, we need places to live, to recreate, to relax. And we need purpose in life, which is a theme that I'm glad to say has come up so often. And there are new treatment paradigms being developed, adaptive disclosure, the psychedelics. And I thought that was an amazing talk that really framed a large part of our approach in the healthcare industry towards decreasing the disconnection that we experience and which leads to so much illness. And what I'd like to say also is that based on this image and what I've experienced, including in Congress, we have to let the grassroots drive the grass tops. And when we actually do that and we listen carefully about how we administer our funds and how we put out our resources, we'll be much more effective. These are old slides. These are from like 2010, when I was a relative youngster. I wasn't even bearded. But the idea here is not that the solution is Freud or any medical program. The point is that getting to care is extremely difficult. It's a maze. And I think we all know that. Anyone that's dealt with the bureaucracies of our lives will understand that getting access to resources, getting access to care can be unbelievably difficult. And ultimately, if we can leverage the veteran as a battle buddy based on that ethos which is developed during service, to help the brothers and sisters navigate that maze, get to the resources that are needed, kick down the doors, whether it's at the VA or at other community organizations. It's a whole new day. Which is why in my career, I've, not just in the veteran space, not just in the military community space, but more largely, more broadly, focused on peer support and peer support programming as a fundamental solution to the challenges that are faced by people who have all kinds of problems, including challenges, including mental illness, among others. Back in the day, there we go. Back in the day, I have testified to Congress about homelessness and suicide in the veteran population. And this is 2012 to 2013. And I told them that, in my opinion, and I still believe this today, the primary solution is looking at our veterans as navigators, as ombudsmen, as brothers and sisters to navigate these challenges for people and to keep them connected to their communities. I also participated in the development of the Clay Hunt Act, which many of you may know about, which really looked to compel the VA to create more peer programming, more vet-to-vet programming. I'll say that it's disappointing that not more has happened. I'll also tell you about programs that I've been working on and have worked on over the past decade. Bridge for Heroes, a small one. The Battle Buddy Bridge, which was national, working with a nonprofit. And most recently, the Veteran Peer Access Network in Los Angeles County, where I took $20 million out of the budget to buy housing and to pay veterans to be certified, trained, certified, and employed as assets for the department and for the community to do the type of navigation that I'm talking about. And I was speaking to someone earlier, I think his name was Zach. Zach, I don't know if you're here, but Zach came up to me and he's like, hey man, you were at LA County Department of Mental Health. I was like, yeah. And he said, you know this guy named Jim? And I was like, yeah, I do. Because he had just met Jim and they were talking about Battle Buddy programming. And Jim was a guy I met in 2008. And I developed with him the Bridge for Heroes program. It's the first of those Battle Buddy programs that I really worked on. Jim was a vet who was struggling with homelessness. His marriage had dissolved. He had fallen into addictions. Jim is now the director for the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs for Los Angeles County. And he's driving the Veteran Peer Access Network. And last week, Jim and I went to see a Vietnam vet who had developed Parkinson's disease, had terrible post-traumatic stress and other challenges that were invisible, and had broken his hip, and he had never connected with the VA. This was about 6 months ago. So we lobbied the VA all day long and veterans benefits for a guy that had been hiding from the system for that long. And it took 6 months to get him actually enrolled in the VA and to get his disability rating. And since that's happened, and since Jim and I have been connecting with him, his entire attitude has changed. He's now in a nursing home and he's looking to move more towards a less restrictive environment, but he's engaging with the nursing staff. He's engaging with other vets and he's been hiding from other vets for decades. At the end of the day, we talk about purpose a lot. I talk about purpose. I talk about purpose as treatment. And I've been trying to write a book about it, but I'm too busy doing other things. But we have to really, really think about that. What do we do when individuals are suffering and we allow them to become victimized and treated, as opposed to empowering them to be the heroes in their lives and for their community? The reason why I have a large wave here is that I, despite getting to be an older man, continue to surf as much as I possibly do. And my ultimate goal, if I had a purpose to be connected maximally, it would be to do what Laird Hamilton is doing here in this massive wave in Tahiti, which has got perfect shape. And I don't know if any of you saw this image when it came out, but when it came out, it completely blew my mind. And I think if we look at if we look at purpose as treatment, as a substitute for treatment, and we look at the veteran community, disciplined individuals who work in teams and are mission focused, and look to them to be the solution for the military community, and I would even say beyond, we'll be cooking with oil. And we won't have so many veterans who are suffering. The dude said, I've got PTSD, you're gonna diagnose me with mental weakness. Are you kidding me? We have to shift that narrative, folks. So my takeaway, or my call to action for everyone here, is to recognize that we have to move towards empowerment models, leveraging people with opportunities, not just services, in order to solve problems for those who, particularly those who have served. Thank you, this is me. If you're ever on the Marina Peninsula and you want to surf or just hang out, that's my email, and that's my phone number. Thanks very much.
I hope everyone in the audience sees the theme of today: engage, connect, lead, as we repeat it over and over through these wonderful presentations. It's a pleasure to welcome our next speakers from the William Joyner Institute here in Boston. Brendan O'Connor, a combat veteran of Afghanistan, is now the director of the Institute. His focus is facilitating discussion on the social consequences of war and service. Brendan is joined today by Nicole San Juan, also of the William Joyner Institute. A PhD student at UMass Boston, Nicole fuses the social and political sciences with veteran well-being, advancing the Institute's priority on suicide prevention. Nicole is also a veteran of the U.S. Air Force. Please welcome Brendan and Nicole.
So it is a great opportunity to be here today. I'm here amongst I'm here amongst friends, and I'm here amongst great minds who are all coming together for a very, very, very good reason. But it also happens to be St. Patrick's Day. And the great Gauls of Ireland are the race that the Lord made mad, for all their wars are happy and all their songs are sad. Now, if that's not a good theme for what we've been talking about today, I don't know what is. So that is by G.K. Chesterton, okay? So I'm Brendan O'Connor, Army veteran, and I have a rare opportunity to work with a fine team at UMass Boston's the William Joyner Institute for the Study of War and Social Consequences. We are across the river and share Columbia Point with the JFK Library and the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the Senate. Now, honestly, I don't think I need to describe the mission and point and purpose of the Joyner Institute. After all, it is in our title, The Social Consequences of War. But a little something of the Joyner's namesake and the Joyner's history is appropriate. William Joyner was an ordnance handler who spent his time in service loading and resupplying aircraft with Agent Orange for flights over Vietnam. Upon return to Boston, Bill Joyner became the Veterans Administrator, responsible for the flow of GI Bill monies to veterans returning to civil society and attending school. Sadly, Mr. Joyner passed in 1981 of the consequences of his war and his direct exposure to Agent Orange. So the Institute was founded in 1982, and since then has celebrated 40 plus years of community and creative responses to war, and established the Institute and the Institute's tradition of focusing on the intersections of writing, war, social justice, and peacemaking. The Institute was instrumental in the normalization of relations with the country and people of Vietnam. It was also a mouthpiece, really, a voice of the Vietnam veterans against the war. So I will say that the Joiner's historic archives and collections of books, art, poetry, and prose is truly astounding and most likely unique in this country or others. This institute, as all things must, adapted and grew to meet the modern needs of a new generation of service members, not conscriptees, to be added to the gears of war, but volunteers all, willingly joining in time of war and worthy of being considered. Another of America's great generations. Now, our revised tactic is to do things that may directly affect change as quickly as possible so that veterans can benefit from the research that tells of the best practices in universities and organizations trying to improve upon the quality, quantity, and the ease of delivery of services to the veterans and his family. While striving to employ such good ideas, the Joiner is monthly celebrating contributions of former service members who continue to perform admirably and devotedly within their communities after their time in uniform. But our most urgent and dear research is dedicated to the factors of the painful statistics of suicide. Nicole San Juan is the Joiner Institute's lead researcher, and she will speak upon this very subject. Please welcome the very soul of the Joiner Institute, Nicole San Juan.
Thank you, Brandon. So, I know this room is familiar with these statistics, so I'm not going to go into detail. But I do want to highlight these reports showing that the youngest veteran cohort, that 18 to 34, has experienced the highest rates with the sharpest increases since 2001. This was a motivator for this study, as well as recent literature suggesting that how veterans engage with their veteran identity is important because it can influence their engagement with veteran support systems. So our research questions for this project are: how do post-9/11 vets relate to their veteran identity? And what is the relationship between identity and engagement with veteran communities and resources? So, why identity? Simply put, when veterans' self-worth depends on what others think of their veteran identity, they're at a greater risk for poorer mental health and vice versa. In other words, having a strong, positive view of one's identity protects against risky behavior and is associated with seeking help from veteran services. So how are we doing this? Phase 1 began in 2023 with exploratory and cognitive interviews. We invited post-9/11 vets from all branches and all discharge statuses, using convenience sampling, email outreach, and targeted recruitment. A key contribution of our study is the oversampling of these at-risk populations. So recent reports show that more than a quarter of post-9/11 vets face mental health or substance use challenges. So our goal was representation of these and other often marginalized voices. So as of right now, 31% of our sample includes those currently or formerly incarcerated, experiencing homelessness, and or struggling with substance use and mental health challenges. So just a snapshot of our sample thus far. We have 3/4 male, a quarter identify as LGBTQ, a nice range in education levels, so a third have a master's degree, a third a bachelor's, and a third some or no college. All were formerly enlisted, most Army and Marines. And for occupations, we have about a third white collar, a quarter blue collar, 1/5 full-time students or parents and caregivers, and about a third unemployed as they're currently institutionalized or in transition housing. So I'm going to share preliminary insights from 25 semi-structured interviews, and we have to acknowledge, of course, this is a very Small sample size right now, so we have statistical limitations, but I wanted to pick out what I thought would be helpful for this audience. So, first, we found an overall positive association with military service and veteran identity. So when we asked, would you advise a close friend or family member to join the military, 19 out of 25 said yes, although 10 of them had qualified answers such as, it depends on the person or their life options, but yes, we would. Second, veterans are gravitating toward each other. So when asked, do you have veteran friends in your social network that you met after you served? And 75% said yes, they made new veteran friends. So social circles here on the left, you can see on average 65% of their social relationships are with other vets, with 9 stating that over 80% of their social circles are veteran friends. And finally, on the far right, you can see pride in service here. So this was explicit. 75% mentioned feeling pride in service or being proud of being a veteran. So overall, these darker green shades highlight the positive associations with veteran and military identity. At the same time, the interviews revealed strong ambivalence. So previous studies find that ambivalence is generated as veterans struggle to reconcile their pride in service with the moral complexities of war, or when they have to compete with societal expectations generated by media depictions or public discourse. On the left here, you can see some instances of cognitive dissonance. Some expressed pride in service while also disapproving of US military actions or that of their unit or of their peers. Many appreciated the recognition and the thanks, but felt wrongly thanked for actions that they were not proud of. One vet told us of arriving in an airport on R&R to the throngs of people cheering and waving flags, and when he was trying to express that he was going through one of the worst experiences of his life, his friends and family, they just kept praising him and thanking him. And another said, sure, it's nice to be thanked, but in times of combat, 90% of the time, you're not doing it for your country. So we also found themes of the unspoken hierarchy of deservingness. So we noticed that when we were asking questions about combat or injuries specifically, it triggered a visible discomfort in many of the vets who hadn't engaged in combat. So they would follow that by broader stories of trauma, loss, and sacrifice. Many saw nonprofits and service providers as prioritizing the combat vets, either explicitly or symbolically through their marketing, their messaging, through images of the physically wounded warrior, the hero type. And it left those who didn't feel that they fit that bill feeling overlooked or like they didn't belong with these organizations, and they would avoid them altogether. And this alienated a lot of those who trained for years and volunteered for deployments, but were simply not selected. It left them feeling lesser than. So others who were combat adjacent or had faced different traumas, such as harassment, MST, loss of unit members or friends, other job-related traumas like MPs and medics who had responded to disasters or domestic abuse, sexual assault, or scenes of suicide. They humbly wanted us and the public to know that these also have lasting effects. And 18 people expressed this. One exceptionally proud veteran said, since I'm not combat, I'm not good enough. And it's as if I didn't give every ounce that I had while I was in. Another key theme was the warrior hero archetype. And this is shaped by the media, political rhetoric, and public commemorations. While this fosters pride and belonging for some, it also creates unrealistic expectations and exacerbates moral injury, trauma, and marginalization for others. We asked, how are post-9/11 veterans being portrayed in the media, and does it influence how you feel about being a veteran? So on the left here, we have some instances of the burden caused by this hero ideal. So hardship is framed as a necessary sacrifice. And vets felt that persistence of the ideal hero type subjects them to public scrutiny based on those expectations, as well as self-judgment. So, do I measure up? And one vet said that returning from service without war stories made him feel like a failure. He was left struggling to dispel this every vet is a hero myth to the people around him because he didn't see himself as one. Interviewee number 24 suggested that we end this overcharacterization of vets and start looking at them as people, not as broken or as heroic, but just as people. Some felt betrayed growing up believing that the US military stood for good, only to lose that belief once they were in service. Number 12 said that going into the military was like meeting my hero, but you know how people say that you shouldn't meet your hero. It's disappointing. More betrayal emerges in the media when, quote, they portray veterans as almost pitiful, but they never address what or why they're suffering. Like this person was willing to suffer and sacrifice and have this be their outcome, and therefore it is noble. On the right here, we have a few more media misrepresentation and manipulation. Common themes among respondents on this topic were first the glorification of war. They understand cinema, but they noted that recent cinematic portrayals seem like they're more to drum up hype for the military, and of course they ignore reality. And they say political narratives use veterans as props, while the root causes of their suffering are ignored and the real systemic issues remain. So these challenges make service a lifelong burden rather than a completed duty for many. So that was just a taste. I hope some of it was useful for you. This summer we're going to be launching phase 2, and we're utilizing Lancaster's updated warrior identity model, which is adapted just for veterans, and expanding into a survey to test how veteran identity relates to post-service community, engagement with veteran services, clubs, and VA healthcare. So a few takeaways. Granularity matters. We need to think about the implications of these terms like combat. We need to have the courage to support veterans in exploring their deeper stories. And interdisciplinary insights can and should inform our research and treatment plans. And that's why collaboration like this is great. So forums like this help us bring researchers, practitioners, and policymakers together. So thank you to the organizers. You can reach Brendan and I at the joiner, and we just want to say thanks to our team, to all of you. Thank you.
We have time for questions.
Okay.
We do have time for questions. Not where I bought this bag. Okay, a shameless plug for the William Joy Institute. We have a Veterans Gala next on the 28th at UMass Boston. We'd love to see you there. Yes, sir.
Will you be looking at MST and how those identities also reflect with those of us that do have MST, like wanting people to be enjoying the service, how they view the service, all those same type of questions?
This phase was exploratory and cognitive to learn how the questions were testing, and were mainly based off of that warrior identity scale. So we do have one more round of interviews coming they're all incarcerated vets, but we take all of these narratives into consideration, And once we finish with the complete analysis, we'll see which questions are going to be added to the testing scale between the warrior identity and engagement with community resources. But not specifically on that, but it's absolutely a part of it, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan and Nicole. We know that there is a lot of information being given, great presentations. Just a note that we will have the entire summit online post today for people to go back and look at these presentations, and we'll also have the ability to get in touch with the different speakers. So if you do have follow-up questions, if not this minute, later on we can take care of that. Our next presenter is Dr. Kaylin Tanoff. Dr. Tanoff is Chief Medical Officer for Homebase. His career has focused on the intersection of psychology and neurology, sadly an overlooked medical field. As the Chief Medical Officer for Homebase, Dr. Tanoff and his team are focused on developing awareness of neuropsychiatric disorders. Dr. Tanoff.
Thank you very much for inviting Homebase and for inviting me to speak. And I can do this, okay, great. So I could have focused on different things. We developed many innovations in the treatment of veterans and novel treatments for PTSD. But for today's talk, I'm going to focus on a powerful but underutilized treatment or modality for post-traumatic stress disorder, which is hypnosis. And I'm going to demystify it a little bit for you. I'm going to explain what it does and what it can do for PTSD. Hopefully I will, within 15 minutes, I will do a broad overview and some techniques that could be really helpful. And hopefully I would incite you to be interested in those of you who are clinicians, whether you do CBT or other treatment modalities, to get to learn it and practice it. All right, so what is hypnosis, first of all? Hypnosis is one of the oldest mind-body treatments known to Western medicine. It was popularized in the 1800s. We know the word I'm mesmerized, meaning entranced, because Franz Mesmer had some specific ideas and used hypnosis. Then Jean-Martin Charcot in the 1860s in Paris, La Salpêtrière, used hypnosis to treat conversion disorder. So it's been around for a long time. It's been used for treatment of conversion reactions, for medicationless anesthesia in India, for wound healing, and others. What is clinical hypnosis? Because hypnosis has a double reputation. Stage hypnosis is very well known, so people ask, are you going to make me cluck like a chicken? So what is clinical hypnosis? Clinical hypnosis is a treatment between a clinician and a patient, so abides by all the principles that are subsumed by the medical specialty. It's practiced within a therapeutic relationship. I have to say here that there are quite a few mind-body methods. So meditation, mindfulness, EMDR, others all use some kind of variants of a state of trance. But here you have a dyadic relationship where the hypnotist and the patient work together and guide the patient to a hypnotic state of trance, which is a natural phenomenon. So I usually explain this to patients that they've already experienced trance multiple times, like when you drive a car and you're thinking of something, and all of a sudden you say, did I pass my exit or did I not? Meanwhile, someone was driving, someone didn't crash. So this is a natural state of trance. Here, trance is used because in trance people are actually more resourceful and can achieve things that they cannot achieve outside of trance. So In the state of trance, the hypnotherapist and the patient influence body processes that are not usually thought to be under voluntary control, to downregulate the patient's emotional reactivity, which is, I'll show you, is very important in PTSD, and to alter trauma-related maladaptive beliefs. That is if I can advance it. Let me see. Yeah. So, specifically, why hypnosis for PTSD? In PTSD, one of the most troubling aspects is that the patients have the feeling that things are happening outside of their will and awareness. Their bodies react in their own way. They have flashbacks, they have nightmares, they jump, and they don't feel in control, and they feel disempowered. Here, hypnosis has a lot to offer. So in hypnosis, there's a change to a calmer state from which the patient can actually more resourcefully approach PTSD symptoms. A typical induction includes going to a beautiful place in a gorgeous day, and involves physical relaxation. This allows the patient to decrease their body reactions that are on high drive. Second, the natural dissociation component of hypnosis. There's dissociation as someone enters into trance. There's the focusing of attention, usually inward, could be outward, but inward, and not paying so much attention to external happenings. So this can help separate the physiological reactions of the patient upon trauma reminders, the rapidly beating heart, the sweating, sometimes shaking, from the psychological associations upon trauma reminders, and allows the patient from a more calm body state to approach the trauma reminders. Patients, when they're calm, can absorb rational, non-reactive cognitive self-statements that influence their reactions. And therefore, all of these different aspects of hypnotic work can bring the patient to re-experience a sense of control, re-empowerment, and positive expectancies for the treatment outcome. Okay, so an example, I'm going to focus here more on the negative feelings and dissociation and moral injury, but an example of treating flashbacks, which is cluster B PTSD symptoms, flashbacks, nightmares, is the split screen technique. So, oops, I'm so sorry. Can someone help me restore it? Who's looking for the laser pointer? I promise not to touch it again. Okay. The split screen technique, which was described by Herbert and David Spiegel, father and son at Stanford, in which first the patient is asked to go into trance. Then imagine a screen, and the screen could be a TV screen, could be a movie screen, could be a blue sky, and project all of their experiences onto the screen, including their trauma experiences. Projecting these experiences outside of oneself, rather than experiencing them from like a first person, seeing them through your own eyes, feeling them within yourself, makes it a little bit less impactful. That's right. Also by using hypnotic sensory techniques. So once I've projected my memories and visualization onto a screen, I could change the distance from the screen, I could change the color to black and white, I could change the speed, and that influences the strength of the experience of these memories. Second, after the patient has gotten some ability to do that with the screen, they're asked to split the screen into left and right. And on the left-hand side, they're asked to project all the most troubling aspects of the trauma. Whereas on the right, they're asked to project the things that they've done. Since they're sitting in front of you, this means that they've survived. To have survived, they usually have done something to help themselves survive or help others survive. So on the right-hand side, they are asked to project the things that they've done that have helped them or others survive. So this begins a process in which the patient, instead of seeing themselves as a victim and the whole experience is a one bad event where they were totally powerless, they begin to see that they actually did some things that helped them survive. So moving to this cluster D, PTSD symptoms, that is the symptoms, the dissociation, negative beliefs about oneself and others, and negative feelings. The negative feelings that people commonly experience after trauma are fear, horror, anger, guilt, or shame. Negative emotions can be addressed directly by eliciting competing positive emotions, or could be addressed indirectly by changing negative self-beliefs and correcting them. So one example of addressing these negative feelings directly is the GLAD technique, or the grateful, learning, accepted or achieved and delighted, popularized by Altman. So while the patient is in trance, the therapist suggests, in this moment, you can experience being grateful, learning, accepted or achieved and delighted, and then suggest that the patient focus on the feeling of delight, vivifying it and deepening its experience. An example from a colleague and co-author of mine, Carolyn Deitch, is that a patient who had been violently raped experienced in trance a trip to Paris with her husband, revivified the sensory experience. Like she saw the red checkered tablecloth, the lace curtain, smelled the coffee, tasted the sweet pastry, etc., etc. And she was directed to maintain the positive affect state that was elicited in the imagery. Whether you use the screen technique, a screen projection technique, or other techniques, guiding the patient to face the reality of the trauma, because many times people deny parts of the trauma or forget parts of the trauma and cannot move forward. So guiding the patient to face the reality of the trauma while feeling safe, bear it, grieve their losses, and realize that they were able to do things to help them survive, allows them to give themselves credit that they did things to survive, and also to help them change their self-image from a victim to a survivor. Self-hypnosis is something we frequently teach patients, so we demonstrate and we guide people through trance, and then frequently we make a recording and send it to the patient and say, practice this daily or twice a day, because this is a skill that you learn and you could do it yourself. Hypnosis and trance is not something that we do to the patient. We're like a guide, so everyone has experienced trance of some kind. We guide the patient how to enter trance, how to exit trance, how to control affect during trance, and how to do work in trance. So teaching them how to control their affect, usually negative affect, patients get more of a sense of control over the present. And here again, we could teach them technique that they could change the images that they have regarding their self-worth. And hypnotically they can change them, but they could change the feeling. This could be felt experientially. It's not a cognitive experience. It's an experience that they participate in that's very powerful. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and one of its members, cognitive therapy, is a very much evidence-based therapy for PTSD, first-line therapy for PTSD. The cognitive therapy teaches the patient to identify automatic thoughts. They could be conscious, but many times they're not conscious. So they require some digging to identify. And then test them as treatable hypotheses. And then if they're exaggerated, for example, people frequently say harm is just around the corner, or the world is an unsafe place. The only place where I'm safe is at home. If I leave home, I'm likely to be assaulted or hit by a car or something else. So cognitive therapy treats these as testable hypotheses, and they usually use the possibility and probability. So I had a patient who was a police officer who was hit by a car while on duty, and he developed this belief that if he left home, he would likely be hit by another car. And so I asked, so what do you think is the percent probability that you'll be hit by a car? And he said, 50%. So I said, okay, so you've been out how many times in the past week? He said, 10. So you were hit 5 times by a car? And he said, no. So this is cognitive therapy. In hypnosis, anything that could be done while the person is alert and awake could be done in trance as well. So here, Milton Erickson, a legendary psychiatrist and hypnotherapist, believed that people have all the internal resources necessary to heal and make changes. Stephen Gilligan, following that tradition, guides the patient in trance and helps them identify a limiting truth or belief, then talk to the part of the injured self with comforting words, such as, I am whole and precious and untarnished. The therapist then guides the patient to connect to the part of self that is unwounded. For example, I'm unwounded and unwoundable. I'm whole and I'm unbroken. And then the patient is encouraged to focus on the feelings of ease and calm that these reassuring words and positive self-affirmations elicit. Over time, this reinforces a new sense of self. Excuse me. Moral injury, that's been addressed so far, but just to review. The psychiatrist Jonathan Shea coined the term moral injury for experiences where someone who holds legitimate authority has betrayed what is morally right in a high-stakes situation. Brett Litz, more recently, defined it as perpetrating, failing to prevent, bearing witness to, or learning about acts that transgress deeply held moral beliefs and expectations. Following that, these experiences lead to cognitive dissonance with internal attributions of blame to oneself, experience of shame, guilt, or anxiety, and withdrawal from others. And over time, these lead to isolation, suicidal thoughts, self-handicapping behaviors, and suicide. In terms of treatment, some of the treatments for cognitive therapy actually may not be appropriate or may not work here, because cognitive therapy identifies beliefs that are exaggerated. Like this belief, the only place that's safe for me is at home. But in some of these cases, the beliefs may not be exaggerated. They may be based in reality and the experiences, so trying to change them may not work. So what both emphasize here is a therapy which involves the community, listening non-judgmentally to the person, accepting, understanding the person, and the person feeling accepted, engaging in taking full responsibility for whatever they did, and then thinking about how their life now and in the future would be meaningful, what the actions going forward are going to be. In terms of hypnosis, here's some examples of guilt and shame and how to deal with them. So survivor guilt can be addressed in trance by having the patient meet with the injured or deceased person, say in trance what they wanted to say at the time but didn't, and listen to the response of the person. Because this is not just a cognitive exercise but an actual experience in trance, it brings relief much of the time, whereas talking about it and thinking about it did not. Shame can be addressed by the parts model, first suggested by Watkins and Watkins. In trance, the therapist elicits the patient's loving part, which reassures the shame part. And a variation of that is creating a group of people who the patient may know or may know about, who possess the experience, compassion, and helpfulness and love that they need. And they could be friends, relatives, historical figures, etc. In cases of complex PTSD, usually means trauma that has happened repeatedly, trauma that has happened in childhood, which is present in a good proportion of people who join the military who have had unsettling childhoods with lots of trauma. The ideal parent figure protocol developed by Dan Brown, who passed away a couple years ago, but was a very prominent Harvard psychologist in the Boston area. The patient is asked to imagine an ideal, not their real parent, because the real parent usually has had problems, ideal parent figure who possesses, knows exactly what to say and how to say it, and comfort the patient. So the therapist asked the patient to imagine this ideal parent in any sensory modality. They could hear him, see him, touch him or her, etc. And this quote is worth reading because I think it's very eloquent. Every patient will initially or eventually create personalized imagery of parent figures behaving in ways that promote secure attachment. When the attachment system present in every person, regardless of how deactivated it might be, meaning regardless of how badly a person was abused, is activated by the therapeutic frame and the ideal parental figure method, positive attachment imagery emerges spontaneously from the innate sense of what is needed for the development of healthy, secure attachment. So a little bit about combining hypnosis and our CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy approaches. So, as I said, CBT is known as the treatment of first choice. There's lots of evidence for it. There is evidence that hypnosis can enhance the power or the effectiveness of CBT. One meta-analysis showed that 70% or more patients who received cognitive behavioral hypnotherapy had greater improvement than those who received CBT alone. It's underutilized, but it could be powerful. The other thing is that after traumatic events, people spontaneously, as a way of defending themselves against the trauma of the situation, experience spontaneous dissociation, which could be protective initially. But there's also evidence that if that dissociation continues for a long time, that's predictive of the development of PTSD 6 to 12 months later. PTSD approaches the same with the same. It uses dissociation where people can access these memories and states, but teaches the patient how to regulate affect and how to control the dissociation. And it becomes not scary but manageable and a tool for treatment. Okay. As I said, the cognitive work that can be done when the patient is fully alert can be done also when the patient is in trance. And because the patient is taught how to regulate affect and feel safe. Ego defenses are relaxed compared to the alert state. Dissociative memory and subconscious beliefs can become accessible, processed, and reframed much faster than when the patient is alert. And one last thing here, the vivifying concepts is something very typical of the use of hypnosis. So a concept such as I can be overpowered, but I can bounce back, and overall I'm able to influence myself and people around me in a good way, could be vivified by an image or an experience of a willow tree that is bent by strong winds but bounces back once the winds subside. So this is very typical and really increases the impact of these cognitive self-affirmations. So conclusions in this very brief presentation. Hypnosis is a state-based treatment. So it changes states and uses that as a base for any intervention. It can move people with PTSD into a state of calm, downregulate their emotional reactivity, and we know that one of the models, psychophysiological models of PTSD is upregulated. The sympathetic nervous system is upregulated, and the parasympathetic nervous system is downregulated. There are many biological treatments, etc., to correct that. PTSD is one way to downregulate the physiological overactivity. There is evidence that supports the use of hypnosis in PTSD and to support the use of hypnosis in addition to CBT. And we encourage the use of hypnotic techniques by any practitioner who deals with PTSD. As an aside here, so these are some materials that if you'd like to check, you can. Just published a hypnotic techniques for PTSD article. I really wanted to publish it in a CBT journal because I thought this would be especially good for my CBT colleagues who do not practice PTSD. I submitted to 3 journals and I got the same response, which was, we appreciate your submission at an editorial. They did not submit it for peer review. They said, but we don't think that this would be of interest to our readers. So I said, okay, so I'm not gonna be hitting my head against the wall continuously. Submitted it, and it was published in the American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis. But with a little regret, because I thought this would really be meant for people who do CBT, not hypnosis. So I hope that I've interested you to know more, and I'm happy to take questions if there's time, and if there isn't time, you could contact me. But I hope I've elicited some interest in you towards hypnosis.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanoff. Our next speaker is Dr. Craig Bryan. Dr. Bryan, an Army veteran, has dedicated his post-career to helping fellow veterans. Dr. Bryan holds numerous positions at The Ohio State University, to include as the College of Medicine's Director of Trauma, a clinical psychologist focused on CBT therapies for post-traumatic stress. Dr. Bryan's work has resulted in the brief cognitive behavioral treatment therapy treatment, which is shown to reduce suicide attempts by 60% compared to traditional treatments. Dr. Bryan.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me out to share a little bit about the work that we've been doing focused on suicide prevention. I do want to clarify, I feel very compelled to do this. I serve in the Air Force, not the Army, so aim high, everyone. But I did get to hang out with the Army while I was deployed to Iraq in 2009. And I wanted to start here because this is actually, in many respects, the origins of a lot of our work that we do now, focused on developing, testing, and refining treatments to prevent suicide. And I don't have time to get into details now, but it was while I was deployed to Joint Base Balad at the Air Force Theater Hospital that I personally started questioning a lot of our assumptions about suicide prevention. And one of the things that many of us psychologists in the military were doing that was really kind of considered crazy at the time was to start treating trauma and suicide risk in very aggressive, intensive formats. And so today we've heard quite a bit, for instance, about like 2-week and 3-week massed therapy programs. But 15 to 20 years ago, while I was still active duty, this is where it was invented, was in a combat zone. Because you don't have the luxury of meeting with someone every Thursday at 3:00 p.m. for therapy for months at a time. Many of us downrange were told, you've got about 3 or 4 days, Captain, and you make a decision. And this person's either going home or they're going back to the fight. And so we started, psychologists and social workers, cramming therapies into very short windows, and we found that it worked. And so I think it's worthwhile that what now for many of us seems to be sort of a status quo mainstream approach to treating psychological conditions amongst military personnel and veterans was actually developed on the battlefield itself. And we're now sharing this technology, so to speak, even with civilians. Now, I'm going to focus on the treatments that are most effective for preventing suicidal behaviors. And one of the first things I want to talk about is the importance of distinguishing between suicidal thoughts and suicidal behaviors. And I think a recent meta-analysis that was just published within the past few months really does a very nice job of highlighting why we need to think about suicidal thinking and suicidal behaviors as different outcomes. And this is because different treatments have different effects on suicidal thoughts and suicidal behaviors. And so a couple of rules or overall trends from what we know now based on decades of published research is that, first off, the treatments that most of us are familiar with that were designed for mental health diagnoses like depression or anxiety disorders, things like that, although they might be effective for reducing suicidal thoughts and psychiatric illness, they do not necessarily prevent people from trying to kill themselves. And so what this means is that one of the things we've learned is that most of our traditional treatments are not actually well suited for preventing suicide, even though they might be reasonably effective for helping people with a variety of mental health conditions. A second key takeaway is that treatments that effectively reduce suicidal thinking do not necessarily prevent people from trying to kill themselves as well. And I recall now a kind of a moment, maybe from 10, 15 years ago now. I happened to have the luxury of being on a scientific review panel with Marsha Linehan, who's a very well-known suicide prevention researcher who did a lot of pioneering work amongst people diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. And I remember in true Marsha Linehan fashion, if you knew her, she was trite, she was pithy, she was sarcastic, she was irreverent. And during this panel, she said, well, I mean, the truth is, pretty much everything helps people feel better. Some treatments just save their lives. And it was this really, I think, standout way of summarizing the literature that there are only a handful of treatments that actually stop people from trying to kill themselves, at least that we know of thus far. And the leading candidate, what we know the most about, is cognitive behavioral therapies. But what we know now is that CBT by itself is not good enough. It needs to be CBT that is directly tailored for the transdiagnostic underlying mechanisms that give rise to suicide. And so this has been a big focus of my research for the past 15 or so years since separating from the military. And to date, brief cognitive behavioral therapy for suicide prevention, or BCBT for short, is the only psychological treatment that has ever been shown to reduce suicidal behaviors amongst military personnel. In a clinical trial that we conducted at Fort Carson with active duty soldiers now over a decade ago, what we found was that soldiers who received BCBT were 60% less likely to attempt suicide during the 2-year follow-up as compared to soldiers who received standard routine mental health care offered from the Defense Health Services. And we have since replicated these findings in civilian samples. A study conducted by our team within the past year shows that BCBT also reduces suicide attempts when it's delivered via telehealth, remotely to individuals. Our motivation for doing this study, of course, was COVID. And earlier this morning, someone asked a question about, like, do we use Zoom or virtual options for delivering care? And 5 or 6 years ago, almost all of us said, oh, hell no. But now it's fairly routine operation. And it used to be the rule was it's too dangerous to do virtual remote therapy with suicidal high-risk individuals. And so what did we typically do in that situation? We typically offered no therapy at all because that was seen as less liability inducing than providing evidence-based care remotely. Tides have changed quite a bit, and we now have scientific evidence showing that we actually can prevent suicidal behavior via video teleconferencing technology. We're also now working on adapting the BCBT model to be more flexible for a wide range of settings. Another very recent trial, just published within the past few months, took the BCBT protocol, which is typically 10 to 12 outpatient therapy sessions, so about 1 hour a week for 10 to 12 weeks on average. They said, well, that's not really practical in a psychiatric inpatient setting where most people are only on a unit for 72 hours to 96 hours. And so what Gretchen Diefenbach and colleagues did was they took a handful of procedures out of the BCBT protocol, 4 total, and said, what if we did this every single day while someone was on a psychiatric inpatient unit? And the dirty little secret about suicide prevention is that before this study was published within the past couple of months, there has not been a single research study ever showing that psychiatric inpatient hospitalization prevents suicide. On the contrary, we see increased risk for suicide following psychiatric discharge. And indeed, the highest risk time in someone's life is the week after they're discharged from an inpatient unit, where their risk is 300 times increased for dying by suicide as compared to prior to their hospitalization. And so what we saw in the Diefenbach study is that this adapted, streamlined BCBT protocol reduced suicide attempts by 60% post-discharge as compared to treatment as usual. One of the interesting things about this study is that the control condition, the treatment as usual, included procedures and interventions that are now considered quote-unquote best practice for suicide prevention, namely suicide risk assessment using standardized tools, as well as safety planning. And so we are outperforming what is currently considered best practice for suicide prevention. We've done research as well, I mentioned with this inpatient study where we've taken things out of the therapy and tested them in abbreviated formats. We've also looked at one single procedure from BCBT called crisis response planning that actually incidentally served as like the inspiration for safety planning interventions. And we've tested this in military personnel as well and found that this 30-minute to 60-minute conversation and structured intervention by itself will reduce suicide attempts by 76% as compared to standard crisis management procedures. We recently replicated this in a sample of military personnel and veterans who were suicidal and found that when we added this one thing from BCBT to trauma-focused therapy, we got faster reductions in suicidal ideation and again, a 50% reduction in suicide attempts. So the magic number now is about 50 to 60%. We just keep seeing this over and over and over again. in our studies. I could share with you a preview of research to come. We're now wrapping up another randomized clinical trial funded by the Department of Defense. And all of the veterans, all of the military personnel are now done with therapy, and we're just in follow-up assessment. And some of the preliminary findings that we're seeing is now, once again, 60% or more reduction in suicide attempts. And so we're now starting to move into a new phase of research where it's like, okay, we know this works. It's way better than everything we pit it against. And so can we make it work even better? Because 60% is great, but I'd like to get to 70% and then perhaps 80%. And so why might this be? Why is it that BCBT is doing so much better than other treatments, to include other interventions and treatments that involve these so-called best practices for suicide prevention? Well, I think it's related to a handful of things. As I mentioned at the start, the first thing we do in BCBT is we distinguish suicidal behaviors from suicidal thinking. This is, believe it or not, still kind of a revolutionary idea. Amongst suicide researchers, we tend to think of suicidal thoughts as like a low-risk form of suicidal behaviors, or as the sort of gateway by which people eventually arrive at suicide. But there's actually a whole host of research suggesting that thinking about suicide and trying to kill yourself, they have different correlates, they're associated with different processes, and they probably involve different drivers and different mechanisms, which is probably why they respond differently to different treatments, right? So likewise, we need to distinguish suicide from mental illness. Still, to this day, the predominant way that mental health professionals approach suicide risk reduction with their patients is to diagnose them with one or more mental health conditions from DSM and then treat the disorder. The idea being that suicide risk is a symptom of mental illness, and so if we treat the mental illness, suicide risk will resolve. That's actually not supported by a lot of research. Suicide is something different from diagnosis. And so it has independent risk factors, independent drivers. And so in BCBT, we sort of put diagnosis to the side and say it doesn't really matter what the constellation of symptoms are. We really need to go right at the things that are pushing you to want to kill yourself and do something about that. We're also learning that collaboration and route of delivery matters a lot. So I think this is most salient in some of the newer research looking at crisis response planning as compared to safety planning. As I mentioned, we're now consistently getting better results than what we see with safety planning. And I think it's related to route of delivery, where a common way that we approach suicide risk management with people is we give them a form, we say, fill this in and take care of yourself, come up with some coping skills for yourself. But what we're learning is that actually maybe is not the most effective way of helping people to develop customized, highly tailored plans that can sort of inhibit their forward motion towards suicide. And some of what we're finding now increasingly fascinating is that there's a lot to be said about things like therapeutic relationship, about the bond between a clinician and their patient, about the trust that can be built. And these sort of ideal outcomes like inducing empathy, feeling heard, feeling understood can actually be promoted with very simple strategies that require us to set aside what our compliance officers are telling us to do. And so putting the standardized checklist to the side and sitting with someone and saying, tell me your story about being suicidal. And tell me about the day that you tried to kill yourself. And using that information to now construct and develop a highly personalized, tailored treatment plan that is also routinized in a protocol format. And then finally, something that I'm increasingly interested in and have thought about is this importance of specialized care pathways. And I think of this because at The Ohio State University, we have a clinic, a suicide care clinic that's combined with our trauma care program, collectively known as STRIVE. And what we find is we get way better outcomes when we adopt a specialized care model. where we've moved away from the general outpatient, the general mental health care approach, and said we have specialists, which mirrors how we approach this in other medical disciplines, and say that suicide risk is different. It's not a general mental health issue. It actually is something that requires a high level of training and specialization. And so we have these highly specialized clinics now where patients are referred to us, they receive aggressive focused treatment using BCBT, and then they can be returned back to the general outpatient clinic or the referring provider for ongoing services. And so we do have, I'll make one final pitch and plug here. This is our area of expertise. Someone asked me earlier, how are we sort of differentiated or different from some of the other veteran-focused programs around the country? And I would say what we do best is suicide prevention. We take the veterans that the other programs deem too risky and too dangerous for care. And so if you are in any of those programs or any other setting and you're not sure what to do because you have a high-risk veteran, call us. We can enroll the veterans in our mini research studies, but we also have multiple healthcare providers, psychologists who are SIPAC credentialed, so we now can reach into 42 states via teletherapy, and more states are coming on board all the time. And so here is my personal email address on the right-hand side, and then our group's email address and contact information on the left. So thank you so much for inviting me out today and joining you today, and I'll conclude there. I think I'm at time. So thanks, everyone.
Keep going. We now are about to have a very special presentation. Today we have with us the CEO of the esteemed Chopra Foundation. Mr. Machaya is a globally recognized expert in the interface of mental health, well-being, and technology. We are so honored that he is with us here today to lead us in a 5-minute meditation, and then a discussion on well-being and technology. Sir, thank you so much.
First of all, it's an honor to be here. I want to thank Dr. Wortham for generously inviting me to be here. I think in September last year, Jennifer, we were here, sitting here with General Stan McChrystal, I think Captain Matt Provencher, and we were talking about leadership. So I had a bunch of things to talk about today, so I'm actually decided to rewrite everything. I was really inspired by Colonel Fred Dumar, who really spoke about love. So I think what I wanted to do is, I came to this country in 1992 as a student. Everything I am today is because of this great country. I grew up in India in a family of the Indian Armed Forces. They called us the Kodwa Warriors. We were actually supposed to be, every single person in my family has joined the Indian Armed Forces except me. So I've decided to spend the next chapter of my life in service of the armed forces and the veterans. And over the last 10 years as CEO of the Chopra Foundation, Dr. Chopra and myself, I really look at mental health and well-being. So before I really dive into the conversation, what I wanted to do is maybe spend about 5 minutes going through an experience, right? I think Maya Angelou said, people don't remember what you say, people don't remember what you do, people never forget the way you make them feel. So if you might humor me for the next 5 minutes, let's kind of go from outer space to inner space. So let's generally, where you just close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, your palms on your laps, and just observe your breath. Take a few deep breaths at your own pace, and just observe what I call your sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. A deep breath in, a breath out. And once again, just observe sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. Over the next 5 minutes, there's nothing to do, nothing to accomplish, just connecting deep within yourself. I can always Google and find out everybody's LinkedIn profile, but what we're going to do now is understand our soul profile. So as you're in this space, let's ask the 4 soul questions. And once again, when you ask these questions, just ask the questions and just observe like a movie in the field of your consciousness. The first question, who am I? Who am I? When you ask these questions, don't try to answer it. Just observe what comes up. Any sensation, any image, any feeling, any thought. Who am I? Who am I? The second question, what do I want? What do I want? We're all spiritual beings having a human existence. What do I want in this journey of ours? What do I want? Once again, not trying to force an answer or trying to change something. Just ask the question and see what comes out. What do I want? The third soul question, what is my purpose? What is my purpose? Why am I here on this journey? What is my purpose? Once again, observing any sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. What is my purpose? And the final question, what am I grateful for? Gratitude returns you to healing, wholeness. What am I grateful for? And as you just go into this state, I want us to go a little bit deeper. Now I want to ask, you can say silently to yourself, I am, first name, last name. I am Jennifer Wortham, or I am John Sharon. I am Fred Dumar. Once again, I am, first name, last name. Silently to yourself. And when you say I am, first name, last name, bring into your awareness right now everything that's happening in your life. The good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it is, whatever is going through you today. Just bring it into your awareness. I am, first name, last name. Now let go of the last name and just say, I am, first name. I am Jennifer, I am John. And now bring into your awareness your earliest memories of childhood. It could be running around the cornfields in Kansas or in Central Park, playing with your parents, your grandparents, whatever is your earliest memories of childhood. I am, first name. And just bring those memories into your awareness right now. Now let go of the first name and just repeat silently to yourself, I am, I am, I am. Or in Eastern wisdom tradition, there's a vibration called so-hum, which is your breath. I am. Now let go of the I am and just be in silence. And I will mind the time. Now from this space of stillness, let us set an intention. The intention is joyful, energetic body. Joyful, energetic body. Loving, compassionate heart. Loving, compassionate heart. Reflective and alert mind. Reflective and alert mind. And finally, lightness of being. Lightness of being. And from this space here at Sanders Theater, let's set an intention for a more peaceful, just, sustainable, healthier, and joyful world. And gently open your eyes. So this is, once again, thank you, Colonel Fred. I think we kind of set the tone, I think, and Jonathan talked about it too, Dr. Sharon, that love. I wasn't planning to talk about love, but I've maybe decided that I should talk about love. And maybe it's something action item. Today is a long day, so I want to maybe give you all a program. They say love without action is irrelevant, and action without love, it really doesn't matter. But love in action can change the world. And there are 4 attributes to love. The first, they call the 4 A's. The first A is attention, deep listening. And I think when you are running with your partner and comrade in arms and you're working together as a team, the first A comes into place. Your attention, you're attentive. And today what's happening in the world, we're all on our phones, there's no attention. You know, every person, at least statistically speaking, every person who has died by suicide, at least spoken to 4 people. We have not been attentive. We have no community. We have absolutely no intimacy. In my village in India, if I look like shit, they'll say, Punacha, what's wrong with you, man? Come, let's go have a drink. Today, days can go by and nobody ever knows what's happened to you. Hey, what's up? How are you? Great. But really, are you great? So let's look at attention, deep listening. Listening with every cell in your body. I think this is something which we have to cultivate. The first A, attention. Today, people are in a relationship. I was speaking to somebody at the National Guard over lunch today, and they said, you know what? There you go, sir. He was saying, you know what, we work, we basically have work 2 days a month, and then we go back home, and actually when I'm at work, it's great, but when I go back home, nobody knows what happens to me. Attention. When you go to a therapist, what happens? They say, talk about your marriage. You take a deep breath. They look at your breath. They look at your pupil dilation. They look at are you sweating? They look at your gait. They look at your movement. They do an analysis. Today, actually, you can use all of these, and your mobile phone today knows you better than anybody else. Scary, right? But it does. So maybe there's a way to use technology for good. We'll get into that, another conversation. I don't want to get into that. So attention, deep listening. The second A is appreciation. I feel being a dude who is beyond just even lesser because I'm not a veteran or served in the armed forces, or do I have any rank? I'm just a civilian who's trying to use his passion to democratize well-being. That I don't think we appreciate people and the sacrifices they have done. Today you press a button, you have a veteran in Syria, you press a button, the person's back in San Diego, and then people asking questions, why did you do what you do? And when your proportional of service is not in proportion to the recognition, there is burnout, right? So we have to understand that That is great to have comments and go on Facebook and or Instagram and say this, that, or whatever. But you never put your life on the line. So what gives you the right to say anything? So I think we need to understand appreciation, and we do not appreciate enough. So attention, appreciation. The third A is affection, love, kindness, tenderness, compassion. I think these are words which are, we say grown men don't cry or grown women don't cry, but I think we have to kind of understand affection. And the fourth A is acceptance, radical acceptance. And I think when we practice the 4 A's, it becomes an operating system. I think we will create intimacy. And I think if I look back and I say, what is the one thing message I would like to leave over here, what meditation does, and if I look at the 4 soul questions, who am I? What do I want? What is my purpose? What am I grateful for? I started my schooling in Kansas State University. And somebody in Kansas, we are born with love. Every child born is proof that God has not given up on humanity. What happened to that child? Colonel Fred talked about the combat mind. He wasn't born with it. He was crafted, chiseled, and became it. That is fine. Radical acceptance. I think we're very quick to add labels. I don't understand diagnosis. We need to understand people versus attaching a code which is there on make it easy to do a psych evaluation, right? So I really think we have to get back to what meditation and mindfulness and these practices does is get to connect with the deepest who you really are before you become socially conditioned. Once you say, I'm Punacha, Machaya, I'm an Indian, born in India, you're a male, you're screwed for the rest of your life because you're defending a very fictional identity. Who you are is much more than the labels you've worn. Who you are is more than who you served. You can look, all that is just labels, but you are much more than all of that. And I think for us getting into who am I, what do I want, what is my purpose, what am I grateful for, are the 4 soul questions I use as reflection. And so that's something which I wanted to maybe leave you all with. I work in technology and AI, and I was fascinated seeing that, especially working with young adults, if suicide is the second leading cause of death in this great country, what are we doing about it? And I learned a mnemonic which was used in the American Association of Suicidology. How many people know about this acronym called Is Path Warm? My accent is different. Is Path Warm? Anybody heard of this? It's a fantastic acronym. And now I'm actually looking at how do we create technology to connect people together. I'll kind of break it down. Is path warm? I is ideation. S is substance abuse. P is lack of purpose. A is anxiety. T is feeling trapped. H is lack of hope. W is withdrawn, anger, resentment, and mood change. Is path warm? Imagine this is what you would do if you were all hanging out like this every day. Ideation, John, what are you talking about? I heard you talk about this 5 times in the last week. What are you talking about? Substance abuse. You know what? I smell alcohol at 6 o'clock in the morning, buddy. I think we should just catch up. It's okay. So is purpose. Everybody talked about purpose today. It is so evident, but we are designing urban spaces. All the design, there's a design problem. We're not designed to be together. Seniors should be together with children. Veterans should be in the community. We should all be connecting and learning from each other. You know, the biggest buzzword today is longevity. People want to live longer. What's the point of living at 125 if you're really, first of all, not happy? Health span versus lifespan, right? So when I look at longevity and wisdom, I talk about the wisdom of age and the vitality of youth. We need stories. Everybody's motivated to lose weight. Everybody is motivated to be happy. Who is not motivated to make money? Everybody is motivated, right? Only reason people change is because of inspiration. We need inspiring stories. We need people to look up to. And that's part of the narrative. People don't really care, unless you're not inspired, nobody changes today. How many people say cigarette smoking is injurious to health? You put all the graphics you want on it. You can put anything you want. People say, you know what, by the time I'm 75, there's going to be CRISPR, it'll take care of my lung cancer, no big deal. There's cancer vaccine coming out soon. So we look at inspiration. So the last message I have for you all is, well-being is what I work on. So I think the doctor this morning spoke about inflammation is the #1 cause of disease. So when we look at veterans, and I look at just in general, when you're stressed and all of that, we say inflamed gut, inflamed brain, inflamed society, right? Your food system of schools, children are having bad food, you know what? Inflamed gut. Guess what? They're not able to sleep, they're not able to focus. Serotonin and dopamine productions in the gut-brain axis, the vagus nerve, the 10th cranial nerve, the gut and the brain are connected. Inflamed gut, inflamed brain, inflamed society. So here are the 11 principles to return the body to homeostasis. The body heals itself. The first one, the body is a process. Everything is changing. There's neuroplasticity. Everything, the body is not a noun, it's a verb. Everything changes every day. The second principle of well-being, deep rest. Third principle of well-being, nourishment. The fourth principle of well-being, nutritional supplements, adaptogens. How do you kind of augment the body? The fourth principle of well-being, movement. The fifth principle of well-being, eliminating toxicity, people, substance, and place. The seventh principle of well-being is looking at love and relationships. When we talked about love, so I'm going to use Colonel Fred again. What happens when people are in love? When people are dancing together? There's something called flow, right? You feel selfless, timeless, effortless, richness of experience. It's called the stir principle. It's in the hypnotic state. People just lose concept of time. Time is just, there's no concept of time. But there's something that happens biologically. There's limbic resonance, first phase. Second one, there's limbic regulation with the dog. Once again, our canine companions. Limbic resonance, limbic regulation. Then limbic revision. We learn to tango with each other. We move with each other. We anticipate each other. I lost the pillars of well-being. I think I was 9th pillar of well-being, or 9, it doesn't matter. It is creativity and flexibility. In Eastern wisdom philosophy, there's a saying which says, infinite flexibility is the key to immortality. Flexibility of the body and the mind. The 10th principle of well-being is aesthetics. Feeling young. There's chronological age, there's biological age, there's psychological age, and there's spiritual age. You can set your biostat. What do you want it to be? Chronologically, I'm 55. I could be biologically 65 or 45 is how I abuse my body. Then there's spiritual age, right? So there's depends what's your biostat. And the last pillar of well-being is connecting with the rhythms of nature. We are 80% water, there's lunar rhythms, solar rhythms, the things you hear about. If you're in San Diego, you walk on the beach, you feel grounded. So connecting with rhythms of the universe. When you practice these 11 pillars of well-being, the body returns to homeostasis and healing. And that is free medicine. Everybody can do it. And I think on that note, I want to thank you all for the opportunity. I'm going to be around this evening. I'm always got time. I was joking with Jennifer. Never say you're running out of time. Because if you say you're running out of time, your body thinks you're running out of time, your heart rate goes up, your platelet gets sticky, and eventually you do run out of time. So, infinite time. So thank you again. I'm grateful.
That was wonderful, thank you. I think everyone needed that. Our next speaker, Dr. Renee Lento, is a licensed clinical psychologist at home base, working with veterans with PTS and readjustment concerns. Her extensive research includes optimizing care for suicidal individuals, evaluating harm reduction treatments, and fostering treatment engagement with military populations. Her work has become the foundation for Home Base's program-wide strategic plan for suicide prevention. Please welcome Dr. Lento.
Hi, everyone. Lovely to be with you today. And I'm also a morning person, so we're just going to do our best at this point. I'll try to stay on track. So I was thinking about this talk, and I really love that picture of the maze before. I think Dr. Sharon saying that healthcare is a maze. So I thought I would talk to you from the clinician perspective of a little bit about what's going on in that maze and how the clinicians are thinking about things. All right, there we go. So with that, just a quick overview of what we think of the spectrum of care. So when we're sitting together with a case conceptualization, what that's looking like. And then also highlight some key areas where I think we could really make a practical difference. Like this is low-hanging fruit that could probably happen now or sooner. Well, probably now, we might go sooner than that. So a couple of acknowledgements. I want to recognize the MDH Center for Suicide Research and Prevention, who is doing some wonderful implementation science work, so really trying to bridge going from research to clinical practice, where there's often such a gap in things actually happening, and who provided funding for one slide that I'll show you today. But then also just acknowledge the perspective this is coming from. So I am primarily a clinician. I've worked in outpatient care for the majority of my professional career. And my other hat, in addition to suicide prevention, is in addiction work. So particularly with substance use disorders and more recently with behavioral addictions and building programs for home base that in many ways nest substance use care into PTSD or TBI care rather than having that as a siloed clinic. So you'll notice that I draw a lot of examples for that as I'm going to go through this. So this is a very simplified, rough representation of, like I said, what's going on when all the clinicians get together. We're looking at a case for someone who is, we think, maybe at risk for suicide, and how the logic often unfolds. Maybe not necessarily how it should always unfold, but what it tends to look like. So you'll notice in the spec, we got, on the horizontal, we have clinical care intensity. On the vertical, and there's already some question marks, we have severity. So a lot of times in traditional mental health care, there's this very almost overly simplified thinking that if someone's at lower risk to higher risk, and that there's a spectrum there. And then, the lower risk people, right, might get matched with a less restrictive treatment. So, less intensive treatment, that they can do something a little bit more accessible. Whereas as we move further along the intensity spectrum, right, we must have to match that in some way. We have to go more restrictive. We have to go more intense with the care if we're seeing a more severe presentation. And so I'm going to go through kind of ideally what this would look like, and then we'll talk about how even this logic is a bit fundamentally flawed. So at the most basic level, we have what technically you might not consider even a clinical intervention, which is the peer and community support. And other folks have really done a lovely job explaining this. I'm going to talk more about this later, but really a direction we're going in. But having folks who are actually living the day-to-day have the experience being the forerunners. And so the times where this gets nested into clinical care is sometimes, like home base, we have veteran outreach coordinators who are part of our day-to-day. Or there are models out in the community where there might be a clinician or a therapist who is supervising or consulting as needed. We go a step up. We're still technically not in mental health care yet. Now we're thinking about these brief interventions that sometimes get nested in other medical settings. So thinking about oncology, primary care integration. So we have maybe there's a social worker or psychologist or someone from behavioral health who gets called in. And we're thinking from a suicide specific lens, it might be that they're doing one of those brief interventions like the crisis response planning, safety planning, something like that, or really brief protocol, a couple of sessions. And so they might get a referral without having to leave that setting. You bump it up a notch, and the idea is people could step up or step down from these levels, is we think about what's more traditional mental health care. So that is going to be what you think about as that once weekly to once monthly individual therapy, group therapy, medication, maybe couples therapy. And as Dr. Bryan nicely pointed out and some other folks, right, this isn't always necessarily suicide focused though. As someone who went into grad school doing suicide-focused therapy, I think I assumed that was going to be more prevalent, and it's really hard to come by. You don't actually see a lot of those suicide-specific approaches coming up in general outpatient clinics. But nonetheless, there are some benefits to that we'll talk about. You go up another step and you have people refer to as the IOPs, PHPs, which really are more of the extension of the outpatient. Everyone's still going home at night, but you're primarily doing group therapy, and it's, might have some medication attached to it, or there might be individual therapy, but really it's a lot of group work and building skills. And so there isn't too much in this category or in the residential program, where now we're, again, going more restrictive. You're now in a setting where you're there overnight, you're living there, you probably have some freedoms, but you're generally in a more protected setting, kind of away from the day-to-day. You might see some DBT programs, but this is a thing that is very common, these two in black, that are very common in the substance use community. We don't see them very frequently in the suicide prevention community or really other mental health diagnoses. And then we get all the way to the top, which I think folks are very familiar with, which is inpatient hospitalization, where there may be suicide-specific care in there, but that's not often the norm. And so I said there were some fundamental flaws with that, and that's going back to that original suicide risk severity one, where there's this assumption, right, that people go from lower to higher risk, and that it's this kind of nice trajectory. When in reality, maybe if someone has chronic risk, think of a chronic versus acute, maybe that applies a little bit better, but when we think of acute right this moment risk, there has been a lot of studies here where they have folks check in every couple of hours with the intensity of their suicidal thinking. And there have been studies where they look at suicidal behaviors and how quickly it takes for someone to first have that initial thought that they're going to act and then act on the impulse. And it is not this gradually building line for many folks. It is a very rapidly fluctuating cycle. So at any given time, it can really be moving. Right? Someone within the course of a couple of days can feel very, very strongly that they want to die, and then hours later can feel quite differently. Even if they haven't resolved the ideation completely, just the intensity and the degree of that. So it's really not, this nice, okay, it's low, medium, high, and different degrees in between. It's where someone is at right now. Which brings us then to, what we tend to do. So when we think of inpatient hospitalization, that is really become synonymous in the clinical world of, if you hear the word, those word association things, like those games that you have to you say a word and what comes next. If you say high risk for suicide to a clinician, probably the first thing that pops into their head is hospitalization. And that's maybe not always the best model for that, right? So what ends up happening, the key strength with hospitalization from a clinician's perspective is often simply that it is often the most reliably accessible. Not necessarily convenient, right? We're not saying this is people's preferred route of care, but working in a national program, when you have people from different states, different insurances, different things going on, we can normally guess that there is a hospital, an emergency room. And so if we want to get them seen quickly, that is often the path of least resistance to getting some form of care right now. And so I think it's become overly, when we go into shortcomings, right, overused sometimes for that. I was listening to a talk a couple of weeks ago. They're talking about using AI in emergency departments. And one of the former heads of the psychiatric service in the ED said, there are times where we do feel like we could go with the less restrictive level of care for someone, but there's nowhere that can take them quickly. And so between giving them no care and doing an inpatient admission, that feels like the safer route. So sometimes it's purely a lack of options that is leading to use of an inpatient admission versus that it might actually be the best fit in terms of what the drivers are. Because when we think of what a good inpatient admission is, it often means that, you may have heard that term drivers, right? Like what is the thing that in that moment is actually driving the person to want to die so strongly? And so I've seen patients do wonderfully in inpatient admissions when those two things align, right? Maybe they needed quicker access to a medical intervention like ECT, or they wanted to do ketamine. An outpatient, that would take months to get into. Or maybe they needed a period away from things just to reorient, just a safe space to be for a couple of days to reorient. And maybe that inpatient unit did a wonderful job collaborating with their outside care team and their family and with the individual themselves. And in that case, it can be a really helpful experience. But a lot of times that's not what it's being used for, right? It's being used because someone said this person's at high risk, and that is what we were taught to do when the word high risk comes up. And then, which can then be problematic with unrealistic expectations, right? Because if you didn't have that right fit to begin with, then the individual or the family might say, they were in there for 72 hours to a couple of weeks. Why aren't they, changed on the other side? Why are things still not working right? And so in addition to maybe not being the right fit, we also have to think of, the change that's possible in a short period of time. And if given the right interventions, that can be massive. But if it's really just having a safe space to be for a couple of days, there might not have been that new learning, that new idea of when this emotional state comes up, or when this stressor arises, or when this thing, and I think other folks have made this point, it really doesn't necessarily be mental health driven, but when this comes up, how do I respond differently next time? And how do I practice that and build those new pathways? If that hasn't happened, then we're probably not going to see much change, because there has been an opportunity to learn a new way of doing things. And then I don't think this kind of goes without saying, but it's reactive versus proactive, right? It's not a very appealing model. When we think about, just even as consumers, the things we like to use or not use, we'll talk later about there's a lot of barriers to going in. And so people are often in a pretty, dire place if they are voluntarily admitting, or if someone has involuntarily admitted. So we're really missing a lot of the care spectrum by overusing this. So I'll talk more about this, but in the substance use world, we often talk about this notion of multiple pathways to recovery. That the idea is that it's not always one route to getting better. It can be multiple routes, it can be a combination of things, that there isn't necessarily a wrong path, but more of figuring out what's going to be right for each individual and really personalizing it. And that's not maybe always the message that we're getting here. And I'll talk more about this in a moment, because I am trying to be mindful of time here. So let's go back. So when we get to outpatient care, again, I think the main strength here is we mentioned that how does change happen? And you normally have more touch points. You have a chance to build that therapeutic relationship. There is that chance to try out those new strategies, to figure out what is it that's actually driving this behavior, and to do things differently. But in addition to it being very difficult to actually find when we're trying to refer someone, or when we're trying to do it even in-house, sometimes we run into these hesitations. And so this probably doesn't look new to folks. This is when I do trainings for the incoming class. I'll often show these slides, and I'll have them think for a minute. And I'm guessing that everyone in this room is familiar with a lot of these, right? Why I don't want to go see a mental health care professional, definitely don't want to go inpatient for this. Because people have what are actually pretty legitimate fears about folks over or underreacting to their circumstances. And then just going back to that too, and we don't always have a great pathway for addressing these fears. Because for some folks, this is a possibility. It's normally less so than they may think, but it's very clear that these things, they can see very clearly how these things could happen, but they often don't see very clearly, how would I build back from that if that were to happen to me? And so I think that is one opportunity that we have for anyone who is involved in those kind of roles, is thinking through a clearer system of how do we know when someone is safe to have, if their security clearance actually would be affected by this, and if so, when it's safe to give it back. And there really aren't great guidelines around that for us to share with patients and help them feel more secure. But then we think about, well, what are we actually saying when we're saying comprehensive clinical care in an outpatient setting? And every year I add more bullets to the slide, and I've thought of a few more since sitting here today and listening to all the great speakers. And you don't have to read all these. The point is that there's a lot of them. And so a lot of times folks are getting a 1-hour training, very brief trainings on things. Or maybe they're getting a 2-day training, but there's 12 bullets on there. So even if we're spending an hour for each bullet, maybe they've heard about it, but they probably haven't gotten a chance to really practice it. And even on someone's caseload, it's, you might have folks, suicidal thoughts are very common, but someone who would merit doing a suicide-focused treatment or benefit from that may be a very small part of your caseload, maybe one person every once in a while. So your chance to really hone these skills and get comfortable using them may not be readily available. And so what we see then when we ask the providers, what are your concerns? This is what clinicians are often telling us. They really want to do a good job. They really want to keep their patients safe. They are terrified. They feel a lot of responsibility that if anything bad happens, that's the expectation, is that folks work really hard to get folks to connect to care. And so when they get here, it is my job to really make sure that this person stays safe. So it's a very big fear that anything bad will ever happen to our patients. But then also there's that legal piece. There's that legal piece of like, well, what happens if I make the wrong decision? What happens if I go too restrictive and that somehow harms the patient? What happens if I don't go with the more restrictive option and something bad happens? So there's a lot of doubt, because even though the expectation is sometimes that clinicians are able to predict, all the scientists said that we're actually not great at predicting exactly who will do what at what particular moment. And then back to that list, right? Sometimes the scope is just overwhelming. Folks who may not be doing this every single day, and then they're like, okay, I'm supposed to do all this stuff. Which one do I do first? Did I hit everything on the list? What happens if I miss something? I have another patient, the psychiatrist in particular, right, might have 20-minute sessions, probably longer than I should have been talking right now. So they're like, all right, did you get through all this list by the time I'm supposed to be off the stage? And so they feel a bit overwhelmed. And so when folks feel overwhelmed, when folks are worrying about the what ifs or the uncertainty of the situation, we see what we see in trauma work a lot, where sometimes it's avoided. I think someone mentioned this earlier, right? If the option is, do I do something that is risky versus I do something that would at least protect me from being blamed from it, or me holding the responsibility for it, it's pretty human to avoid it. And so sometimes that looks like transferring responsibility, the inpatient admission, with the higher risk, what's considered a higher risk patient. Sometimes it looks like more the check the box of like, yes, I'm doing all the forms, I put in all my documentation, I can say that I said the right things, but did you actually connect with the person? And then sometimes it's more of this power struggle. I'm not gonna go into no suicide contracts because of time, but just getting a promise, like promise me you won't do this. But again, without giving the skills, well, what are you gonna do instead when you feel this way? So we end up doing things to try to make ourselves feel better about the situation, but in reality, it may not be treating the situation in the most therapeutic manner possible. So this is my one research slide for today, which is, we actually asked this. We did a quick video for a couple of years when working with providers at MGH. So people who work with military and veterans, but also who work with the general population. And we're trying to get you to use the Stanley Brown safety planning intervention in a thoughtful way, which is an evidence-based practice similar to crisis response planning. And we said, we kind of got a sense of who's using it so far, who isn't. Originally, they told us we really want this in the medical record. If you put this in our medical record and make this accessible, that will make it easier for us to use it. So we worked with the medical record people for a couple of years, and we finally got that, right? We got an accessible version. And we made them a little YouTube-style video, and we had 289 clinicians. So these are seasoned psychologists and psychiatrists. These are not the trainees. These are folks who have been staff with the program for at least half a year, who are eligible for these quality improvement incentives. So basically they get like kind of a lopsided bonus if they do this like 15-minute training. So it's a pretty good deal. And so we will have them watch this video. Here's how you use it in Epic, in the medical record. And then as part of that, we say, at the end of when they finish it, we ask them, we asked them a whole bunch of things, but this one just shows, we said, what would make it more likely for you to actually use this, for you to make this part of your practice? And we had some ideas, but what they ended up saying, I'm not even gonna try with the laser pointer, but that you see the blue are the psychiatrists and the orange are the psychologists. And this is more of a psychologist intervention. It's brief, meaning one session, but to do it really well, it takes about 40 minutes. 45 minutes or so. So what the psychiatrist said is they really wanted to understand the workflow. Practically speaking, they might always have time to do this intervention. So they really wanted to understand who is, if I'm working in a team, as many of them are, what's the best flow of this? Is this something I should be responsible for doing? Is this something that someone else on my team should be doing? Whereas the psychologist, 99% of them, right? We had 170 psychologists. 99% of them said, I want to understand malpractice liability. I don't feel like I understand truly what that looks like. And if I understood that, that would make me feel a lot more comfortable using this intervention. And then they also mentioned, I would like toolkit there refers to telehealth toolkit, because again, that opens a whole can of worms about how you operate. And then consultation and training for the psychologists, who probably see themselves more as doing this as an intervention designed from psychologists, so they're kind of naturally have more affinity with it. And the thing with training, right, we're not just talking a one-time training. We're talking, this is something that if we're gonna become more specialized, as we really wanna get good at this, some kind of ongoing consultation. And so which brings us back here, right, when we foster an approach versus an avoidance, the fear and the uncertainty drives the avoidance, just like it does for any other type of avoidance that we do. So if we want approach, we want to build confidence. We want our, when folks are coming to us, we don't want our clinicians to be afraid to treat folks at suicide risk. I can't think of a more appropriate place for someone to tell someone that, right? So we want them to feel like they're confident, they know some things that they can do, they have an idea of how to guide, they're not going to be penalized for doing their best to be helpful. And so addressing some of those concerns that they mentioned, giving some knowledge on what the legal ramifications are and how they can maybe satisfy those, but also what's best for the patient, and actually hopefully also what's best for the patient. Providing some kind of way to fund ongoing consultation, both money but also time, to make this a priority is a big part of what I think would move it forward, and clinicians actually doing some of these practices that we already have, but just really aren't implementing to their max potential. I'm actually gonna stop there because I'm guessing I'm over or right at time right now. Yeah, so just really exciting. Peer support lived experience is definitely where the field needs to go. My only caveats in having worked with building recovery coaching into our program is that I would love to see a system similar to that for folks who are doing lived experience type work with suicide prevention. This is heavy work. Most of my patients, frankly, are already doing some of this work with all their friends. And so I get concerned about their burnout and them becoming the clinician, them losing sleep because they're taking 3 a.m. phone calls many nights. So as we're thinking of doing lived experience, that's the main thing I would just take away from what I've learned through supervising recovery coaches, is just really being mindful that their self-care and their boundaries are being respected, and that they're being taken really good care of as they're taking care of others. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for your attention and time.
Again, we're going to have all presentations, videos, and an extended library online following this event. So everyone's contact information will be included. So if you didn't get a chance to ask a question today, you will be able to do so later. Our next speaker joins us from the Rand Epstein Family Veterans Policy Research Institute. Rajiv Ramchand's work focuses on prevalence, prevention, and treatment of mental health illnesses. He has been widely published. In 2022, was appointed by the Secretary of Defense to serve on the Defense Suicide Prevention and Response Committee. He is also a co-chair of Face the Fight's Scientific Advisory Committee. Rajiv.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me. I know we're running really late, so I set my timer for 10 minutes. So I'm going to go really quicker than they even asked me to. And the one thing that I want to talk about is, I just started off, something that we really haven't talked much about today, which is about families. And I really believe that families are a crucial component in ensuring that our veterans are living high quality and fulfilling lives. So I'll show you some data to support that. Or I could just leave if we all agree that families are important and we should support them. So 1 minute. But let me tell you a little bit about our institute. RAND has a history of doing nonpartisan, it's a nonpartisan nonprofit research organization. We have a history of doing research on veterans issues. The institute was formally established 3 years ago, and our mission statement is to conduct research that improves the lives who served and, importantly, those who support them. As I mentioned already, veterans' families are critical to veterans' well-being, but we've done really very little research to actually understand the experiences of our family members. I want to set some context. We actually produced this last year because the data didn't exist. So we defined a veteran household is a household in the United States in which there's at least one veteran. So 11.4% of American households are veteran households. So it's around 10% of all households in the US have a veteran. To give you a description of those households, 2/3 of them are veterans married to non-veterans. We have around a quarter, 29%, who are single veterans, and I want to get to that point a little bit later. Then we have some veterans in partnerships, and a much smaller group, around 3% of veterans who are married to other veterans. For the one about veterans married to non-veterans, or just married in general, one thing that we have in the data that I don't have the slide for is that around 53% of veterans married their spouse after they left military service, which means we often assume that a lot of veteran spouses have had that shared military experience that the veteran had, but we actually find the majority of veteran households, that spouse actually doesn't have that military experience. They came in after the person had already left the military. So how well are we supporting military families? That's a really broad question that I don't have time to get into all families, but I do have time to get into a specific group of families, and that's military and veteran caregivers, a term that we've termed with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, America's Hidden Heroes. And what do I mean by caregivers? I mean by individuals who are caring for veterans and service members who are wounded, ill, or injured, and who require outside support. Now, this could be a lot of things. This could be things like helping inserting feeding tubes, helping with mobility challenges, but it could also mean driving somebody to medical appointments, or in the case of PTSD or some other mental health conditions, just helping people manage their mood, or just being there if they had a panic attack so that you can take that phone call and kind of help them through that attack. So based on our study, we conducted a nationally probabilistic survey of the American of the household population, and we identified that there are around 14.3 million military and veteran caregivers. So these are individuals who are caring for those wounded, ill, or injured service members or veterans. This gives you a sense, because many of them are families. So I've broken it down to the top is those who are caring for somebody who's over the age of 60. And you can see the majority, 42%, are adult children who are taking care of their aging parents, right? We can't forget that a lot of veterans are old. Actually, the majority of veterans in today's society are older veterans. And so we have a lot of, and this is me, my mother was diagnosed recently with dementia. She's not a veteran, but I'm taking care of her. I'm her caregiver, so I fit in that 42%. But we also still see around a quarter of them are spouses. But those who are caring for somebody under the age of 60, we still see around 25% spouses, but we see 27% neighbors or friends, and we see 31% who are other relatives. These are people like siblings, aunts or uncles, nieces and nephews. Remember when I showed that slide before that we have 29% of veterans who are single. So these are, we're trying to think about the family as a holistic group. Now in our survey we asked, how concerned are you that the person that you're providing care for is at risk of suicide? And 9% of the military and veteran caregivers we surveyed said that they were somewhat or very concerned about suicide risk among their veterans. And this gives you a sense of some of the things that they told us. Here at home, I have to have all his medications locked up in a safe because he has tried to take his life before. And one of the things he has done that with is medications. My biggest challenge is to make sure that he doesn't try to take his own life again. So let's give you a sense of who are these individuals, the care recipient. So this is not the caregiver. Here I want to talk about the care recipient. So the blue represents those care recipients for whom the caregiver is worried about suicide. So 55% of those care recipients are under the age of 60. 48%, nearly half, have access to a firearm. And that might in fact be the reason why the caregiver is concerned about suicide risk. In 40% of cases, the care recipient has been diagnosed with TBI, and in 75% of cases, the care recipient has a behavioral health issue. So not necessarily all cases, which is quite interesting. But I just want to highlight right now, because we often talk about the veteran, but this has spillover effects to their families. So on the left-hand side, these are caregiver outcomes who are concerned about suicide risk among the person they're caring for. And you see relative to those caregivers who are not concerned about suicide risk, 2/3 of them, a majority of them, have what we would call excessive caregiver burden. 78% have high stress. We call it caregiver elevated perceived stress. 55% of these caregivers themselves meet criteria for depression, and 2/3 of them meet criteria for what we would consider hazardous drinking. We also asked about mental health treatment, and many of them were accessing mental health treatment. This is again among the caregivers. We've already demonstrated that they have a need for treatment. But our caregivers in the green represent those who are caring for someone 60 or under, in the blue, those are over 60. We see 36% to 16% said that, yeah, I needed mental health care, but I didn't get it. And I want to highlight two of the reasons, because often we talk about cost, but the primary reason, especially among those younger caregivers, was time. They didn't have the time in their minds to get mental health treatment. So it's not that it wasn't available, it wasn't that it was too expensive, it's just that it didn't fit in their schedules. The other concern, and we heard this talked about earlier, is hospital and medication concerns. We rarely talk about this, but we don't really have honest conversations about people who are considering mental health care. A caregiver, after I gave this presentation before, was caring for her husband with ALS, which you know is a terminal disease. And she said, there's no way I would have gone to seek mental health care, nor would I have admitted to having suicidal thoughts, because I was worried that I could be deemed incompetent to care for my husband and that he would be taken out of our home. People have huge concerns about if they are honest or accessing mental health care, what list they'll go on. And I think that we all know right now, especially, that concerns about being on lists is quite real and valid. So we thought about different ways to address caregivers' unmet mental health needs, and I just want to highlight 5 of them. Collaborative care is an evidence-based approach that integrates mental health care into primary care and has been found effective, and we think that this could really help caregivers. Telehealth is another option, and I have to say the VA right now has a pilot where they're offering telehealth to a subgroup of caregivers, and the reason that's so actually novel is because the VA really doesn't have the authority to care for other people other than veterans. So during COVID, they started administering vaccines to family members, and now they're offering this pilot telehealth program to address the mental health needs of caregivers. Asynchronous counseling for low acuity mental health concerns is kind of like text message-based counseling. There's some really promising mobile health applications. Some of them need to be evaluated more, but I'm really excited about some of the, especially for things like PTSD coach or CBTI for insomnia that could be helpful. And then task sharing. This is where you assign, especially for low acuity mental health needs, you provide kind of low-level mental health skills, psychoeducation, motivational interviewing to non-licensed mental health clinicians, but people who might be more likely to interact with patients. And generally, we just finished an implementation study where we did task sharing with peer mental health support specialists, and we embedded them in rural libraries in Texas to extend mental health outreach. And I have to say, everyone thinks it's generally a good idea. Some of our biggest people who oppose it, I'm done, I'm leaving. No, some of the biggest people who oppose it are actually some of our licensed mental health professionals. And I'll just end with this quote. I can tell, and this is something that we hear all the time, that there's never gonna be a one-size-fits-all solution. And I do a lot of work with suicide prevention, and I believe this for suicide prevention too among our veteran community. We have to start pretending that there's a monolith, that everyone's gonna wanna meditate, that everyone's gonna go out and run a marathon. These are groups of people with diverse needs, and we have to tailor our approaches to respect that heterogeneity. And we see this in our caregiver population as well. I can tell you that my experience has been the same as everyone else. My experience has been different from everyone else. And anyone who's a caregiver will tell you the same thing. We all have the same experience, but we all have very different experiences. So that's where you can get our reports. Thanks so much, I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is a retired Special Forces Colonel who is also a founding member of Team Red, White, and Blue, a health and wellness community of more than 250,000 service members, veterans, family members, and supporters. Colonel Michael Sully Sullivan became a Green Beret in 2001 and served 23 years in Army Special Forces. He did 6 tours in Afghanistan. He's a 4th-generation veteran. His great-great-grandfather served in World War I. Both his grandfathers served in World War II, and his father served in Vietnam. Please welcome Colonel Sully.
All right, so in the efforts of keeping things moving, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about Team RWB, but more about what we believe in and how we kind of see the problem set that we're talking about today. So incredible day so far, and it's not lost on me that I think I'm the last man standing before the next last man standing before dinner and a movie. So I'm gonna try to get through this as fast as possible. But I wanna continue to expand this dialogue that we're working through today when we look at the holistic approach that we're talking about when it comes to veteran health and wellness, right? We're looking at promoting community, methods to seek purpose, and the ability to rekindle the strengths that, quite frankly, we all earned in the service. So I want to ask all of you right now 2 questions, right? And they're not rhetorical. Do you want a good life? And do you want to be the best version of yourself today? All right, so I want you to think about that. But what I also want you to think about is I didn't ask you, do you deserve a good life? And do you deserve to be the best version of yourself today? These are 2 completely different sets of questions. And oftentimes in this community, I've seen, both prior to transitioning and transitioning, that the narrative is we as veterans focus on that second set of questions, and we believe that we don't have to focus on the first one. And I think there's a big difference there. I think there's a big difference between wanting something and deserving something. And I think the difference is critical. The difference between wanting something and deserving something is the difference between taking action or sitting back and waiting for somebody else to take action on your behalf. It's the difference between taking personal accountability, taking ownership, finding your purpose, using the tools and the information that we all learned today, and putting that into action for our own personal well-being. It's not waiting for everybody up here on the stage to do that for us. For me, it comes down to focusing on the want and not sitting back and focusing on what you think you deserve. So I'm pretty sure everybody in the room probably answered yes. Yes, Sully, we want a good life. Yes, I want to be the best version of myself today. The hard truth is, It requires you to take action. It requires you to commit, and it requires you to find a purpose in that being what you want to do each and every day, and it's going to be a challenge. But I got some good news. You're not alone. All the folks here today have some great ideas on how you can get after it. I got some even better news, and I'm going to even say it's great news. If you're a veteran, you're uniquely qualified and prepared for this challenge. The mission ahead is a good life. It's a better version of yourself, but it requires you to focus personally on your physical and mental health and well-being. It means putting in the work to get stronger each and every day so you can enjoy those good days and push through the bad ones. But I'm telling you again, as veterans, there's a silver lining, right? I'm telling you, your service uniquely prepared you for it. The bad news is, we as veterans find ourselves in a country that's barreling headlong, like face first, into a health and wellness crisis. And unfortunately, we as veterans find ourselves, for the first time in US history, the very first time in US history, more unhealthy than our civilian counterparts. We're surrounded by this narrative, on top of that our service didn't uniquely prepare us for the good life or the best version of ourselves, but it stole from us, it damaged us, it left us broken, and we're unable to do the hard things anymore to achieve that good life that we want. So how do we turn it around? How do we as veterans live our best lives? We do it by believing that we are uniquely prepared. We're ready to put in the hard work, and we get back to that idea that all of us that served in the military understands that we know what right looks like, and we're willing to put in the work to do it each and every day. I think we as veterans are uniquely positioned to be the ones to make that our new mission and our next mission. We talked about it over and over and over today, that we need purpose. We need this idea of keeping ourselves personally accountable each day. And I'm telling you, if you served, you're answering yes, I want a good life, but you're also the type of person that's answering, I want a better life for everybody in this room. And I'm charging you all today that, an organization like Team RWB and the other veteran support organizations that are out there are there to help you serve and to be that example of what right looks like for an American public that desperately needs it. So, Team RWB, what are we all about, right? And I'm not going to talk specifically to the slides, but it's enriching veterans' lives. And we do that by building community based on physical fitness and this idea that, yes, at 6:30, 7, whenever it was in your service, that you started every single morning with that left face and move or drop and give me 20, that the military actually had it right. The dopamine hit, the idea of getting face to face with the people that might be having some problems and hearing what they went through last weekend at home, or maybe smelling that alcohol on their breath. All those things that we did from 6 to 7:30 every single morning prepared us for the day ahead. It made us mentally strong for the other things that we were going to be tested on throughout our military career. And RWB thinks you should embrace that and continue to do it in your civilian life. Now, a lot of us think, Team RWB, you're the largest running club in America. What are you really doing for veterans besides making them wear a crazy red shirt with a big eagle on it? It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun. It looks super patriotic, but don't you guys know we don't have to do that anymore? Don't you know we don't have to put in the work? Don't you know we deserve to take a rest? And I'm saying, nope. What we're all about is wanting you to want it, and wanting you to want it as a part of your community where you find yourself at now. We encourage our members to be a part of that community. Our community is built up of 20% civilian population, of which half are people that have never served and don't have family members in the service. It's an open community that encourages everybody to kind of suffer together and to get after the problems that will make the next day a little bit better. So you can see the why on the slide, but for us, again, it's getting after that sense of purpose, getting after your health, and doing things each and every day a little bit better. But for us, it's also there was a question of Team RWB, can you prove it? So last February to July, we took 60 new members, and we decided to do a study. We gave them activity trackers. We wanted to be able to see their sleep, their HRV, their VO2 max. We measured the BMI. We made them get on a scale. and we required them to take this academically reviewed self-assessment that we called the Enriched Life Scale to see where they were at in their physical and mental well-being, and we took their blood. We wanted to see the blood markers and to see where they were at. The sad news is, and to my point earlier, we found out that these veterans that had decided to raise their hand and get back after some work had some very concerning baselines. So every single one of them had higher inflammation markers. They had concerning cholesterol levels, elevated blood sugar, and over 9% of the participants were overweight or obese. So, we knew we had a problem. But then again, after 6 months, that's where we sought to see something very interesting. And what we saw is that the veterans responded to the challenge, right? There was a measurable improvement. There was a significant transportation, and this was done without drugs, without clinical care, but required commitment, setting goals, getting off the couch, and being okay that your community was gonna tell you it's okay to fail, it's okay to succeed, and it's okay to lean on us when you're working through this journey. 41% of the participants reduced their at-risk biomarkers. 33% optimized their overall biomarkers. 68% improved their BMI with an average reduction of 2% across the board. Cardiovascular health improved in all participants. 80% of the participants improved in their enriched life scale. In the physical side of that, we saw a 25% increase across the board, and in their self-assessed mental health scores in a 6-month period, we saw a 21% increase. Using their wearable data, we saw a 52.1% increase in exercise intensity, and most of all, and probably most importantly, especially with the doctors in the house, sleep quality was improved with a 45.8% better sleep efficiency when members of our community got out, sought purpose with some people, and just got moving every single day. So I think the data proves it. The numbers I quoted do not show a broken, a damaged, a ruined population of service members. I think what it shows is that underlying, and I'm gonna use the word that I think some people said is triggering, is that we're all still warriors, We all have this strength within us that just needs to be rekindled, it needs to be redirected, and again, it needs to be given some purpose. When we turned away from this victimization narrative, we found people started to thrive and live a better life. I'm a big fan of team sports, and I lived my entire life for the love of, sports movies, quite frankly. I think people that know me know that, I like to say that life is a team event. You don't always get to choose the teams that you're on, but you do get to choose how you're gonna participate in the lessons you're gonna take to that next team. So not surprisingly, as I end this thing, I'm gonna take a Coach Carter quote. It's a great movie. And in that movie, he asks his players, what is your deepest fear? I'm gonna change it a little bit. What is our deepest fear as a veteran? And this is my answer, and I think it's the Team RWB answer. Our greatest fear is not that our service left us broken. Our greatest fear is that the strength we forged, the resiliency we earned, might go unrecognized, even by ourselves. We fear embracing the truth that the battles we fought, whether on the field or within, have equipped us with unparalleled tools for navigating life's challenges. Living as a victim dims the light of our potential, but stepping into the narrative of empowerment, leadership, adaptability, and courage, this is where our true power lies. When we stand tall to realize that our service sharpened us and not scarred us, we give others permission to do the same. I think we're all still warriors. I think we are forged by a commitment to be the best version of ourselves every single day. I think a lot of us, if not the majority of us, always wanted to be that person that exemplified what right looks like. But I think if you served, you never wanted to do it alone, and it always took a team. And if you had a team behind you, you were gonna be stronger, and things were always going to be better. As veterans, I don't think we're defined by what has happened to us, but I think we are defined on how we rise, lead, and persevere. That strength doesn't just belong to us. I think it belongs to everybody around us, and I think we have the potential to inspire this entire nation to address the issues that they're all facing. We've been talking about veteran suicide all day today. But within the doctor community, their rates of suicide for those that are going through residency are higher than most veterans, but we never hear about that. There's college athletes. If you looked at their charts, the rates of suicide and suicidal ideations are on the rise. It's all tied together, and I think as veterans, we represent the majority of that population that we fought to serve. And I'm asking you all today to take that commitment, to take that mission focus that you once had, and to focus on yourself first. Make yourself a priority. Want that better life for yourself, and then be that example for everybody else in the nation that we can lead them out of this fight. They deserve it just as much as you do, and I know you have that into you because you raised your hand to serve in the first place. So the data proves it. I mean, we at Team RWB kind of known it all along, but we're not damaged by our service. We were prepared by it. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, civilians are allowed to go out with Team RWB, right? 20% are civilians, so they are literally in every nook and cranny around this country. Get out there with them. Do us all some good. We were gonna close today with a lived experience panel, and unfortunately we are starting to run out of some time today. So we're gonna end today with Timothy Torres. Timothy is currently the executive director of the Moral Compass Federation, a group that's very close to many of our hearts here in this building. The original founder, we'll just go by Travis for right now. At the height of HKIA, he had retired from the Air Force. He called some buddies. He got himself on a transport plane and was in Kabul within 48 hours of the fall of Kabul. He then stayed on the ground and worked tirelessly for those 2 weeks, getting out everyone that he possibly could and putting them on those planes. He said, there's something wrong that I had to go back to Kabul. And he started the Moral Compass Federation. Tito, as he's known, has taken over the Federation. They are doing work both here at home for our veterans, for our Afghan partners, for our Ukraine partners, and they are growing stronger by the day. So to share his lived experience with us, I welcome to the stage Timothy Tito Torres.
Yeah, thank you, Operico, for inviting me and giving me a few minutes to speak as we close out and a slight change in how we're gonna do this, but I look forward to the conversation. Like it was mentioned, I had spent 11 combat deployments between Afghanistan, Iraq, and other countries. My life was full of survival, but I felt comfortable in these places. I knew what to do, I was trained, I went over, I did my job, and I came home. I felt like I had processed the war. Let's all go back to August of 2021. Civilians, military, veterans alike, when you watch people fall from planes in a country that you devoted 20 years for, it is a new kind of moral injury. I thought I had processed the war, but that's when I first learned about moral injury. I started working through this like I did every other deployment. I just got it up and I took it on and I kept going forward, but this time it was different. I couldn't figure out what was right and I hit the lowest point of my own life. I was struggling all of a sudden I became a problem at work. I was struggling to connect at home. I was struggling to connect with my veteran peers. I was struggling really to deliver at the high expectations that I had set for myself over 20 years in special operations. But then I was exposed to organizations like NICO and the home base, and that was the first lesson that I learned in whole person, whole body care, holistic health. When I finally leaned into organizations like MCF Home Base and other veteran-centered programs, things started to shift. Not because they handled me a single answer, but because they treated the whole person. Physical recovery, mental resilience, emotional health, and purpose. And that's when I started to get better. Travis offered me the opportunity to lead MCF, and has been one of the greatest honors of my life. Through my experience there, I get to represent thousands of veterans and dozens of organizations. I learned we are not just patients, we are leaders. We know how to build teams, we know how to solve problems. But here's where we're failing. We aren't always communicating that leadership where it matters. We're great at leading across, starting businesses, supporting each other, taking action at the local level, but we need to do a better job leading up, getting in the room with policymakers, ensuring our voices shape the systems meant to serve us. There are a lot of fantastic ideas talked about today. There's a lot of great movement going on in the medical field, and we're having conversations that we weren't having 5 years ago. That is the optimistic side of things. There's 52,000 VSOs up there, and this generation says, I'll just start my own VSO. I'll go solve the problem. And I view that as a strength, but I also view that as a weakness where our voices get lost, and we're not able to find the funding, and we're not able to educate in a way that we're really able to move the needle. That's why MCF, OPRICO, and similar organizations are critical. We aren't just offering support, we're educating policymakers, pushing for reforms, ensuring that veteran voices are not just heard, but acted upon. And this has to be in support and partnership with our medical professionals, our academic, and our researchers. The power of collaboration, which really is what MCF stands for. Let's come together, let's find where those Venn diagrams overlap, and let's get something done. To the medical professionals, you're on the front lines of healing, and I'm honored to be in the room with you today, and I can't wait to connect with many of you. The more you integrate the entire mental, physical, and social care, the more impact you have, and I thank you for your hard work. Together, we can build a bridge between healthcare and policy. The best solutions come when veterans, medical professionals, and lawmakers are aligned. I'll repeat some of what Sully mentioned, and it's where I stand as well. I have this saying that together we move forward. No one's coming to help you. We have to do a lot to stand up for yourself and not woe is me. But that can't be done alone, and that's where my shift had to change. And that's with all the medical professionals and everyone else in this room. The battlefield may be behind us for now, but the fight for better healthcare, better leadership, and a better future for our veterans is just beginning. My single takeaway is don't look just across at your peers, if you're medical, talking to medical, if you're academic, talking to academic. Look up and down and around and find partnerships where we don't traditionally find them, find care where you don't normally seek it. And that is how we'll be able to move the needle. That's how the grassroots becomes a strong voice. And that is together how we move forward. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone who came out today to join us for this first inaugural, redundancy, the inaugural Next Mission Summit. Our thanks especially to all of our incredible speakers. The men and women who joined us today have dedicated their lives to making the world a better place. Each of them, as you have noticed, is a change agent, working to solve and change the trajectory of veteran suicide. Bringing together their research with the lived experiences of our veterans is a powerful message, that together we can bring about that change on behalf of all veterans. We want to again pause to recognize those we've served alongside who cannot be here today, but are always here with us in spirit. The Next Mission Summit continues this evening with the Harvard premiere of Sheepdog, the story of a decorated veteran who journeys through post-traumatic stress to post-traumatic growth. The movie will be in theaters nationwide this fall, so this is an exclusive screening for participants of this summit. After the movie, we'll be joined by the movie stars Stephen Graham and Dominic Famusa, alongside the inspiration for Virginia Madsen's character, Dr. Tara Consolina, who joins us from Michigan. The film begins here in Sanders promptly at 6. To those who've joined online, please reach out, send us your feedback, your thoughts on the summit, and whether through the Heroes Wellness Collective or another outlet, Team Red, White, and Blue moral compass, stay engaged. If you're joining us for dinner, we will convene over in Annenberg Hall, and we thank you again for attending today. Thank you again for everyone.